All right, welcome in everybody. We'll be starting the show here in just a moment. A few things set up, and then hope you guys are ready for some fun. Make sure you guys like the stream on your way in, and that follow and sub if you haven't already. All right, let's do this.
Who the heck is PepTalks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. PepTalks. 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 Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. PepTalks. PepTalks.
Who the heck is PepTalk?
They want our women. They want our children.
PepTalks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
PepTalk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
PepTalks.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
PepTalks.
We found weapons of mass
PepTalks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from PepTalks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to a new edition of High on Politics. Hope you guys are doing well. Long time no see, folks. Hope, if you guys weren't able to join us yesterday, I had a little bit of a late show. Feeling a little bit of it. Didn't get all the sleep that I would have required to be all, peppy, if I will. Yeah. Anyway. If you guys can do me the favor as you file in here, please hit the like button, double tap the screen if that doesn't pause the stream. Just sub to the channel, follow, all that fun stuff. So I don't have to ask too much because I'm getting kind of annoyed with myself asking. Oh, love the red hoodie. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Feeling, I don't know. It was kind of funny. I was kind of deciding pink hoodie? Nah, did that yesterday. Because that's the thing. You got multiple pink hoodies. No. I hate that I even put thought into it, but I did. Where I was just like, pink or red. Then I went yellow or red. I went with red. Alex and Gina's show is right before this. They are great. Yeah, no, dude. They got a great chemistry. I like the fact that, Gina is obviously, the brains on that one. No offense to my friend Alex, but, she definitely has her foot in the activism scene and just in general. She is not afraid to go after some of the more right-wing, chud sphere, which is cool. But yeah, actually, had a really good talk today. Was able to talk to somebody who, we all know, love, and adore. May have quit some content creation. I'll just say this, private conversation, but he's doing well. So just know that, guys. It's fantastic that you select hoodies like a suit jacket, pretty much. Pretty much. She also has the funnies. It's great. Yeah, no, I'll one of these days I'll have to check it out because yeah, I don't have a lot of time to check out other people's content before I start stream, unfortunately. I set up a whole bunch of stuff that I want to do, and then yeah, got other stuff that has to get done, which gotta love it. But either way, here's one of those things that I kind of forgot. So last night we were covering some fun stuff at the end of stream. So I'm going to do my Twitch stream tonight. Obviously, we always like to have fun on Fridays, right? Well, part of the fun on Fridays is I like to do exclusive Twitch content near the end of show where I don't have to really worry about as much as far as like watching something and getting, hit, like it's whatever, but cookie cutter bullshit stream. Really? Cookie cutter? I wouldn't call myself cookie cutter. I mean, yeah, by lighting, sure. But really? Cookie cutter. Brad, you're so wrong. Yeah, I mean, I think he is. But I'm biased. What can I say? I'm the guy who's doing this. So. Yeah, welcome to the show regardless. I mean, hey, you found your way here. You just mad because I said some meanie bobini stuff about Trump and I'm making fun of a Trump store closing? Because, I mean, that is happening today. We are going to definitely do that. It's going to be fun. I'm looking forward to that. Yeah, if you guys, that's what I also wanted to cover. If you guys weren't here, we found out live. She posted at, it was like 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock, like local time here, just randomly. And she finally said it. She was just like, closing down. So yeah, if you guys have not been following, I have been going back and forth with this lady at the Trump store for going on 2 to 3 years now. It's kind of weird. Like before I even started making content, I had back and forth with her on Facebook, and just she is a class A asshole, like, and has been her the entire time. And what really pisses me off is she tries to do that cry bully bullshit where she'll go out there, she'll bully trans people, she'll bully immigrants, she'll bully pretty much anybody that, claims they're liberal. But then the second that a liberal points out, her shittiness, or they make fun of her tube tops, or just the fact that she's a wackadoo, yeah, you know what? No, they're so mean. These intolerant left. Yeah, shut up. That stuff is ridiculous. Do you understand how ridiculous that really is? And if you're a right-winger, come on. How are you going to go out there with this veneer of like, oh, we can find comedy's legal again. We can say what we want to say, but then simultaneously be the biggest bitches. Like, God, you guys really are just like the perfect victims all the time. Every time. Like, you guys can find victimhood in anything. It's kind of wild to me, but anyway, he's a repeat. Oh, is he? Really? Well then, I guess he's found the stream before. Oh, wait, is he one of these guys that's like mad that like the stream gets recommended to them? That happened yesterday where this guy just came in, he's just like, why do I still get this stupid streams, recommended to me? What the fuck? I thought that was kind of funny, but require coffee today. Also, yeah, I've been feeling a little off today. Not feeling great. I hope I didn't get that cyclospora thing, because I gotta tell you guys, yeah, when things happen, they happen fast, and it's not great. So, if I have to like take off, yeah, if I don't even get the have to pee thing, just bear with me, okay? It'll be a little bit. That's so bad. Yeah, it's not good. It's not good. It's not good at all. It's really not good. I think I'm good right now. I'm testing the waters with the coffee. But I gotta clear out my system, guys. Like, I gotta get this out of my body. There's something is going on. My body is trying to purge something. So, I prefer not to go into the finer details of everything. Why is that kid still on the escalator? And that kid is back on the escalator again. Leave it alone. Oh my God, someone help. There's a kid stuck in the escalator. I love that movie so much. And that specific scene. And then they go, hey, oh, hey, look, a sailboat. Oh no, xenomorph. Oh no. I'll just, again, guys, so just know that the cyclospora stuff is still out there. It's still out there. Yeah. Be careful, guys. I don't know what even you can do, because they said that you have to, like, cook it, and I was like, oh, there's no way to cook this, so. God wants politics. God wants a good laugh. God wants what God gets. God help us all. Okay. I mean, that was just a weird comment. Hey, welcome to the show regardless, man. I have, not had vegetables or fruit in, like, weeks. Yeah, dude, I took a chance. And I'm not feeling good. Like, I feel very dehydrated right now. Hey, Yakov, thank you, for the follow, or the sub. I appreciate that. Cyclospora, or however you spell it, isn't killed by cooking the food. It's what... Oh, see, that's what I'm saying, man. Like, no, the way it hit me, the way that I'm feeling, yeah. It's definitely some of that. Or it's just your standard food poisoning, but... Yeah. Man, third day in a row that my eye is kind of bugging me, and I got nothing. Literally got nothing. Am I okay? I'm good. I'm fine. I'm gonna be honest. I'm smoking to make sure that my stomach actually calms down. So I'm gonna beat the 420 here. I'll also go with the 420. So cheers, guys. Yeah. But yeah, dude, it was awesome. On another note, got to have an awesome conversation with a friend of the show who has quick content. I'll let you guys piece that one together. I already said, like, he kind of, like, wished everybody well, and, like, he's in a good place right now. So I hope you guys know, like, there's no hard feelings or anything, like, with the audience or any of that stuff. And yeah, like, you guys can definitely take heed that he's doing well. Like, his mental health, man. He also said some very nice things about what we're doing and just, like, the project and everything. So, yeah, Natch, that's the guy. Every time I see that Bucky sticker now, I'm just like, God damn it. Why'd they have to go and, like, sue people and be, like, an awful company? Next test starts in, like, 3 hours. What test are you doing? Sorry, I might have missed something in chat here. Also, hi, Rebecca. How's it going? Welcome to the show. Hermit, welcome to the show. Natch, Pinkerbale, TOTM. Totem. Or Totem. Welcome to the show. Appreciate you being here. What up, Edge? How's it going? Sylvie, what up, what up? And if I missed any of you guys, chime on in. It's Friday, guys. You know what's up. We start the show on a pretty chill note. I kind of just like to ease into the news on Friday. Oh, test cricket. It's the longest form of cricket matches. Oh. So how long does a test cricket match last? Is that one of those ones that, like, can go multiple days? I remember, like, learning about cricket just recently, but yeah. I'll see if there's a link to watch it. Oh, hey. I'm not gonna fuck with that. Live sports I will never fuck with. there's a good chance that that's not gonna do anything. So Trump has an aide, so what? I don't know, you might want to look into it. Dude, she's certifiably weird. I'm just gonna say it. Like, she's a weird gal. Plain and simple. I don't know how else to play it. She's definitely, yeah. This is a crazy story. Like, the fact that she, like, allegedly she slept in a locker room to be closer to the president. Like, guys, I'm not sure if you, would you be comfortable with that? Like, if you found out that, like, one of your crushes did that shit, I don't know. There is a line, but then again, Trump, being Trump, is going to be literally like, look at her, she's great, she loves me. It's just like, oh, God. I spent last night harvesting cactus fruit from my neighbor's neighborhood because everything has poop virus now. Yeah, dude. It's bad. Like, it's bad. Like, I don't know what to do. I think I might be, like, done eating vegetables for a little bit, and I don't want to be because it's fucking farm season. Like, I don't want to think about this, but, dude, we just went to one of those, like, farmers markets, and I hope I didn't get it from something from there. I don't think I did, though, because my wife didn't get this. You know, and every time that she doesn't get it, it's because she doesn't eat she doesn't put lettuce on anything. This is the second, I just realized this is the second time she lucked out, because the first time was from Jimmy John's. 1000% it was from Jimmy John's. And yeah, she avoided that because she didn't get the lettuce. She just got onions on her sandwich, and I was just like, oh, that's why you're not sick. And I think that's the same thing for today. Oh, 420, guys. Cheers. That's some single white female. Dude, I'm telling you. Emma said it, but I said it first. I said it yesterday. If Trump dumps her, they better watch out for her mental health, because I don't think she's going to be okay. I think that she's going to do something drastic. I wouldn't put it past her to do something in the Oval Office. She's that kind of crazy. But yeah, it's definitely an interesting scandal. I got to say that much. I've been used to my new girlfriend living with me and trying to get a new apartment. How's that going? Like, how's the housing market in Canada? Gotta eat roasted veggies, no more raw. Yeah, no, I'm doing baked potatoes, like, pretty much. Like, I bought a whole bunch of potatoes, so I'm gonna do that. Yeah, going and doing a lot of starch, like, kind of stuff, right? Damn, dude. That sucks, too, because we're going into the fall. It's that last bit of when we can get some really good fresh veggies and apples and just, ugh. But, man, oh, dude, I feel like this pit in my stomach right now. That does not feel good. It is, not fun. Literally Succession shit. Yeah, dude. No, this really does, like, every day that goes by, it feels more and more like they're writing a script and we're watching this movie play out. It's fucking weird, man. Like, it really does. I don't know. Somebody said this yesterday about the theory of what was it? 2008 opened up the wormhole, and then now we're living in this alternate reality. Maybe. Oh, Bruno, what's up? Why are you so mad? Another delusional F-tard? Again, why so mad off the bat? That's your, like, I think that's your first interaction. Let's see. Channel activity. Oh, no, you've been here before. Oh, Bruno, you don't like me? Oh. Dude, the amount of fucking energy that trolls put into hating me is kind of funny. I don't know. I find it odd. I've said this before. Why do you guys spend so much energy like hating somebody? Doesn't it get like old and annoying sometimes? Also, haven't you like kind of like, if you've hung out here for any amount of time, even like 5 minutes, you haven't seen like the occasional like, oh, I thought this guy was gonna be kind of shitty, but I don't know, he's okay. That happened to me yesterday. This one guy popped in and was just like, he was ready to go, and then he was like, oh, wait a minute, this is a chiller stream than I thought. Like, yeah. And also, I try to admit my biases early on, because like anybody that, if you're looking for unbiased, you're never gonna find it. And if anybody tells you otherwise, they're lying to you. Everybody has a bias. Everybody, literally everybody, you and everybody around you. It's whether you can admit your bias, look past it for a little bit to retain some new information, because that's how learning works. But really, it was 9/11. You weren't born yet? Wait, you weren't alive for 9/11? Oh my god, I just realized that you're younger than my brother. I still look at him like he's a little baby. I got a 26-year-old kid brother, and that shit is like, every time I see him, I'm just like, oh, you want your binky? He hates that shit. Dude, he used to have like this weird obsession with recorders. You guys remember? Yeah, the school, like, you know, the flute thing from school. Like, he had a fucking, it was one of the worst fucking summers of my life. I had to go to Colorado with this little shit, and he, the entire time in the backyard, just blowing away at the stupid recorder, and just my dad doing, oh, isn't it funny? I'm just like, yeah, hilarious. Oh my god. Ugh. Pep student only know 911 as a chapter in his. That's so wild, man. That's so wild that there's this entire generation of kids that didn't grow up with that. And like, I don't feel that old. Like, I'm turning 40, man. Like, it doesn't feel like it was that terribly long ago, but man, it really was. Aging is weird. Aging really is just so weird. Like, an entire decade just kind of like passed me by, man. Like, between 24 and 34, I lost like 10 years. I don't know. Not sure if that happened to you guys, but I'm definitely wrestling with that a little bit. But actually, I think you said it yesterday, you know, age is whatever, man. Like, it's a construct that we end up following, right? Like, whenever you're doing, and I'm saying this in regards to, like, you know, when you hit your 40s, like, it's not the libertarian age is a construct fucking argument. Ugh, creeps. I don't know. Yeah, or age is a mindset. There we go. Yeah, age is a mindset. Yeah. You were 17. Let's see. How old was I? I was like 13. Going on 14? Hear that? No, I think it was 14 going on 15. I was in my freshman year. I was in Spanish class. Second period Spanish class. I'll never forget that shit. You were 21? Damn, dude. Wow. Every once in a while, I do kind of like, now, it's like, I keep forgetting, like, we're all over the place, like, as far as, like, age spectrum, you know, where you're from, like, dude, internet, this is one of the benefits, I'm gonna just say, this is one of the cool bits from the, like, that you get from the internet. Y'all are old as shit. Yeah. No, I am. Like, I'm old as shit. Fucking turning 40, man. Ugh. I'm not looking forward to it. But at the same time, I don't know. I just found out that Joe Rogan is turning 60. And I was like, wait a minute. So he's exactly 20. Like, he's 20 years young or 20 years older than me. Okay. And if he's still doing his bullshit podcast at 60 and he's still acting like an idiot, I'll be fine. I just hope I'm not like political punk where like my hair just starts fucking thinning and then I still have the long hair and the hat. the way that people think I already do, which is kind of funny. I always appreciate when people are just like, oh, you're probably bald. It's just like, ta-da, not yet. You never know, but your 40s have been the best so far. See, I was told that about 30s, but I could see that. I could actually see 40s being really fun. My 30s have been pretty cool, despite some of the like bad shit that's happened to me. Like age-wise, though, I don't know. It's treated me okay. I'm not feeling it as much as I thought I would. I got the miracle where, as an ex-skateboarder, I'm always gonna preface that, an ex-skateboarder and an ex-hockey player. I'm shocked that I don't hurt all the time. So, Pep, 1 month after your birthday, you'll be over the whole "oh my god, I'm 40" thing. Yeah, hopefully. So just like middle of January, I'm gonna be like, oh, I'm good. Nah. Again, I'm fine. I thought that way when I turned from when I was 29 to 30. Like, I think I told the story, but I actually did the thing where like it was like I had a bigger birthday party because I was like, goodbye 20s. It was kind of cringe. It's not like I had balloons or anything like that shit, but still. It was more of a pomp and circumstance birthday for sure. I'm glad that I can keep my shit together in an emergency situation. Yeah. I saw that you got attacked by a 130-pound German Shepherd at work on Sunday. Had to pin it down to the ground, headlock it until the owner got there. Holy shit. Oh. Are you okay? And man, I hate when that happens with dogs like that because you're just like, dude, this was the owner's fault. I actually, just today, I had to help my neighbor's dog because I think I talked about this yesterday. The gate was like broken. And I was like, I'll go close it. I tried my best. And yeah, sure as shit. Go outside to go to get lunch today. I look over and there's the dog standing at her front door. Which she's a good dog. She's a good girl. I've known her since they got her. It's always so funny when he don't bite. Yeah. Well, I've had that with this little shit back here where like he gets loud, but he doesn't bite. He's never bit anybody. So far out, Daddy Leo. That would have been fucked. You're good. Just a few bite marks on your arm and a bunch of scratches. Okay, good. What's going on with the owner? Like, was this one of your, like, I'm assuming this was one of your clients, so. Fuck, man, that sucks. I'm really sorry that happened to you. What an awkward situation, too, to be put in. Where it's just like, dude. That's the reason, I mean, realistically, that's the reason that people get sued, so. But you're not in America. I don't know how that works. Some dog people don't get why some folks are afraid of dogs. Oh, I get why people are afraid of dogs. Yeah, my friend's wife got attacked by one of my, oddly enough, one of my ex-girlfriend's pit bulls. Yeah, this is one of those situations where, like, they stayed friends with her through all this stuff, and, yeah. But when I heard about that, and they were just like, yeah, we're not going to see them anymore, because apparently she also just acted like she didn't give a shit, and she was more worried about the dog. I was like, it's almost like I knew something. Huh, weird. Abdul, most gotten access to somebody's email list, because I'm getting like 4 per day. Of what? Wait. What are you getting? One time I was delivering newspapers, this huge mixed breed ran and bit me right in the ass. It was like the cartoons. Damn. Excuse me. Oh, God. Man, on top of everything else I'm going through today, still got this allergy thing going on. Although I did get the warning I was waiting for yesterday that, yeah, we have, like, a lot of pollen right now. And, oh, yeah, I forgot how, like, allergic I am to that shit. This is what always sucks about, like, my allergies. Super seasonal, right? And sometimes they will not even be that, like, last year, it barely lasted but a few days, so I've been very overconfident that I will not need to start taking any allergy medicine. Because if you know anything about, you know, your standard allergy meds, you got to take it for a while before it actually works. So, yeah, I didn't want to spend the extra money. I'm trying to save where I can, and that was one of the places, and yeah, I think that I might have to give up on that and just do it tomorrow. I think that's what's happening. At least I don't need the inhaler from when the smoke was here. Holy crap, that was bad. Dogs are better than most people. He just thought what he was doing was the right thing. Ugh. Oh yeah, the dog thought he was protecting his owner. Yeah, no. Like, that's, yeah. My doggy has buttons to tell me what he wants. Really? You have one of those dogs? Oh my god. Man, Stan, I wish you would do that. Stan is definitely not... I'm not saying he's not smart. I'm just saying he's not one of those types of dogs where, yeah, he wouldn't do well with that. Some weirdos just train them to be angry and bitey. Yeah, no, I've seen it, unfortunately, where they're just like, I want them to be aggressive. I want people to be afraid. It's like, why? What is wrong with you people? Like, how insecure are you? Like, holy crap. Stan communicates through farting. Yeah, you got to get a video. Yeah, you do. Yeah, definitely get a video on of that. That's awesome. Like, you literally talk to your dog. Like, that's fucking crazy. Like, your dog has a button, I'm assuming, that's just like out, treat, out. That would constantly be the one that I would hear. Out. That's him. Stan has his own way of communicating that he needs to go out. He'll stand at the door and he'll just let his tail hit the edge of the couch. So you'll just hear dot, 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 dot. It's just like, oh, you gotta go? Okay, cool. Yeah. He has a smacko one. Oh, man, that's so cool. That is so cool. Like, Rebecca, that's... Damn. How old is your dog? And how long did that take for him to, like, get used to that? Because that's freaking amazing. The pool asking why it's a dog will always resonate with me. Dude, they know, man. They know way more than than we give them credit for. It's the same with kids. I've never understood the way that people treat children as, like, being just so stupid, where I've seen, you know, like 7-8-year-old kids start to figure out some pretty complex shit. And that's where it's like, yeah. A lot of time, I think it's the parents doing the thing where they can't let go of the fact that they are growing into, like, their own people, which, yeah, we see that some, you know, parents, once that happens, I don't know, like, you learn that they probably should have never been parents at that point. You have a mummy, daddy, and a walkies. Aw. Man. Yeah, see, I think I talked about him. I had he was like a mixed Irish Terrier, like Chow Chow. God, he was so cute. But he was like the quintessential mutt. Like, he was just, God, he was such a good fucking dog. No offense, buddy. No offense. You loved your brother too. But yeah, he was so smart where he would have like taps to inform you on stuff. So he would walk up to his food dish and do tap tap. He would walk up to his water dish, tap tap, and then he would walk to the back door and tap tap. Like, he was, and then he'd just stare at you too if you didn't do it fast enough. He'd just be like, we doing this? Oh, and then car. I gotta be careful saying that one to him. Yeah. We say ride in car. And yeah, that's when this little shit he'll run to the front door or like to the door and just like go, we're going. It's adorable. You posted your dog and your pic of my grandma with her dog. Oh, nice. I'll check that out here in a minute. Kids are people too. Parents, excuse me. Parents especially forget that being a person starts pretty much out of the womb. Oh yeah. Well, no. Like, most American parents think that that's the time you need to start indoctrinating your kids, funny enough. And then they're like, don't indoctrinate my children. It's just like, okay. But it's perfectly fine for you to do so. Yeah, I'm the parent. It's like, that's not how this... I don't know, man. My dad and my mom had two very different parenting styles and outlooks on parenting. My mom was more the possessive parent, whereas my dad, he has a very healthy idea of like parenting and always kind of did. He didn't execute it the most healthy way because, you know, that whole, oh, don't flood your kids with love kind of turned into like him forgetting like, oh, maybe I should tell my kids I love them. I'm not even kidding, man. I wish I was making it up where I was like 24 years old and my dad had just gotten his cancer diagnosis and he was just like, I want you kids to know that I love you. And me and my sister just went like, oh man, you really are sick. And me and my sister talked about it. I was still, smoking cigs at that time. And so I went outside and I was just like stress smoking. And that was also when I decided to quit when he got that diagnosis, because he got a stage 4 mouth cancer diagnosis. And it was just like, whoa, that'll wake you up. Yeah. So I remember just standing out there and then my sister comes out and like my sister did not smoke cigarettes. So it was so funny to watch her just come up to me and be like, can I get a rip of that? I was like, what? She's like, I really just, I need that right now. I'm like, oh, okay. And like, I just seen her go. Like, it was Dad saying he loved us, right? She's like, yeah. I was like, Dad. I'm like, we are not healthy. Damn, man. Yeah, that was wild. That was like completely fucking... That was one of those awakening moments, man, where you do realize you're just like, maybe we don't have the best way of handling things, but at the same time, me and my sister have come to terms with it. Like, that's right there. That's the type of shit that made us hilarious. Like, just going. Yeah, you know what? It's fine. Just tell us, you know, we love you too, Dad, but it's like we're still getting used to this. Now we're to the healthy point where he'll just be like, all right, love you, pal. It's like, okay, love you too, Dad. There's been another innovation in hydrogen-based vehicle energy for vehicles. Let's see what happens. Let's see if anything actually comes from it. Pep, did you have any pets growing up? Yeah, I had a old ass cat. That was my mom. It was my mom's cat from college. She was like 21. She was the one that got stuck in the wall during the divorce. The one that acted like Roseanne. Literally sounded like her. Such an angry cat. But not angry. She was just cranky. You know, like that's the best way I could say it, is like she was just very cranky. Yeah, and then I had a Chihuahua. I don't want to talk about that. And a Golden Retriever. We'll just kind of skip over that one. And then yeah, cats. I've had so many cats throughout my life. It's unreal. So, they tune in. Wait. Right now, the company is replacing their flagship diesel engine with a hydrogen engine that they developed. Wait, where is this being developed? Don't tell me China. I swear to God, if this is a Chinese thing, I'm gonna be so angry. It's like another innovation that we're just so far behind on. You'll get a pet someday. So much responsibility. Some of them, honestly, cats are the best. Cats are the best. They're not really that much responsibility, bro. Cats are very independent, especially if you only got one. Now, I don't recommend getting one. If you're gonna have a cat, I actually do recommend trying to get them in pairs, especially if like you have if you can find bonded cats. That's the way I would go. I actually just saw this really cute bonded pair today that ended up at one of our local shelters. I was just like, oh man, I want to go get them, but I can't. I shouldn't. I absolutely shouldn't. I have 2 cats that are just, they're a handful in themselves. So. Funny, you have to keep them from running outside the house and stuff. Oh, well, my cats, I don't. No, my cats, I've literally had my door, like, just blow open and stay open, and they just stare at it. There's like, you're gonna do something about that? Used to run a rattery. Is that what I think it is? Like, yeah, I used to, like, actually, like, raise rats for domestic purposes. That's kind of cool. Like, no lie, that's pretty cool. You want to have rats again someday? They're smart, man. One of my friends had 2 rats that, you know, they were really, really, really smart. And they were cool. Like, she actually got me over, like, my rat, like, phobia. Because obviously we got city rats. City rats and pet rats are 2 different ball games there, guys. Like, I'm gonna say that much. When you see a city rat, you might as well have seen a monster where you're just like, what was that? That TV's going. I swear to God. Hey, Ken, welcome in. Thank you for continuing the streak. What's up? What's up? What's up? Howdy. Did you see Darth Vader defend the flock cameras? I mean, yeah. No, I did. It went super viral. Hang on, let's address the fact that Hermit has 8 cats. That can easily happen. I get it. Hermit, don't take any of their judgment. I get it. I totally get it. I would have 8 cats if I could. Oh, we're just kind of chilling and vibing, man. We're talking about, like, pets and how many pets you got. We'll talk about the politics here in a minute. I like to do my first hour and just kind of vibe, especially on Fridays. I mean, dude, things are just so fucking dour all the time. I would like to have some positivity in my life. NYC rats. Oh, dude. I don't know what it is, but I would like to actually, like, pit an NYC rat and a Chicago rat against each other, because I swear to God, no, like, you know, oh, Chicago's better just because, you know, it is. But for real, dude, I think that ours will give them a run for their money. We got some fucking mutant ass rats. Yeah, size of cats, like, for real. Like, the last time I saw one, I thought it was a cat. I was like, I'm like, oh, look, there's a cat. I'm like, hold on. Because at first I'm like, that's a cat that just might have lost some of its fur, you know, mange or whatever. Nope, no, it was definitely not it wasn't a freaking cat. And then I did that thing where I was like, I fucking just kind of dump out from the area. My friends are just like, you good? I'm like, no, dude, no. Did you see the size of that thing? What the fuck? Oh, man. The saddest part is that, like, I got a friend, his apartment is, like, right outside of a restaurant. So he deals with this constantly. And he's just so used to it. I'm like, I couldn't do that. Like, I'm pretty sure that he has it in him to where if he found one alive, he would just pick it up by its tail and, like, hold it like this and just, like, take it somewhere. Like, that's so wild to me. Like, oh, man, I just got skeeved out. Okay, whoa. Yeah, that was visceral. I don't know what just happened there, but my entire body just, like, had the shivers, where I was just like, nope. DP destruction. Hey, what's up? You guys could feed the squid to the rats and they'd get way stronger. Like squid? Like squid? Wait. Is this like... That sounds like some kind of, like, animated kung fu movie thing. Where it's like... radiated pizza... Or radiated squid eating rats. There we go. Um, middle age squid eating rats. No, I'm trying to do the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles thing. All right, fuck it. I give up. This brainstorm has ended. But what the hell did you mean by that? DP destruction. Does your name mean what I think it does? Every once in a while, somebody will pop in here. I'll just be like, okay, we need to address this. Oh yeah, 6 are a family, and they're all really see. Now that's the thing. If you have bonded cats, and like you have, what do they call a cavalcade of cats? A catfulcade. No, but like if you have a bunch of cats and they're all, you know, they all get along. That's the main difference. Like, fuck. I haven't been able to have, dude, we had 4 cats at one time, and they barely got along. That sucked. Oh, Rebecca, thank you for the kind $20. Appreciate that. Oh.
At Rebecca Green
I know
1827
that she
20
is,
Australian dollars. Send my love to my Aussie chickie babe uni, red heart
Oh.
emoji, unicorn emoji, rose emoji.
I definitely will. I think she's watching right now. She might be lurking, but I do know that she was talking to her mom. So when that happens, yeah, you know, gotta give her some time. All right. I've grabbed a wild rat bare hand. Oh, so why? So you've grabbed a wild rat barehanded while you lived at your dad's. I had my you had my shepherd scare it over to me. Then I Minecraft. You're kind of hardcore. Yeah, you are. Like, that's crazy. That's something I could never do. Let's see, because I've gotten better though. Let's be real. Because mice, I can do mice now. I used to not be able to do mice, dude. When I first moved into my first apartment, I will never forget the first time we had a mouse. My roommate, like we were in the kitchen just putting some stuff away, and this mouse jumps out from like underneath the counter. My roommate just looks at it. He's like, huh. Kind of like keeps putting stuff away. I'm like, we're not going to freak out about that, or we're not going to investigate any of this. He's just like, well, yeah, we should figure out how it got in here, but what, you're really freaked out by it? I'm like, yeah. I'm like, the thing's going to like go somewhere else in the house. Like, there could be a nest. Like, what are we doing? Sure as shit, we did find a nest. And yeah, that was, thank God, that was one of those moments where it's like, thank God I live in an apartment. Holy shit. Because yeah, they kind of informed us that, oh, this is the price to do your apartment, but then when they found them in other apartments, then we were off the hook. I was like, thank you. Man, had to go through that with frickin'. Like, they found roaches at one of my neighbor's apartments below us at one point, and they did the same thing, where they're just like, we got to bug bomb the entire place. I was just like, what? Again? That's how you know that you're living in some of Chicago's best right there. I am okay with any animal except roaches. Dude, roaches are... I don't understand the people that are okay with them. Like, I had a friend... He, like, I didn't see him do this. He just told me about it, where he woke up one day and he was like, yeah, I was a little itchy, and then I saw that I had like some roaches crawling on me. I went into the kitchen and I saw like, 3 or 4 of them just walking around. I was like, if you saw 3 or 4 of them, then your entire apartment is probably infested. Sure as shit. It's exactly what happened. But then it dawned on me where I'm like, wait, you were just letting these things crawl on you? He's like, yeah. Yeah, I kind of grew up like that. I'm like, oh, that's right. And then it hit me where I was like, damn, dude. Oh, that's wild. And like, I didn't want to say anything because he grew up in very poor conditions. So, Yeah, you definitely. It makes you think. Jesus saves you 20% on 20% off on circumcisions. But, man, you missed a good Jesus discussion yesterday, Alberto. It was one of the better ones. Alrighty. Also, Joe Med, what up? Hope you're doing well. As you guys file in here, and if you're just joining us and haven't already hit the like button, please do. Helps get the stream to other people and get it out there earlier, the better, because then, you can, consistent viewership. There we go. Save big money on circumcision seminars. Hey, you don't get to do that without Vampire here. Vampire's the one that does the big money at Menards bit. It is hilarious, I'm not gonna lie. It is very, very funny. And damn it, if that reply where it's like, couldn't save that marriage, but you can still save big money at Menards. So this is one of the funniest damn comments I've had in this damn chat. Not trying to play favorites, but that one stuck. I still giggle about that sometimes, where I'm just sitting there randomly like that. When they confirmed that it was they were dead serious. When they said that they were dead serious that they had lost that their wife had left them, that was so funny. I heard a divorce lawyer say it was lucrative when Trump won. Oh yeah. No, it totally was. Yeah, because you had a lot of women that were just like, I'm not doing this anymore. Screw this. Also, welcome back, Fragile White Masculinity. Yeah, no, I could totally see, like, so many women just being like, a third time? Like, come the fuck on, dude. And then just being like, no, I did marry a kind of like a sack of shit. Although, from my understanding, COVID was like the first start of a lot of that. Where, like, so many people just started figuring out where it's like, after spending an extended amount of time with my significant other, it turns out that I just don't like them. It's like, which, you know what? Good. That's fine. Wait a minute. Wait. I just realized. I think I might actually be able to run for city council next election. Because there's an opening coming. Apparently, highway commissioner. We'll talk about that a little bit in the future here. What? Okay, don't joke. No. I just got an update about it. I mean, I put in not an application necessarily, but I put in for email updates on if any positions became available through our county board. So I would like to either work for the village or the county. But screw it, man. I kind of thought about this. I'm not happy with the way that a lot of stuff is being run. Fuck it. I might as well, like, make it known why. I have a platform. I have a bigger platform than, most people do, which can help me. So it's going to be interesting, though, having some local news stories about a stoner YouTuber fucking running for a city highway commissioner appointment. But hey, you know what? Fuck! I found out that they make it. I think it was like $108,000 a year, $108,000. Yeah, that's fucking nuts. And they only have to meet like a handful of times throughout the year. It's crazy. Also, yeah, we wasted a lot of money on stuff because this is why I selected highway commissioner specifically, is because I knew that she had a scandal, because she really is that bad. And then she went on a podcast recently and she exposed that, like, she's been misappropriating funds and just overall how she has not been showing up to the meetings, which right there, she should lose her position. Local streamer PepTalks wants to get high on commissioner. Go hard for profits. What's up, man? Good to see you. Been a minute. Hope you had a good, wasn't? You were here like last week, right? Well, welcome back. Appreciate you being here. By the way, guys, if you do want to join the conversation, and I don't know, we're kind of just chilling chilling right now. Oh shit! I just realized 58. Okay, hold on. What's her name? That I will not go into. I don't want to start nothing, even though she is a public figure and the thing is public. But yeah, I don't want to dox myself. This is the whole reason I didn't even really want to run for a local position. Is because essentially I have to dox myself a little bit. You know, because yeah, I live in a pretty big city, but once you start narrowing it down by like township or, you know, village or something like that, that could turn into something a little, you know, problematic. So wait, will you have to wear suits? No, I would not have to wear suits. I would just have to dress up a little bit. Like I would wear a collared shirt. I'd wear a soft collared shirt. I'd go like Sam Cedar with it. Hello all. Had to help a friend with her daughter's hair emergency before I could join chat. Oh, that's right. Yeah, I forgot about that. Uni superhero. The superhero. I like that. Hey, Uni. Should do something with that. Also, everybody welcome Uni into chat. That's my lovely wife. Hope you guys are... Hope you guys are nice to her, and if you're not, then I'm gonna be mean to you. Gonna fix it tomorrow, but at least the teenager is calm now. Good. Well, yeah, I know that you said that she was freaking out, so I'm glad that you were able to calm her. Never lived with roaches, glad to say. Yeah. Unfortunately, I had one little incident where I was just like, oh, crap. So, nipped that in the bud, though. Still stressful as hell. It really is. There's nothing more stressful because, like, in Chicago, you can just track them in through, like, if you go to a concert or something and you go through, like, a back alley, just, man, don't make the same mistake that I did because I broke my own rule. I took my shoes inside. Just don't ever do that. And if you, like, my mom used to be pretty... you know, on top of this stuff. My mom used to make, like, anytime I came home from a concert, she'd make me put my my shoes in a bag. And that's why. So, because, yeah, the eggs, dude, once you realize how quickly these things can spread and how the eggs don't get demolished when you walk on them, it's insane. Like, you realize why these things will outlive us, like, after the apocalypse. Like, it is crazy how effective they are as a species. He went to go get highlights, instead ended up ginger with no highlights. I'm so gonna recolor it tomorrow. Oh, so I'm gonna recolor it tomorrow. Oh dear, toner. Yeah, Uni is definitely the person to go to for hair corrections. This is why, you know, dude, she's very good at what she does. She's very, very good at what she does. If anything, you know, I don't want to blow up your spot there, hon. So I'll just say you're very good at what you do. It's about too late. Oh my God, you were going into like the finer technicalities of this. I'll let you go into that one with, you know. I'll keep this one between you guys. Alrighty, well, we're at the 1 hour mark, so first things first, hit the like button, follow, sub, all that stuff. If you haven't already followed over on Twitch, please do, because, yeah, Friday nights we do Twitch shows. Come and check those out. Man, oh man, you just gotta love, like, This YouTube algorithm thing that's been happening with me. Yeah, I got to talk a little bit about that today. That was really nice. I'll just say this. I feel a lot better about where I'm at. So if I get down on myself, just remind me I'm doing okay. You guys, I give you guys permission to tell me I'm doing okay. Because you know what? I need that reminder. Bro, you ever tried to milk a dingo? Not fun. No, I have not, because I'm not from Australia. Although we do have some Australians, in chat here, so... I don't know. Have you guys ever tried to milk a dingo? Rebecca, is that a thing? You guys milk Wait, do you guys actually milk dingoes? Now I'm gonna have to actually ask. Crap. My God, is that a thing? Oh, by the way, guys, check this shit out. Look at a boo-boo. No, for real though. So like right here. Come on, where is it? Show it. You see that? You see your boo-boo. Dude, so I was ripping the little guy yesterday. I pulled the slide out, and at one point, I didn't even see it. The cherry had broken up, and it, like, fell on my arm, and I didn't realize it, like, before I, like, did the slide. So, like, I'm sitting there, like, kind of hurts, and I'm in the middle of smoking, and then I pull it, I'm like, oh my God. And I realized that, like, my skin was burning. I was just like, what the fuck? Yeah, that sucked. They are technically dogs. Milk a dingo? I don't think so. Oh, they're dogs? I didn't know that. You milk them all the time. I don't know what... I live in Canada and ship the dingoes over. Some gray market stuff. Come visit in Manitoba. Manitoba? Yeah, look at you. I've been to Manitoba. You know what Manitoba has a lot of? Warehouses. I was shocked at how many damn warehouses that place has. There we go. Some really good jerky, though. I would argue some of the best jerky I've ever had in my life I had in Manitoba. Stan heard milking dingoes, and he's like, yeah, I'm out. Yep. He's just like, I'm not doing this. 4 apple cider donuts in 2 days. These were a problem. Oh. Wait, you finished them? Okay, good. Well, I knew you wanted that last one. That's why I left it up there for you. Hey, I'm glad that you enjoyed them. We'll go get more. It's okay. All right. Oh man, the amount of shirts and PJ pants I had with tiny holes in them from Ashburns. Yeah, I have a lot of those, like on my hoodies and stuff. I think I got one on one of this one. Not sure. Yeah. Either way, yeah, no, this one, it was kind of weird. It must have been burning for a second though, because it's a proper burn. I kind of I feel like I have that, when somebody's trying to be a badass and they're just like, uh-huh, and they put the cig out. You ever seen that in real life? I unfortunately have. We have this, RFK likes this place called Steak and Shake, right? We had a few of those, like, in the Chicago suburbs as I was growing up, and they used to let you smoke inside. And I just remember hanging with these guys in high school, and at one point that he was trying to impress this girl, and he was just like, yeah. She was like, what the fuck? And he's just like, it's okay. I don't even feel it. And she was just like, that's disgusting, and now it stinks. And, you saw him kind of go, like, oh, she doesn't think this is cool. So he kind of, abandoned ship. The Rise hoodie has... Oh, that's the one. I was about to say, yeah, your Rise one has the one where you drop the J. Yeah, it's a perfect little circle. Yeah. Yeah, you also did the... So on our old couch that we used to have, you did the same thing where it, had the perfect circle on the... in the couch. Good times. Oh, no. Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, that is one thing that, because we like to do like little J's just throughout the, our time. So yes, you did. Yes. One of my favorite ones where you're just like, ah! we're just in the middle of smoking, and then we're like, you're smoking. Nothing was funnier though, and also bad. Like, this sucked. So my buddy, when I was like 15, he was wearing a hoodie and he had a Zippo. And at one point, he spaced out and he did the thing. It's like every freaking stoner's nightmare, where he did the Zippo and like he ignited it and it was in his hoodie pocket, and you just watched his pocket go, and he like, that shit was. Watching your friend just be on fire for a hot second there, you're just like, did that just happen? What the hell did you just do? And that was another thing, because like we didn't initially like figure it out, where we're just like, what the fuck happened? Like, this was before cell phones, so it's not like a cell phone battery like exploded or anything in his pocket. He's just walking behind us, and then you just see him fucking, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. He singed his eyebrows too. That was so fucking funny. We got back to his house and his mom asked him what happened. He's explaining that that he is very stupid. That was one he couldn't even like make up an excuse. Like, there was like, because what was he gonna say? We were smoking cigs? Like, that was not, no. I mean, yes, we were, but yeah, man. It was just so funny to watch him talk to his mom, and he did this, and you just watched like a fucking like little ash mark just go, and his eyebrows just kind of singed off. It's like, oh boy, that's gonna take a minute. When my hair was short, I would constantly singe my bangs without noticing it, and they would fall. Yeah, I've done that. I've lit my hair on fire a few times. The Shapiro look. A little bit, yeah, like when he initially did it, because it was just like this streak of ash. Oh, man. Good times being a really dumb teenager and having to explain like why you did something so stupid. Like, I remember when I had to walk home because my bike got stolen, and it's because I was stupid. I didn't listen to my dad. He told me to take the bike chain. I didn't take the bike chain. Well, I singed my brows off being too close to a fire for too long when you were in the Girl Scouts. You're out there looking like freaking, oh god, what's her face? Doesn't have the eyebrows right now. Oh my god. Like, she's super famous because of it. This is how you know that I'm just like out of pop culture pretty much. My hair still does that, but it's long bits that, yeah, see, the worst one that I ever had was where I wasn't paying attention, and I just like at one point, you might even be able to see it a little bit, because like the whole bottom part of my hair just fucking fell off, and I had just like this little short piece flying in front of me for a while. Whoops. Been learning to cook in the oven and all my finger hair is gone. That'll happen. That will happen. Actually, yeah, no, I've had some pretty bad experiences with cooking oil this summer. I don't know why, but this is the first time, like, I've never had a problem with like cooking oil ever. Like, and then this summer, for some reason, it's just, it will not fucking work with me, and then I'll go to fucking cook. I'll put my food down and just everywhere, man. You know, I lower the heat and everything. Still doesn't work. Most of them have bleached their brows, and it looks stupid. I lightened mine once, never again. All our food is trying to kill us. Well, right now, I'm feeling that, man. I'm definitely feeling that. Like, I'm lucky right now, too, because I can tell I think I got it all out of my body. My body is now rebounding. I finally feel like, I don't know. I kind of feel normal. I don't feel sick like I did before. So we're trying. The trick was to drop it away from you, bottom first. That's what I do. Bottom first, yeah. Away from, yeah. And then just drop it down, like kind of plant it down. No, I don't know why. Maybe it's because this only happens when I'm doing like my outdoor grilling and I have like a flat top, and yeah, the oil just fucking. What up, Mouse? How's it going? Oh, I'm telling you, man. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, okay. Oh, hold on, Uni. Uni needs to smoke real quick, guys. Hold on. Then we'll get to the politics side of the show. Give Uni a mic. Later. Later, guys. I know you guys are itching to have Uni on stream. I appreciate that. All right. Let's do politics. It's time. Actually, before I turn the music off. What the hell? Why is this not working? Shit. Sorry, guys. I'm gonna have to reset this. Oh, fuck it. I'll go through here. Excuse me. All right. Yep, that's what I have to do. I gotta reset through here. There we go. Man. I just love when it doesn't want to cooperate with me. Here, we'll go to theater mode. All right, guys. Let's cover some news. So first, what I like to do is I like to cover some random stories that you guys may not have heard about. So first, did you know that there was a masked terror suspect going around? And here's the thing. It's like he was wearing like a baby mask. And at some point, this woman like roundhouse kicked him. Yeah. This is a news story, folks.
Police in Philadelphia are searching for a masked man investigators say has been terrorizing people. And we have some new video of one instance where the man is seen running after a woman. ABC's Armando Garcia has more from another person who came up close to that suspect and tried to fight him off.
This disturbing video showing a masked man chasing after a runner around 5:30 a.m. near City Hall in Philadelphia last Wednesday. Police say the man in a Chucky-style Halloween mask taunted the woman.
He's holding a cell phone up in front of her, at which time he asks her, "Are you ready to die?"
The runner was able to get away after police say the man, who they believe is between 16 and 20 years old, abruptly changed his direction and ran into a rail station. Police say the man chased several people within a 15-minute span. One woman told our ABC station in Philadelphia she spotted the man approaching a runner who was wearing headphones.
Okay, this is serious.
I tried to wave at her across from the intersection and say, "Hey, there's someone behind you."
Jamaica, who asked not to use her last name, says the man then turned his attention to her. Jamaica says she screamed for help, kicked him in the chest, and was prepared to try to fight him off.
He just seemed so disoriented about
she
what
just
his
kicked him in the
goals actually
chest.
were.
Just,
like, I had bags. He wasn't reaching for those. It didn't seem like he had a clear
She's a
goal
badass.
to actually get in La Colombe to do anything. So I was like, okay, well, let's see if you can fight. And he couldn't.
Police believe the man attempted to antagonize at least 6 people, including men and employees at nearby businesses, and indicated he had a weapon, but witnesses have not reported seeing one.
If caught, police say the suspect is facing multiple charges, including terroristic threats, simple assault, and intimidation. Armando Garcia, ABC News, New York.
We'll see if he actually finds him. I'm sure you guys have seen this. Number one, if you haven't seen the actual like Amazon drones, this shit is wild. Like here's one in action working normally, right? But also, these are how loud these fucking things are. That is so ineffective. God, that is so ineffective. Well, here is... It's kind of proven how ineffective it is. This is hilarious. Just right in the pool. All right, that's pretty funny. All right, guys. Buckle in. We're doing it. First, we're going to cover the Trump Superstore, the Superstore MAGA. This was in Tennessee. Me and my wife actually passed this place. Not too... What was it? Oh, Jesus, that was almost 2 years ago, but yeah. It's due to lack of shoppers. Yep. The store is located on the Interstate 40 near Knoxville, Tennessee. Its exterior has a massive Trump billboard and banners. Yep. Oh, they also have like billboards all over that. It's very like southern, USA, where it's just like, next exit, Trump Superstore MAGA. Next exit. Or actually, it's usually like 3 or 4 exits, but yeah. Just giant billboards. The shop is now selling off its remaining inventory at 50% off discount. It is going out of business. Good. B-roll. Made Israel great again. Dude, that's not the win you think it is. Oh my God. Like, that's a troll right there, dude. The girl that reported that they did not know what they she was wait. There was wait. Story published in Knoxville News claimed that it was shutting down because he was retiring or moving south. Oh yeah, so the employees were they're like, "What the hell are you talking about?" It's like, "No, because nobody comes here. Like that's why we're closing." The girl that reported that did not know what she was talking about. Hayes reportedly says, "I'm not retiring." Really? Can you hide that? Yeah, there we go. I'm not retiring, not moving down, but we own 2 condos in Naples. Yes, I'm old and I'm 80, and I do own condos and other businesses. I don't know why the hell she said I was 80 anyway. Oh, because that's what she thinks of you, dude. Like, why is the big, like, deal that you're 80? Like, what the fuck? More south than Tennessee, okay, Right. Well, here's the thing, guys. If you have any attention to, or have been paying any attention to my stream for the past year, you know that I have my own Trump store. I've had my own Trump store encounters. And I'll just give the quick recap. It all started before I even had this channel, where Lisa Fleischman, she would go comment by comment, and she would go and attack people that were trying to point out, hey, this is ridiculous. Like, she's, she does bad business, blah, 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 blah. Well, Lisa tried to push a whole bunch of shit, like, where she would put her stuff on sidewalks and she just ignores city ordinances. So it led to her getting evicted, which then she was like, that's not why I got evicted. It is. It's 1000% why she got evicted. She also has a extensive history of driving, like moving violations, which seems innocuous, but it's really not when you learn how many driving on a suspended license she actually has. Well, we can officially celebrate because that was not the first Trump store or only Trump store to be going out of business. There's actually another one apparently in America that's also going out of business, because while I was looking for the stuff for this story, I saw another one. Spot on voice impression, Pep. Thank you. I appreciate that. Here we go. So while I was live last night, this popped on. Wow, I just realized it was at 12:54, so it was like right before I ended stream. Closing the store. Libs won. Yeah, they did. All right, let's read some comments, shall we? Just a sneak peek of what's going to happen during the midterms. Dems, so much winning. MAGA tears are tasting sweeter by the day. When you close, everyone really everyone wins. Having some transportation issues. Free market, baby. Now, I know I read some of these last night because I do recognize some of these, but holy crap, man. Like, this last night was only at like maybe 100 comments. Like, dude, everybody cannot stand this woman, and I love it. I love it because, like, the thing is, she's gone so far out of her way to be such a nuisance and just an asshole to this, like, to everybody that points out that she's ridiculous. And then, sure as shit, you know, they're just mean to me. Everybody's just mean to me. Yeah, absolutely fucking ridiculous. Sorry to hear this. It's getting tough out there for celebrities, celebrity-themed stores. I had to recently close my Bill Cosby and P. Diddy store. Stay strong. Couldn't be because no one shopped there. No, it's the libs. You got your bye, Felipe. I always love this meme. Ah, fucking lizard. The Cubs W. Come on. They hate to see woke bitches winning. Oh, here we go. Who's this guy? The amount of joy this brought me should be illegal. I posted that last night. Good riddance. Just call up Trump and ask him if he'll help you. He's huge on helping his constituents. Haven't you seen the prices of everything? The tariffs, the safety of our food, and the U.S. exiting wars and free speech and lack of surveillance state? Surely he won't stand for libs winning against a true patriot like you. And while you're talking to him, try and get him to clean up that little incident with the cops. We must have some Democrat cops in CL for them to have done this to you. If you have daughters, he'll probably offer to babysit them as well, so you can work in the store. In the store he saves. Good luck, praise Trump and God, and thank you for your attention to this matter. You're gonna like for that one. That was a fire comment. Lisa, we've been reflecting upon your plight and would love to help you on your next endeavor. Oh, okay, yeah, I looked at this one. Justine Nancy, or Just Nancy. I feel like this is one of those scam pages, because, like, here, opening a business that only caters to a small portion of the population means that you've already limited your customer base. Subsequently, using your platform to market impulse buy tier buckets at a location with nearly no foot traffic was really a formula doomed from the start. We think that you should aim something for more broad appeal, with this post standing at 387 comments as of our writing. You certainly know how to draw attention. Perhaps you could use your voice for good, make positive changes instead of enemies. Friend, with love, Nancy and Howie. The fuck? Yeah, right. OMG. Yeah, trash trinkets. Is that what? No, tchotchkes. Oh, tchotchkes. Impulse buy tier tchotchkes. There we go. Cult capitalism isn't always successful. Thank God, no longer have to see that eyesore. Oh, dude, the fact that this guy lived near the fucking store had to suck. Because, yeah, she had the fucking inflatable Trump out pretty much all day. This whole brand is going out of business. Wait. Marjorie Taylor Greene used used to treat the red MAGA hat as part of her uniform. She wore one inside the House chamber during President Biden's 2024 State of the Union, turning one of our constitutional rituals into something resembling a souvenir kiosk. I mean, yeah, let's not forget that. Jank. On Monday, the former Congresswoman shared a photograph of a Tennessee Trump superstore with a going out of business sign out front. I can't remember the last time I saw someone wearing a MAGA hat or a Trump shirt, she said. When Marjorie Taylor Greene starts wondering where all the MAGA hats went, even a Republican Party trained to ignore uncomfortable evidence should take notice. Her observation may also help explain one of the stranger features of Trump's second term. As his supporters become less willing to display his name, Trump appears more determined to put it on public buildings, plazas, and anything that stays still long enough for someone to actually to attach gold lettering. The Tennessee store sits along Interstate 40 near Knoxville, where enormous Trump billboards and banners make it almost impossible to mistake for a Pottery Barn. There is also a brick outhouse labeled the Democrat Superstore, apparently, because apparently the billboards did not sufficiently convey the owner's politics. Now the remaining merchandise is 50% off. The owner, William Hayes, confirmed that he is closing because customers stopped coming. An employee said families worried about groceries and electric bills no longer had money left for Trump shirts. Part of the personal responsibility says the party of responsibility, personal responsibility says what? No support from MAGA. See, now that was the thing that really got me, is I started thinking about this last night. I had a feeling that this could be her trying to get people to come and support her, because that's what she did last time. It was literally like about a year ago, where she said, I'm closing the store because not enough people are coming, and I thought that they were gonna come and they were gonna hang out and this was gonna be a successful venture. I did this for you people. A Trump store in 2026 is 11 years too late. Yeah, no shit. All right, so thoughts and prayers. We need to start a GoFundMe for this great American who has no income due to her store closing and having to deal with her local police who she's going to sue. This is sad. You were doing so good with sales. Where are you located? Nowhere now. Dude, that's such fire. Let's all pour one out for the fact that we won't be able to be entertained by this dude and their daily rants. I'll definitely miss the entertainment. Yeah, I'm kind of right there. Like, yeah. When I want to go and buy everything I can prior, very sorry. What kept you from buying before now? Who doesn't love a good closeout sale? Who said I haven't been there? Wait, the dumpster will be full soon. It was always meant for a landfill anyway. Dude, these comments are fire. Spider-Man fan, do you like people? Yeah, overall I do like people. I also like the fact that you're a Spider-Man fan. That's cool. I'm also a Spider-Man fan. All right, I keep seeing all these MAGA merch stores closing. I love that for them. No! Was it the tariffs on all the China merchandise that caused this? Yes! Wait, how did the libs win? Why are you closing? Dude, I like how people are just like, wait, hold on. Lisa will be missed. Lisa gone, but not forgotten. The thing is, apparently, like, they're saying that she might, like, try to go to a different store, or she'll show up to, like, local events with, like, a tent or some shit. I was just like, I don't know if that's a good idea for her. In all honesty, the reason that why your store is not doing good is people are waking up. You're not the only store that is closing. There are other Trump stores in Alabama and Tennessee closing as well. Some Trump supporters feel deceived. I see videos of it all the time. I have talked personally with people who voted for Trump in 2024, and they tell me that they are staying home during the midterms and during 2028's presidential election. And if the Democrats win, it's because Trump went back on a lot of his promises. So maybe do some reflecting and talk to people calmly in real life. The Trump store in Somonauk, Illinois is doing fine. How often do you shop there? Nice. Somonauk. Fuck, I don't even know where that is. Lisa, the liberals had nothing to do with your store having to close. The market spoke and Trump merchandise isn't selling. You made the choice to sell Trump-branded merch. That was not a good decision. Typical MAGA, though, always blaming us for your shortfalls. But don't quit. I'm a Marine, and I was taught to adapt and overcome. Why not look at doing company brand merch or custom tees? Don't give up. Despite my criticism, I'm a bleeding heart liberal, and even though I disagree with your politics, I want you to be successful. You know what? Aw. True bleeding heart. Look at that. Why not? So sorry. No, hell no. No way. No. Lisa, can I please buy 2 signs featured on the back wall of this ad? I'll pay cash. Howard, I just love them. The fuck? It's that Just Nancy fucking account again. Huh. This is all on you, Lisa. You chose poorly when you decided to open a store that sells stuff for felonious Obsessive user who protects pedos. Also, you're a massive hypocrite selling your blue back the blue merch when you clearly do not. Sorry to hear. Check messages. All right, and then here is the local news picking it up. Which fuck Shaw Local, by the way. The Northwest Herald used to be a free, like, dude, now they're like paywalling everything, and Shaw Local is a hardcore Republican group when Northwest Herald used to just be a fucking local newspaper. But here, we got some comments. Let's go to the comments. Whoop, whoop. Chris Lake just got an upgrade. She'll be saying that in November too. Get used to it. Anyone know if she carries Trump toilet paper? I'm fresh out in the prices these days. Would love to buy some liquidation discount. Toilet paper and liquidation in the same sentence. Kind of funny. Did the Motley Crue tour bus pick her back up? I imagine she's been waiting for Fitz to come back since 1987. Just wondering what exactly do libs win? Is the Ronald Reagan store still open? Spirit Halloween opening soon. It's a great business to report on. Check it out. I mean, it is a great business to report on. I will say that much. It is hilarious. Where will I buy my gag gifts? Good for Crystal Lake. Who would have thought? Oh, that's hilarious. 2 separate people. Same meme. Oh no. Anyway, that was given just a matter of time. Awesome news. I guarantee nobody saw this coming again. Dude, hell yeah. How does this happen during the golden age? Yep. Big win for Crystal Lake. It was an eyesore. Is this the only shirt she owns? I swear to God, I've asked that same thing where it's just like, wait a minute, how many tube tops can you have? Bye-bye. She said she'll be back. Yeah, that's what I'm telling you. She's gonna make her fucking return. I've actually been to the shop before just because I was curious, and she was nice in the beginning until she found out that I didn't vote for Trump, and then she asked me to leave. Yep. Yeah, as I said, like, she's literally the worst type of person. Sits there faking like, we're so nice and accepting. Why can't we just discuss politics? And then literally you're just like, I don't like Trump. It's just like, get out. Just leave. Just leave. Why was there a warrant out for her arrest? I saw that she was arrested. She missed her court date. Surprise, surprise. Trump, truth, and don't. They both in the same sentence. State of Illinois. One with that one. Yeah, they did. Keep it going and win in the fall elections. All right, Glenn. Good luck with that. I love the deflection. I thought it was closed. It should be, but who knows what's going on. Trump must be involved. Yeah, right. These idiots. There's a great video of her getting busted in the Spring. I knew it was Spring Hill Mall's parking lot, as if momentarily suggest. Oh yeah. And then after flashing a huge wad of cash, as if momentarily suggesting a bribe. Browser search her name and traffic stop. Oh yeah, dude. Yeah, actually, we should just watch. Let's watch. Let's do that. Because why not? In honor of Lisa getting arrested. Let's go for it. After we read some more comments. No, Lady Truth wins. What about 2028? Trump 2028. I was thinking Eric Trump and Barron Trump. Blah, 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 blah. Funny you think he's going to survive that long. Come 2028, I will be laughing with all my head off at all throat. What? If I wanted to hear a MAGA woman's opinion, I'd ask your husband or your pastor. Oh, damn. Bye-bye cultist, hateful freak. Trump store in Hebron closed. Huge sign closed due to lack of police protection. Passed it yesterday. Funny how someone can blame someone else, the cops this time. They always blame everybody but themselves. The thing is, they cannot conceptualize that people will, they just will not show up for them. I do love that. Okay. Well, you know what? Let's bring up her arrest.
That, like, the whole thing being rattled. But I don't know, I think they do have to move, don't they? I thought there was a reason.
I don't know if they have to, but they definitely
She's just sitting here yucking it up
want
with the cop.
Have to.
Yeah, I don't think they have to, but I think they want to.
Yeah, well, because they made it, before it was tax-free.
Yeah.
Which is weird, too.
Yeah.
It's not owned by the city. It's
She literally just, like, comes across as a fucking, like, drunk mom.
owned by...
What do you mean? What do you mean? My box wine is just fine for me. My box wine is in the back seat. I'm just fine.
Right.
Oh, her and RFK. Could you imagine them fucking? Ugh.
Why would that be
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
tax-free?
I don't know.
I know, so, yeah, it's just bringing more awareness
They have a baby and it's just fucking Mars attacks.
to people, I think. That's all it is. But, yeah, it'll be interesting to see what they do. It'll be interesting.
Yeah.
I don't know, yeah.
Okay.
Like construction.
Yes.
Hey, I went there for something, and I couldn't believe right there. Never maintained it. You can't have that and that. No one.
At this point in time, you are under arrest.
All right. Here we go. Here we go.
Court, you know.
Yeah, this is where it's at.
The bad news. You have
All right. Hey, Lisa. I hate to be the bearer of bad
a
news.
warrant for your arrest out of DuPage County. Okay. They hold a valid warrant with no bond. Okay. So I do need you to step out. You will be placed under arrest. Okay. So at this point in time, you are under arrest. Please comply with us. I'd like you to step out. You're going to be handcuffed. One of these nice officers, okay?
What? Here we go.
So you are under arrest for a warrant. Okay? So please step
I
out.
never got any information on it.
Okay, well, DuPage just holds a valid warrant, okay? So please step out
Damn,
of the car.
Pep. That just ain't right.
For what?
So I will have to say, by policy, if you do not step out of the car, we will use force, okay? So please just step out of the car so I can place you under arrest, okay? So you are under arrest at this point.
And then what happens now?
You're going to go down to DuPage County.
Are you freaking kidding?
Yeah. So please
Just mouth agape.
step out of the car, okay?
And then I'm going to be in a jail cell?
I don't know. I'm not. This is not DuPage.
Like-
This is Kane.
Oh my God!
Please step out of the car. I'm begging you. Please step out of the car.
I can't. I have to lock up my car.
Okay, we will lock it up, but right now I need you.
You
to
know,
step out. I need you to step. Lisa,
I'm getting my money.
you don't need your money. Then.
Well,
There's no. It's a no bond warrant. You're not gonna have it.
It's a no bond warrant. That was her insinuating that, yeah, I'm getting my money.
Leave your money in there, okay? You're gonna have
Fucking
your keys.
like
We're gonna lock
flashing
your
it
car
at the
for-
cop, just like, what do you think, huh? Oh my effing God.
Okay. You're gonna be handcuffed behind your back, so you are under arrest. Okay.
Can I call my daughter?
Not right now.
Hold on to that
Not right
stuff
now.
for you until
You can call him at the PD, okay? I promise.
But that's like an hour
Okay.
drive.
Can you
Yep.
get her, please? Thank you.
Siri. Let's take it off the pause. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, DuPage County holds a valid warrant, okay?
Yep.
For what?
Did she just try to bribe
I did
him?
a little high. Is that too high
Not
for you?
overtly. That's the reason that she's not getting charged with bribery, but she did, like, that was one of those ones where it's like she was hoping, where it's just like, how much you got there?
Good, because I'm trying to watch for your watch, okay?
Oh
Is there a privilege accent? I mean, she's definitely got a little bit of like what I would call the privilege accent.
It's all recorded on all body cams right now.
122. I have a J595.
Unbelievable.
Cover up those tube socks hanging on nails, Lisa.
Okay, can one of you guys search her, please? I'll take that.
Oh my God.
Are you okay?
What did I do?
Are you okay if one of the officers
Her oranges and tube socks.
parks your car in a legal parking spot? Because this is not a legal parking
Yeah,
spot.
that's fine. Yes.
Okay. Do you need your wallet? Do you have your...
Are you kidding me? This hurts. This hurts.
Yeah, they're not supposed to be comfortable.
I have done nothing to break a law.
Okay.
Well, I don't know what the
I can fit a whole
I
finger.
know exactly where they're
I
at.
didn't do anything.
Okay. All right.
All right, Lisa, this officer's going to do a search
Yeah,
on
so
you.
if you guys didn't know, Spring Hill Mall is like in the town where I like used to where I grew up. So
For this to go on the media.
can't wait for this to go on media. Yeah.
Oh my
Yeah.
God.
I'm
this
so glad that it
hurts.
did.
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me right now?
I don't know why though, guys. Like just watching her downfall has been nothing but pure entertainment to me.
Get the sheriff on the I want to talk to the sheriff
Lisa,
right now.
stop.
Get this thing off of me.
Lisa.
Oh my God, this fucking hurts.
Lisa?
This fucking hurts.
Well, Lisa, you're...
No, I'm not doing anything.
Okay, I need you
It's
to...
like, yeah,
my
you keep
God.
doing
Lisa?
Get this
this.
thing off of me. You have no idea what this feels like.
Okay, just search her
Get
right
the
here.
sheriff.
Search
I
her
want
right
the
here.
sheriff on right now. This better be recorded. All of this.
I mean, it's very
No,
much
I've
recorded.
tried that before, and there was and
Very,
the video
very
all
much
of a sudden
recorded.
went away.
It's recorded.
Yeah,
This is entertaining. Oh, this is pure entertainment.
right. Needs to go away.
It's recorded.
Also good to know that the Seville cops are exactly what I thought they were.
Once we get...
Seville cops have always been notorious assholes, by the way.
Lisa, once we get to the police department,
Oh
you can
my
have
God,
the handcuffs...
It hurts.
Okay.
Everybody who grew up like in the Dundee
Stop.
area
I'm
knew
not
not to
doing
fuck
anything.
with
It hurts
Seville.
right now.
Stop
Because they
tensing up, okay?
are
I'm
just
not even
assholes,
moving.
dude.
You just
Oh
moved.
my God! Oh my God! Get this thing off of me!
Lisa,
I
relax.
swear
You're
to
not being
God,
an
it
asshole to
hurts.
her.
Lisa, stop.
Are you f***ing kidding me?
The guy being like, I like your stickers.
Lisa.
I am not driving an hour like this.
It's not an hour. We're going to the Carpentersville Police Department.
She's like, oh.
Okay, Lisa, we need to
You
search your
ever
other side.
Put this on you?
Okay.
Have you ever put this on you?
Yes, we have to do that.
Oh my
Yes.
God!
Lisa, stop. Lisa, Lisa.
Oh my God! Get this off of me! Oh my God! I give a shit! Get this thing loose! Get it loose right now! I swear to God! I swear to God! I will do the shit out
The
of you!
Alert One commercials.
Oh my God!
Oh, she does kind of sound like her.
All good?
I'm
Alright, can
not
we put her in
even
the car?
That's funny.
moving. Oh my God!
Whoever said the Affleck duck, I think you also nailed that. She would definitely be a ringer for the
All right, we're gonna put
Affleck
you in the
duck.
car. Okay, let's go.
Oh my God! What the f is wrong with you people?
Okay,
This is what you f***ing do for f***ing money.
okay.
You
Please-
guys are
Please
f***ed
sit down.
Just remember, she sells back the blue stuff.
Fucked up.
Please sit
Oh
down.
my God!
Please sit down.
Oh my God!
Sit,
Oh
Lisa.
my God! Oh my God! Oh my God!
Thank you for sitting down.
Ah! Ah! Oh my God! It hurts so bad! Ah!
Oh my God. Yeah, I don't think she was gonna. So, can you repark the car?
See, that's
Here's a
crazy
key.
to me right there. The fact that they parked the car when she had an active warrant. You do understand that, like, for anybody else, this would have been an impound situation. Anybody else. Like, this is why I like this. This is why I'm glad that they did have to release this video, because now I want them to comment on why they don't impound her car. You know what? I should reach out for comment from their media relations department. Tow away? Yeah, absolutely. Because I should also do it like under the auspice of just being like, hey, so I saw this video. Is this just like not happening anymore? Because I want to know like why when because I'll just say this. I've been pulled over by that same police force. I have had my car towed because I was I might have had something in my car, and this was before we had it legal in our state of Illinois. So this was a little bit one of those situations.
Oh my God. Okay. Oh, just park it in a spot, please.
The fact that they're not searching the car. The fact that they didn't search her either, or ask her if she has any weapons on her or anything like that. They just assume.
Actually, no. I'm gonna put the window down. That's probably a better idea. Is it not starting? Okay, hey Lisa.
I can't breathe in here. It's so hot.
Okay.
Are you f***ing kidding me? It's so hot in here.
So your car's not starting? Is there
Everything's a
a way
problem.
to start it or no?
Can you open the door?
Put it in neutral. Push it. Yeah, we can find. Okay, the door's open now.
What is wrong with you people?
Okay.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Well, we're not doing this, okay?
I'm ready to fall off.
Okay.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Stop, Lisa.
Why did you put these on so tight?
Who is Lisa? She's the owner of the Trump store that
What is wrong with you?
is in the Chicago suburbs.
Okay, just lock the car. We're done. Lock the car. Lock the car.
I took a trip out there when I went to one of the protests. And yeah, as I said, I've had a history like back and forth with her for a little while, ever since she had her first store and she announced her closing. The only reason that I care is because she was such an asshole. I mean, she was that much of an asshole going back and forth with people in her comment section, where I remember like talking about like, I hope you don't have a daughter. I remember that at that time, she was pretending that she wasn't divorced. Like I found out some shit about her where I was just like, oh damn. And then, yeah, she has gone out of her way to make herself a public pariah. Like I said, at one point, I remember me and my wife, we went to the suburbs to go like to a family thing. And there was like we went to like this like strip mall, right? And we saw her car out there and we were just like, oh, what in the actual fuck? And when we got to the like the checkout counter, the girl that was there, like, she told us the whole story about her, like how she's like a crazy lady that loves Trump, that had the Trump store, and I guess like at some point she also like used to pull a like one of those smaller, not U-Hauls, but you know what I mean, like one of those like it's just like one of those trailers. It was like a enclosed trailer to like carry her shit. And she used to like try to sell shit out of like random parking lots. Like if somebody like came up and said, hey, I like that, immediately she would drop the thing and just be like, well, do you want it? Like, dude, she just has no self-awareness. Business has been slamming, huh? Yeah, no kidding. No kidding. All right, well, that was fun. All right, let's cover this Melania Trump scandal that's about to blow up.
Melania Trump, the first witness called before the House Oversight Committee.
Melania clearly has information.
I never had a relationship with Epstein.
Accusing the First Lady
Yeah,
of
the
being
fact that she, like, we just kind of glossed over the fact that she came out. I never had the relationship with the Jeffrey Epstein. I never knew him that way. He did not bring me into country.
escort.
Doing a little more than modeling.
I'm not holding my breath. The Democratic Party is going to get accountability. Covering what the corporate media covers up.
What up, Ravy? Good to see you.
TikTok. Melania Trump says the Democrats
Good day.
over what she knows and what her relationship was with Jeffrey Epstein. This from Congressman Robert Garcia, who is saying Melania Trump will be the first witness called before the House Oversight Committee if and when Democrats retake the House of Representatives in November over what was her relationship with Jeffrey Epstein? Who did introduce Melania to Donald Trump? And what more does she know about Epstein and the president? Let me play this clip. This is from Congressman Robert Garcia being interviewed by independent journalist Katie Fang.
And one thing that you have pledged once the
Which, by the way, if you didn't know, Katie Fang is the one that put up the lawsuit for the Jeffrey Epstein victims that the judge reviewed and then gave the Trump administration an ultimatum where they were just like, you have to release this to the public. Otherwise, we're going to look at what we can do to start releasing this, because this is this is something that's in the public interest.
Democrats take the majority in November after successful midterms, are subpoenas to be issued. You mentioned that at the top of that list is a woman by the name of Melania Trump.
Jordan's looking better. Hope his back is better.
Do you think it's important to make sure that a subpoena or some type of investigative vehicle is chased?
Did I just lose stream? We good? Sorry, guys. One's in chat if you're still getting stream. I just got a black screen. Little F, we were all good. Okay, little F. Okay. Here. All right, we're back. It skipped for about 7 seconds. Yeah, my YouTube studio just literally like died. Okay, yeah, we're back. Okay. Whew. All right, thanks guys. Appreciate that. Thank you for letting me know.
Chased down to be able to talk to Melania Trump about the Epstein files?
Well, first, Republicans
scary.
have set a precedent that we can subpoena and talk to first ladies and former first ladies and family members of presidents, i.e. Hunter Biden and others. And so that precedent has been laid out. The Clintons, and we've seen it happen.
Yep.
Second, I mean, does anyone here across the country think that the first lady doesn't have additional information? I mean,
well, especially after that bizarre presser, but yes, I agree.
Press conference.
Yeah. To be clear, I never had a relationship with Epstein or his accomplice, Maxwell. I had never met Epstein and had no knowledge of his criminal undertakings.
She herself wants the investigation to move forward. I mean, she made that very clear.
She made that clear.
And so we're very interested.
By the way, it wasn't a hoax. Trump wants to call it a hoax, but she didn't say it was a hoax at all.
Exactly right. And I think there's no question that we want to talk to the First Lady. Melania clearly has information. There's a lot of speculation about who knew who when, who was introduced to who,
and how,
when, and how. And so I think those are valid questions. And I think that if Melania Trump wants real justice for the survivors, then she would work with us to try to get the truth.
Work with us to get to the truth. Yeah. And by the way, sorry to say, might not be popular.
She's missing? Not anymore. She popped up yesterday.
I'm not holding my breath. The Democratic Party is going to
I mean, the timing's not sus at all.
For Epstein victims.
It's almost like this happened last time, too, where they were just like, hey, where is Melania? And then she's just like, I am here. I've been here all along. I was hiding behind some of the interior plants inside the White House.
The Democrat.
I blend in very well.
Democratic Party to go after the Wall Street bankers who tanked the global economy 16 years ago. Obama didn't go after the bankers for the Wall Street fraud.
Yeah,
Obama also did not go after George W. Bush, Dick Cheney for.
Will anything actually come of this though?
The war criminals they are.
He thinks
the torture,
so, but
everything else related to Iraq. So Democratic Party, not a great track record on holding criminals before them in the Republican Party accountable.
Yeah.
Nonetheless, I want to describe specifically what Garcia is referring to because he kind of danced around. There's been some speculation about who introduced who, etc. He is referring to the Brazilian model Amanda Ongaro. That is the former friend of the Trumps who was married to that sleazy modeling agent, Paolo Zampoli. Remember a few months ago, she threatened the First Lady and the President with kind of dropping a dime on them, insinuating that Melania perhaps was introduced to Trump by Epstein. Well, in an interview Amanda Ongaro did with Courier News a couple months ago, she went further. She was asked, did you speak with Melania about your deportation and Zampoli's involvement? When and what was her reaction? That in reference to her being deported.
Oh, this is her going scorched earth because, her she got divorced and the guy just fucking called ice on her.
Administration as a favor, essentially, to Zampoli, who is a ambassador to Trump for some strange reason. Ongaro said, I tried to reach out to her through contacts who did have access to her. And based on what those contacts told me, she was aware of the situation, but did nothing, referring to her being held in an ICE detention center. Her reaction was one of indifference regarding what was happening to me. It seems to me that Melania, together with her husband, has a pact with
you were
Paolo
being
Zampoli.
Melania.
Paolo constructed a false
okay,
narrative claiming that he was the one who introduced Melania to her husband. And not only do I know this isn't true, but everyone knows it's not true. Authors note Melania and Zampoli have both denied this. I don't know what the specific agreement was behind the creation of this narrative, but Paolo was an associate of Epstein and they did business together. Amanda Ongaro went further soon after that, accusing the First Lady of essentially being an escort for Jeffrey Epstein, and Jeffrey Epstein being the one that introduced Melania to Donald Trump decades ago. Let me play a clip also. This is from independent journalist Tara Palmieri on a podcast. They too
You do understand that most of MAGA would 100% believe this if this was a Democrat, right?
talk about, they don't say it outright, but they kind of dance around this because Tara Palmieri has been reporting on the Epstein victims for a long time. And she, it seems, had spoken with Amanda before Amanda made this accusation.
It's true on at the inauguration. You know, Melania gets to bring one of her guests, and it was always Paolo. Paolo threw an inauguration party. I went to it actually for the first one, and he remained very close to Melania.
Is it Thunder out?
You know, Amanda has said that Paolo would. She's saying a lot of stuff.
She's saying a lot of stuff. Here's the thing. Tara and I have lawyers. We don't have those kind of lawyers. I want everybody to be watching and reading what Amanda is saying, that we can't today repeat. We were hopeful that she was going to be able to be with us today. She's been doing a lot of press. She was exhausted today. So as soon as she feels better, we'll have her on so she can say it in her own words. But there are some allegations that Melania was doing a little more than modeling for these folks, and that we'll get into that when we can.
Doing a little bit more than modeling for these folks. And again, I can't confirm it. I don't have any individual reporting that confirms the First Lady was an escort, so I want to make that clear. But this is what Amanda Ungaro suggested. She accused Melania of being an escort, and she said it was Jeffrey Epstein that introduced the Trumps. And by the way, her bizarre press conference that came in April out of nowhere.
God, it's been that long since she did that.
Even really being talked about related to Epstein, came in response to Amanda Ungaro making those threats on social media that I'm going to basically tell all about the Trumps, and she referred to Donald Trump as a pedophile. The press conference from Melania also came when it seems Melania and the White House had gotten notice from El País, the Spanish newspaper, that they were doing a expose on Paolo Zampoli, on Amanda Ungaro, and Melania.
Yeah, Amanda Ungaro is a horrible human being, by the way. The only reason that this is even a thing is because of what happened. Like, she's vindictive. She sucks.
Jeffrey Epstein.
Like, dude, she was like a Ghislaine Maxwell type for Ungaro, or for her husband, like, allegedly.
It seems El País had reached out to Melania Trump for comment about the story they were doing. And then, lickety split, she does this batshit bizarre random press conference saying, Jeffrey who? I didn't know Jeffrey Epstein. Ghislaine Maxwell? Don't know her. Even though emails have shown them as buddy-buddy, Ghislaine Maxwell and Melania Trump.
If Status Quo, like, they've been really good at this. They are really good at breaking stories early.
So
they have a good track record. So let's hope that if this does actually happen.
Lots of
I
smoke
say
here. Do I have a lot of
actually
confidence
happen,
that the
'cause
Democratic Party
I'm
of
not
all
giving up
entities is
my
going
hopes.
to get justice for Epstein survivors? That they're really going to go ham on getting those files released? Not really. I mean, I'd be lying to you if I said I did. It would be more profitable for me to be, rah, Democrats, they'll get justice. But let's be honest. How much justice has the Democratic Party fought for over the last couple of decades? Let me play this clip also where Garcia told Katie Fang that they are going to be trying to get those millions of documents that have been withheld and hidden by the Trump administration.
And there's so much more information that we need, whether it's from the Epstein estate, certainly from the DOJ. We need the 3 million missing files. And we don't know what's actually been redacted, what's been kept from us.
Garcia, who would be in the chairman of the Oversight Committee and in charge of the onslaught of investigations into Trump, Melania, Don Jr., Eric Trump, Witkoff, all of them.
This is why I think he's going to steal the election. And he's not, he's worried, but he's not necessarily worried.
And the corruption, the crypto scams, the Epstein scandals, you name it.
Yeah.
I mean, there's
because
so
that was the whole thing where in my humble opinion, I do think that he rigged the 2024 election, and it was because of think of the consequences. He was facing jail, dude.
Corruption scandals and those around him.
It doesn't make sense that he won as many fucking of the swing states that he did with the numbers that he did. It just doesn't add up.
He's saying,
whatever.
Melania, clock's ticking. We'll see if it happens. I do believe the Democrats are going to retake the House, but whether they're going to actually
change
have any
anything,
teeth
no.
behind those investigations, they will have subpoena power. But we already have heard the Supreme Court has said Donald Trump can shoot.
We'll
someone
never get
on Fifth
the
Avenue. He's
remaining
immune
files because of the
legally
parties in them.
as president. That's what the Supreme Court ruled.
All right. Let's talk about some of the killer blueberries, folks. FDA upgrades frozen blueberry recall to highest risk level. This is killing people.
FDA now warning that eating some frozen blueberries could potentially kill you. That's right, kill you, not make you sick, kill you.
Yep.
This as it ups the E. coli threat to its highest level. We're talking about these prepackaged blueberries.
Guys, by the way, that means that's in the supply.
Mixed berries from the brand Green
Like, that's hardcore in the supply if they're saying that.
Publix grocery stores pulled them off the
Holy
shelves
shit.
across the country a few weeks back.
Damn, you know what? That's Trump country right there. You get what you deserve.
Potential E.
Fucking A.
coli contamination.
You didn't want regulations?
This is where the outbreak
Okay there, folks.
stands. A dozen cases in Florida. In Georgia, they have 4 of those ending up in
Gay
the
regulations. Well,
the CDC says the true count is probably much higher. Dr. Akashe Sal is here to talk about this one. So, Doc, I mean, how does raising the threat here change how people should be buying their groceries?
Well, so this has to do with the sort of level of risk that the FDA has assessed, right? And it's assessed through something called a class recall. So, you know, when the FDA recalls products, they put them into different classes, class 1, class 2, or class 3. I mean, as you alluded to, this is a class 1 recall. This is the FDA saying that these sort of product that they're recalling could cause serious adverse health consequences or death. You may recall, Ryan, a few weeks ago, earlier this summer, we heard about an egg recall linked to salmonella. That was also a class 1 recall. So this isn't the first time we're seeing that, level of seriousness in terms of a food recall. Class 2, Ryan, could be products that could potentially make you sick or potentially make you temporarily sick. And class 3 is something that they're recalling that is unlikely to make you sick. So out of the 3 classes, this is the highest category, the most serious, and why people need to take this recall so seriously.
Well, we're taking it seriously in my house. I mean, we have 4 kids. We eat a lot of frozen blueberries. It's a, kind of a staple of our diet. Should we just be steering clear of all berries altogether, or just specifically this brand? I mean, what are the best practices here?
right now, no. Like when they're investigating these things, this is the same reason that like just eating Taylor Farms, or like staying away from Taylor Farms was not working, because apparently this was all over the supply.
Yeah, like your house, my house is also
food.
a fan of the frozen fruit, and we're not going to be
I'm
stopped.
telling you guys, like, does it not make sense to you? Disruptions in the food supply. Our water reserves are getting dangerously low. And nobody's really paying attention to it, guys. Like, we are, but does this alarm anybody else?
Stopping to buy frozen blueberries.
We have so much fucking news throughout our diet, and just throughout like our fucking days, where it makes no sense that nobody knows about this shit
together. But this is another reason why people really need to pay attention to food.
Hey.
Recalls, whether it's checking the FDA
That was
website or
awesome.
watching
Thank
this
you for
show
the
or
five,
other news
Bandit.
programs, it's really important to stay sort of informed about these, because you don't want to stop eating all frozen fruit altogether or fruit altogether.
Hearing her
They're
read
healthy,
that was
nutritious
awesome.
foods, but definitely stay away from this brand, the Greenwise recalled frozen blueberries, and watch for any signs or symptoms of E. coli if you have.
The thing is, if it's that specific brand, then you shouldn't see that specific brand right now.
Been exposed to them recently.
But you can understand why people are freaked out, right? I mean, we're at
TTS doesn't know RFK voice.
this point now where we've been told to avoid certain types of lettuce, jalapenos. Now it's frozen berries. The problem is that someone has to.
Yeah, it's almost like this is a broader issue with our government and our oversight, and this wasn't an issue before with the last fucking administration. So it's almost like, those regulations that like the deregulation that they pushed was kind of part of this problem, but we can't say that because that might piss off the Trump administration.
Sick first before we figure out there's a problem here. Is there anything we can do ahead of time? Is rinsing your produce in the sink enough?
No.
Is there further steps that people can do to avoid the plethora of the outbreaks that seem to be out there?
It is enough, and it is what the
Thank
FDA
you,
and the
Ghost
CDC
Train, for the
recommend, is
gold
rinsing
coin.
that fruit under warm or under cold running water. If you have fruits like apples or cucumbers, like vegetables like cucumbers, you can get a little bit more abrasive and scrub them a little bit harder, Ryan. But for most people out there, whether it's Cyclospora, Salmonella, or E. coli, just a real big reminder to practice those food safety tips. Whether it's cooking your meat all the way, washing the countertops after you handle.
No, because that's not where we're getting this. This is at the source. Do you understand how fucking stupid it is that they're trying to put the blame on the people You understand that? That's what they're essentially saying. They're saying that you're not washing your hands when you cook your food. You're not fucking washing your counters when you cook your food. It's not technically the source. It's not the source of where the meat comes from. It's literally when you buy that meat and you're not cooking it right. This is on you, consumer. You can't sue us for something that's on you.
Raw meat.
Come on.
Washing those fruits and vegetables. The really best form of medicine is preventive medicine. You don't want to wait until you get sick, and then it could potentially be too late. Right?
So wouldn't that mean not eating it, you dumb fuck?
All right, so I'm going to keep eating the
holy shit
berries, at least for now. Dr. Sayal, thank you so much for being here.
We thank you.
Yeah.
With some major economic pressures, both here at home and abroad. First, on the domestic front, interest rates are climbing despite efforts by the Treasury Department to calm the bond market and control the spike in borrowing costs. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent says the U.S. government could now spend more than $4 billion on a program to boost bond prices.
Yay! That, by the way, this didn't work.
By reducing their supply. It's a fix that's only worked temporarily as rates hit their highest level this week since 2007.
Gaslighting again. Dude, they gaslight us on everything. Like, the Trump administration is insane with how comfortable they are with gaslighting us, too.
And, of course, America's national debt surpassed $40 trillion for the first time in history.
Yeah, where are the Republicans caring about that? You guys remember when Republicans used to care about the national debt? I do. I remember when Biden was president, how that was one of the things that they cared about a lot.
If the signal here is that you're not happy with the direction of yields, they've gone back the other way. We've erased most of the Treasury rally that you got yesterday with that big surprise. So how much more are you willing to do?
Well, again, we have a big toolkit, so we'll see. And
he's starting to sound nervous. Like, the thing is, we watch enough of this asshole where, like, it's every fucking Friday and Sunday he'll go and hit the news circuit. And he is definitely getting worn down.
Part of it is...
At some point, he's going to just go like, can we stop talking about this?
Is signaling here and to show that we believe that the yields don't reflect the underlying fundamentals. This Iran conflict, we will get on the other side of this.
Now, you heard the secretary mention the other big economic issue, and it's the most unpredictable of them, because it's the war in Iran. Wall Street expects the continued rise in oil prices could lead to higher inflation. And all of this as President Trump wages what he calls economic warfare on Iran. Ultimately, the moves the department is making now may not even have any impact, as it's estimated that the U.S. government will need to issue nearly $550 billion in bonds this quarter alone.
Oh, cool.
So, of course, amid all of this economic uncertainty,
the thing is, so she's reading this, but you can tell that she's like, oh, crap, are we about to, is our economy about to crash?
Administration says it's not their fault.
I like how they're starting to kind of wake up to it.
And remember, we did not get here in a day that we were left with a mess. The Biden administration had the highest deficit to GDP in history.
Blame Biden.
When we weren't at war or weren't in a recession. For 2025, we brought it down by more than 1%.
Even though the debt is too high, even though we inherited this debt bomb from the Biden administration, we actually do have a plan to get the economy growing faster than the debt, and that's the most important thing. The issue that we've had under the Biden administration and what we're still kind of dealing with is that the debt was growing faster than American GDP. That's the problem. That's something that we're certainly fixing every single day in the Trump administration. But even though the media doesn't cover this, I'm glad you're asking this question, because Scott Bessent is very much on top of it. He knows it's a problem, and he's got the president's empowerment to do something about it.
Let's talk about it. Let's fact check it a little bit, because the deficit to GDP did go down last year, but only by 0.5%. Meanwhile, the debt to GDP ratio has actually worsened since Trump returned to the White House. And
I've been sharing your link on YouTube, I've been sharing a link to your YouTube on my TikTok. Oh, yeah. Go for
Trump
it.
Administration.
Yeah, guys, share the stream.
Spending cuts have been offset by the president's so-called One Big Beautiful Bill, which is set to add more than $4 trillion to the debt by 2034, in large part because they just extended those tax cuts permanently. They were able to zero it out when the Senate was considering it, but it doesn't mean it doesn't cost nothing. And then, of course, that is on top of the nearly $4 trillion that has already added to the debt in 19 months of Trump's current term. When you combine that with his first term, President Trump is responsible for $11.6 trillion of the national debt. I want to bring in MS Now White House reporter Laura Barron-Lopez. Laura, I also want to be clear, like, we are not saying the only reason the national debt is this high is because of the Trump administration, but they have a role to play in this. And the idea that, you know, a year and a half plus into the administration, everything that they don't like on the economy, they're still trying to say, oh, that was Biden. I mean, there's no way that voters are going to buy that. And so is that the message? Just try to make it Biden's fault, even though people are so clearly in the Trump era?
Yeah, that is clearly part of the message, because whether it's the president, whether it's the vice president.
Yeah, but are you guys going to like start pointing out how ridiculous it is that we're 19 months in and he's still blaming Biden?
Treasury Secretary, so many others in the administration.
At
That is what they are saying
okay.
over and over again when they are confronted with the reality of the economy, when they are confronted with the high gas prices, high grocery prices, costs of living.
Oh, shit, Ghost Train, thank you for the $20. Appreciate that.
And with the consequences of the Iran war. Their answer is, well, this started under Joe.
The show Pep, red heart emoji.
Thank you.
Biden. This is an issue we've been dealing with since the Biden presidency, even though the Iran war is a war of the president's own making. And the president is saying just this week that, again, he is going with this strategy of tremendous economic consequences for including not just Iran, but also any partners that help Iran or work with Iran and come to Iran's aid. But again, the strategy so far, if you can call it a new one, doesn't seem to necessarily be working.
Yeah, this is one of the oldest plays in the playbook of anything I don't like. And I think Trump said this in the early months of his administration. This time, you know, when the economy's good, it's mine. And when the economy's bad, it's Biden's. And again, it's going to wear thinner and thinner as the days go by. It's already basically like this. Yeah. When it comes to the Iran economic warfare, did Bessent detail anything more deeply or more detailed around what they're trying to do here?
No, other than the fact that, you know, just this week, previously 2 weeks ago or so, the president was saying economic pain for Iran itself. Now they're saying for their partners just this week. Okay. So extending it beyond just Iran into anyone who does business with Iran. But again, when it gets down to the nitty gritty of timeline.
Like I said, if you guys want to give me, if you want to contribute some ideas for some of the polls, I'm open now. I'm getting to the point where I'm kind of like going back to like some of the tried and true ones.
And how exactly this is supposed to get to a diplomatic solution or some other kind of solution, the administration doesn't have answers.
Doesn't have answers. And then I think, of course, all of this leads to the midterms and the ways that Republicans are jittery about their chances. We're going to talk about how weird this Senate map has gotten because it's wild. And it all lends to the way that this administration is talking about elections. And so we want to spotlight the fact that senior officials within the Department of Homeland Security have told Nevada election administrators the Trump administration has not verified its claim that nearly 16,000 non-citizens are illegally registered to vote in the state. What's more, those same DHS officials said they had identified only.
The thing is, it's just blatant lies.
185 potential non-citizens on the state's voter rolls. That's according to emails and a video recording obtained by MS Now. As of yesterday, DHS had yet to review more than 14,000 additional names, according to the material, which Nevada's Secretary of State Francisco Aguilar released in response to a public records request. Aguilar told MS Now, quote, DHS representatives informed our office that the numbers that were provided to the public are preliminary, and that there is not high enough confidence to be able to share the full data set with Nevada officials. A DHS spokesperson.
Wish I could contribute to PepTalks. Sorry. Oh, hey, don't worry. Don't worry about it, Rob.
The reporting, providing us.
Just hit that like button and, you know.
With a statement reading in part, quote, this is false. The 185 individuals that had gone through manual review. The list shared with Nevada.
Just watching helps, okay? Thank you.
Nevada also included 62,000 roughly other individuals with the highest number of matching attributes. President Trump and the White House have claimed, of course, without proof, that non-citizen voting could sway elections and have directed DHS to search for non-citizen voter fraud. It's part of what they're doing here. Multiple state elections administrators told MS Now they fear the administration could use non-citizen voter claims to interfere with November's midterm elections, potentially attempting to seize
it. Potentially. It's literally the fucking plan. Can we stop with this, like, tiptoeing around this? This is exactly what they are going to do.
Ballots or tabulation machines. Man. Laura, this is your new reporting. Can you talk to folks about why something that seems esoteric or in the weeds or in the numbers is actually potentially a very important preview of what could come.
Well, this hunt for non-citizen.
Hey, so that boat crash that I've been covering, this just in, the Lyle man connected in the deadly boat crash in the Fox River enters a not guilty plea. He has been charged with 6 additional counts.
Voters on registration rolls or non-citizens who may have illegally voted is one of
first-degree murder. They're charging him with first-degree murder. It's not going to be second-degree like we thought.
The biggest pieces of the president's anti-immigration, but also election.
And they're also ordering him to stay in jail until his trial.
Interference campaign. So they have tasked DHS and agents there and people at the U.S. Citizenship Immigration Services, mind you, which this is not typically what they would do, to look for all of these potential non-citizens on voter rolls. Now, again, what's stunning is this isn't the only state they're focused on. They're also focused on California, New Jersey, Pennsylvania when it comes to looking for non-citizens on voter rolls. But Mark Wayne Mullen came out a day after President Trump gave that speech, again saying that 2020 was
these types of contexts. But I have noticed, like, her presentation. She had, it's resting bitch face. It is. But it's also resting what did I do face.
That China.
Could you imagine being her significant other just constantly wondering, like, did I do something?
Potentially interfered in the election, even though there was no evidence to suggest that. Mark Wayne Mullen came out a day later and said, DHS has found that more than 250,000 non-citizens, potential non-citizens, are on voter rolls across these 4 states. Nevada was one of them. But then we come to find out
you can't get a read on her.
That especially in the case of Nevada, we haven't been able to get information about the other states. But in the case of Nevada, these documents show that
I feel like I'm in trouble right now. Right.
Only 185 people have been confirmed non-citizens by DHS. That they announced that there were nearly 16,000, but it's really only 185. And that is a huge discrepancy. And despite DHS's statement, in the emails that we reviewed, one of the government employees flat out says...
By the way, she actually does real journalism. That's why I like her coverage.
...that we have not reviewed 14,000 of the other names. And again, these are potential non-citizens on voter rolls. That does not mean that these people voted. But this is a part of the administration's larger campaign to essentially set a pretext and say, look, there's this widespread non-citizens on voter rolls. This could sway the election.
Yeah, I think any amount of sowing doubt is something that is drawing attention, and it's so important that you're digging into when they make these broad claims that sound like they could be really impactful, to dig in and figure out what is actually the truth here, because it's clear that the reality of the numbers that you've found do not match the reality of the numbers that the administration is trying to float out there.
Is she going to send me to the vice principal's office? Oh, that's what it is. It's teacher face. Oh, good call.
Important for now, definitely important as we get closer to November. MS Now White House reporter Laura Barone-Lopez. Thank you.
Thank you.
That was really good coverage. Sorry, this is why I didn't want to make that.
The Trump administration is overhauling its strategy in the war with Iran. Again, instead of trying to wipe out Iran's military, the new goal is to crush their economy. That's something the president is now branding economic D-Day. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent says the U.S. is reaching out to all of its allies to put together the greatest coordinated economic isolation in the history of the world.
If you insist on doing business with them, either transferring money, buying their oil, they're doing seaborne ship transfers, then the U.S. Treasury and the U.S. government, they will put its full might and force toward enforcing against you.
So the U.S. is also imposing new sanctions against Hezbollah and designating the Lebanese militant group as an Iranian proxy. Joining me now, Edward Fishman, former diplomat and international relations scholar. He's the author of the book Choke Points, American Power in the Age of Economic Warfare. It's nice to have you with us this morning. So, I should point out there are some signs here that this economic approach is having some impact, but we're also dealing with a brutal regime, which we know is not necessarily moved by the plight of its citizens when they are suffering. How long do you think this regime will and can hold out? In your mind, is it months? Could it be years?
Well, look, Erica, the track record of economic pressure bringing about regime change is very poor. So I don't think we should expect the Iranian regime to collapse under economic pressure. I mean, go back even to Trump's first term, when Trump launched a maximum pressure strategy against Venezuela. The Venezuelan economy declined by about 75%. It was one of the biggest peacetime collapses we've seen of an economy. And Maduro stayed in power until Trump launched the Maduro raid earlier this year. So I don't think we can expect the Iranian regime just to collapse under economic pressure alone.
There's also, what I find interesting is we heard from the Treasury Secretary, from Scott Bessent, saying that it's unlikely that the U.S. is going to resume any large-scale fighting here. The reality in making those comments, while in some ways they may have been meant to soothe perhaps certain parties, Iran is listening to that as well.
100%, right? I think the Iranians understand that Trump doesn't want to fight a war. And this economic D-Day just sort of strikes everybody as Trump trying to seem tough and showing that he's doing something when he doesn't actually want to go back to the battlefield. What I'd also note, and a very important point here, is that Iran has been under comprehensive sanctions for decades. So really the only thing left to do on sanctions is to target Iran's trading partners. And really their top trading partner by far is China.
And China's just like, yeah, don't fuck with our economy. You fucked yours. You're not fucking ours.
Yeah. And with Xi Jinping set to come to the White House in just about a month, it strikes me as pretty unlikely.
Oh, I forgot that's happening.
That Trump wants to ignite an economic war with China right
that's
now.
Gonna be interesting.
Which is fascinating, right? And I'm so glad you brought that up, because as we look at this, right, with that visit looming, how could even just this announcement, how could that impact those discussions and the visit itself?
Oh, it could impact the visit completely, right? I mean, I think let's see what Secretary Bessent actually announces in terms of sanctions on Monday. But if you actually took Trump at his word, and this is going to be unprecedented economic sanctions, economic D-Day, there's no way for that to be true unless there's aggressive sanctions on Chinese banks, Chinese energy companies, all of the Chinese companies that basically provide Iran with a lifeline to the global economy. If Trump actually were to do that, I think it would totally blow up the Trump-Xi visit, and I would expect that that visit wouldn't happen. And you may even have Chinese retaliation, right? We all remember last year when China cut off our access to rare earth minerals, it really upended supply chains here in the United States.
Oh, when I found out how much Iranians actually pay for gas, I started realizing that it's going to be a lot harder for us to damage their economy than we thought.
That's to say, if we could take Trump at his word.
What happens when you nationalize your fucking oil?
It would significantly imperil the visit, but I'm skeptical we're actually going to go in that direction.
I found interesting some recent comments from Chris Christie when he was talking about the war recently and the way he views this moment and Donald Trump. Take a listen to that.
Donald Trump is about to become what he never ever wanted to be.
Damn, that's crazy what happens when you don't see somebody for a long ass time. Didn't he used to have curly hair?
Jimmy Carter. Yes. He is being held hostage by Iran. They are holding the Strait of Hormuz hostage. As a result, they're holding the world economy hostage. And it's focused at Donald Trump. And I know from talking to him over the last 24 years, the one person he would never want to be is Jimmy Carter.
I talked to him about Jimmy Carter,
right?
too.
And so, and here we are, and it was all voluntary.
Right to the point of
Hold on.
Iran, watching how all of this is playing out here. That is very much a focus, right? To see how things are playing at home and to understand what it would be like to have that Jimmy Carter moment or to be in the midst of it right now.
Dude, I can't wait for the storm season to be done.
Is Iran fully exploiting that? What more do you think could come?
Oh, certainly. I mean, I think the Iranians have understood now since March, right? Since the very beginning of the war, that their control of the Strait of Hormuz, the world's most important energy choke point, gives them a huge amount of leverage over the United States. Because remember, in any sort of economic standoff, what matters isn't so much who inflicts more damage on the other side's GDP. What matters is which side has the capacity to withstand whatever pressure they're under. And I think the Iranians have assessed that even though their economy is certainly suffering much more from a sort of quantity.
Okay, so apparently a storm is hitting us like about 20 minutes away, and it's like really intense, but it's just going to completely miss us.
Standpoint than the United States, that America's tolerance for economic pain is a lot lower than theirs is. And I think that's just going to be Iran's strategy moving forward.
Edward Fishman, really appreciate your time and your viewpoint this morning. Thank you.
A spokesperson for Beijing's foreign ministry said, quote, sanctions and pressure tactics are not the solution.
I'm not sure if you guys have seen this. I cannot show it on stream because it's one of those things that could probably, it's in that gray area. So there's this tray, right? It's like it's like your average, filling tray or, your stoner tray, if you will. They have a really cool one that has these little pop-up legs that are on the bottom of it. So you pop it up and it turns into like a little table. And then it has a little hole, like a little space that drops down for your cones that you can just like scooch the stuff in and then pack it down. Oh man, game changer. I think I'm getting one.
Solution. That's vis-a-vis Iran. This as President Trump declared what he called an economic D-Day on Iran. And this is how Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said that the economic activity would affect the military operation.
If we are doing
$15 on Amazon.
Maximum economic pressure, then that means that likely there will not be a large-scale kinetic restart. But I would emphasize that is for now.
Damn it, I can't show you guys. Yeah.
With us now is Congressman Rich McCormick, a Republican from Georgia. He is a member of the Armed Services Committee. Congressman, great to see you. So economic D-Day, but the Treasury Secretary there, did he just tell the Iranians that likely for now, no more military strikes?
Wait. I can just go to image. There we go.
It kind of sounds like that.
Okay, sorry guys. Just gotta make sure there's nothing trying to fucking dox me here. Cool, we're good. Yeah, check it out. It's this. It's the third one right here. Isn't that cool? Hell yeah.
I really don't know. I don't want to interpret what he's trying to say, but it didn't sound like he wanted to. Although he doesn't make that decision.
We'll do.
That's the Secretary of War and the President directly. The Commander-in-Chief gets to make that decision.
It's literally like.
I get that. Yeah. And you, of course, are a military pilot yourself, flew helicopters, and as we say, always thank you.
I can roll one-handed. I'm just. I prefer. Cones like anybody else because, they smoke way better. Come on, can we just admit it?
Service there, but it is their Treasury Secretary there. And if you are among the Iranian leadership and you heard the Treasury Secretary of the United States say, it means likely no more kinetic actions as long as these maximum economic pressures are in place, how would you feel about behaving in the Strait of Hormuz?
Well, first of all, we haven't seen any good behavior from Iran anyways. They've been defiant the entire time, whether they had the MOU or any other time. I've never had any rhetoric come out of them that showed me that they had any intention of being good actors. They've done nothing but threaten us for years, for decades, really, this entire regime. They've killed about 1,000 Americans, including 3 Georgians a couple of years ago with a drone attack through proxies. They've attacked us about 40 times. This is before the war. Since the war, they've been even more defiant. They've even talked about raining fire down from heaven. We are the great Satan to them. There is no real good solution.
This holy war bullshit, dude. They tried to do this during Iraq, too. They have a lot harder of a time doing this.
Solution, except for regime change and unconditional surrender, in my point. I don't think we're going to get to that by economic sanctions, but realize that things change very rapidly over there. And I think that even though he's talking about no kinetic actions right now, that can change literally within an hour.
So the president, you say you do not think we will get there by economic actions, because that's the stage the United States appears to be in right now. He's talking about maximum
If that doesn't, dude, seriously, we're at that point where Trump keeps floundering so bad, he's going to do the big boom, and then we're all fucked. I hope you understand that if he does the big boom, the world economy will not recover.
Activity there, economic D-Day, full scale, like the world has never seen, but you don't think that will be enough?
I don't see any time where this country has shown anything but defiance. I think we should have put that on them from the very beginning. Of course, I'm also one of those people that thought we never should be at peace with these guys until they came to unconditional surrender, until they came to regime change, because this regime will threaten your children. They will threaten your grandchildren.
Oh, Jesus.
They will be always trying to develop
enough of you.
Nuclear weapons.
That's what they say about you and us. Do you understand this? They're human beings, God damn it. And this right here, he's trying to make you afraid of anybody who's Muslim because he doesn't want you just looking at them as humans. They need to do this. They constantly need to dehumanize your fucking enemies. Like, obviously, this is War 101. Like, read Art of War. This is literally first page shit.
Weapons and ballistic.
Demonize, distract, fucking make sure that no matter what, the people that are fighting for you do not see the other side as human.
Missiles. They will destabilize the entire Middle East and the entire world geopolitical scheme as long as they're in existence. This would be absolutely transformative to get rid of this regime, which is very evil. And by the way, don't forget,
we're getting New York style pizza tonight.
It wasn't that long ago that they killed 50,000 of their own people.
For my East Coasters out there, I'm doing this for you.
By the CIA analysts and the way you do analytics on what countries are the most dangerous, that is the most telling sign, is a country that's willing to kill their own people.
All right. All right, let's cover this creepy shit with Donnie's special girl. Like, oh my God, dude. She's creepy as fuck. I'm gonna just say it, man. She ain't right in the head. These letters are fucking wild.
New details about Trump's powerful aide, Natalie Harp. Maggie Haberman in the New York Times with new reporting on video they've seen of Harp at Trump's golf course in Scotland. Sprinting, the Times reports, great distances to keep up with Trump's golf cart. According to the Times,
you ever had that random thought like me? If Aaron Burnett was not actually a brunette and she was blonde?
President, in which she wrote, and I quote, "I also am sorry if I was an embarrassment walking the course in Scotland. I want things to always be right between us. I also know I've been distracted all week, forgetting to eat throughout the days and even forgetting to sleep and only catching a couple hours at a time."
That's not healthy. Like, dude, she is
with all my heart,
beyond
Natalie.
not healthy. Oh, by the
Harp's
way,
role is central to Trump.
Hold on, because this does actually like pertain to this. Look at this. So this, dude, look at her fucking just. Look at her. Like, dude. Holy shit. And Emma pointed this out. I can't even say that like I had this observation. She's smiling. When you see the close up of the pictures, she's fucking smiling.
And she is also in constant contact
She's
with
so
foreign leaders
creepy, dude.
and the gatekeeper to the President of the United States. Out front now, Maggie Haberman, the White House
she's full of
correspondent
shit
for the
too.
New York Times and also the co-author of the book Regime Change, Inside the Imperial Presidency of Donald Trump. And Maggie, you note in your new article that Natalie Harp never takes a day off, not even a Sunday, right? She is committed and she is indefatigable. How much does Trump depend on her?
A lot. And it's important to note, Aaron, in our reporting, that story was by Sean McCreish, my colleague, and me.
Why is she just so fucking like... She's such a bore.
And I have separate reporting in Regime
Her
Change.
reporting
just
is
about
great.
How
Her
Trump
writing
views
is great.
her. And
But
part of it is, he will describe to
her personality
other
is just
aides
minus
that,
Riz.
said this during the interregnum period that everyone else will go off and make money. She'll never leave. That essentially she is the person who loves him as much as his wife and children, and she serves a specific purpose in a White House, in a government. There are other channels, official channels of information. She doesn't provide him with his national security briefing, the presidential daily brief. She is not the White House staff secretary, which is supposed to be the last step for paper flow. She's not the press secretary, from whom certain media requests are supposed to come. She is a channel by which, as you said, foreign leaders try to reach him if they can't some other way. She is a channel by which he reaches people he sees on television, who he likes what they are saying, or that he will just send out notes to. She is with him so much of the day during those meetings, and she is talking to him throughout the evening about social media posts. So she is a specific channel of information, but she is one that he considers very important.
From
And
what's her face, Caroline Leavitt, talking specifically about her.
so do other people outside the White House.
So you've reported, you're talking about how she's by his side. She writes many of his tweets. The series The Art of the Surge showed some of this in real time when Trump was responding to Kamala Harris's speech at the 2024 Democratic Convention, right? So they put these images there. I'll play a clip.
How many people are watching?
Can we tell how many, Dan? How many people are watching?
She's talking about how great San Francisco was before she destroyed it. Do not limit access to birth control or IVF. That is a lie.
Well, we trust women.
I trust women also. And I will keep women safe.
Of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law.
She won't.
Maggie, you have covered Trump for a long time. His entire tenure as president went back.
She got plastic surgery to look like that.
He was a businessman.
That's even more disturbing if that's true. She actually got plastic surgery to look like Ivanka. That's genuine. Guys, this woman is a fucking psychopath if that's the fucking case.
Man. Has he?
I don't know. Not exactly someone that you should have near the president. How does his own fucking staff not see how unstable that is?
Ever had someone who plays
Fuck,
the role?
Man. We really do live in just such a dumb world.
She's playing now before.
It's interesting. There are people who she reminds those who have been around Trump's world for a very long time of. He used to have this group of assistants/secretaries who would sit outside of his office on the 26th floor of Trump Tower. Some of them were very, very, very serious gatekeepers. Norma Federer was one, his longtime assistant. After that, Rona Graff. But there were a number of them, and he would refer to them as the girls. And so Natalie Harp has, in the observation of some people, taken over a similar role where she is sitting, not outside the Oval Office most of the time, but in the Oval Office. She sits off to the side next to the entrance to the exit to the colonnade and the Rose Garden. She has a laptop or she has a tablet, and she is there when he wants to go fetch papers. She, for instance, was the person who handed Jonathan and me a 2-pager when we were in the Oval Office for a fact-checking interview with the president in March of this year, in which a history buff compared him to the most powerful monsters and conquerors that had ever lived.
So, obviously she's got a position now of incredible power because, as you point out, it's not outside the Oval Office, it's inside the Oval Office. You've got world leaders that call her. But you report a few interesting things. One, she operates entirely outside the chain of command with all of that power and influence. So I'm curious, Maggie, from your reporting, what do other White House staffers think about her role? And given her access and all the places that she is and all the people that she is dealing with, does she have a security clearance? Has she been vetted given this role that she's playing in the government?
Yeah, our understanding is that she does have a security clearance, although precisely where that was in the process last year, everybody who came into the Oval Office, into the West Wing at a senior level, was granted a security clearance on day one temporarily. She then, our understanding is, went through the process. It's not exactly clear when, though. There's been some reports that there might have been a lag. She is not beloved by a lot of her colleagues. She does sometimes work through the process. There are people who will say that she, more regularly than she used to, will update colleagues on what she's doing. But there has been a lot of controversy around Harp's role for a while, and what it ends up being reduced to in the descriptions of some people is essentially a food fight. It's different than that. I mean, she is somebody who has a huge level of access to the president. He obviously wants her there, but this is a White House. This is not a campaign, and so this is going to raise different questions about who is around the president and who is working on the taxpayer salary.
Right. As you report, taxpayer-funded $150,000 salary as well. Maggie, thank you very much. Maggie Haberman there, of course. And how did Natalie Harp become Trump's closest aide? With all of this power and access, Kristen Holmes is out front.
They're not covering the fucking letters?
I'm Natalie Harp, a formerly forgotten American from California.
Forgotten?
I'm going to just say it. I think that Christina could probably play a very funny version of her.
No more. President Trump's executive assistant, 35-year-old Natalie Harp, has been thrust into the spotlight after it was revealed she was one of a few aides that joined Trump on a secret flight out of Turkey. Harp is
the giant diaper bag.
Most devoted aide. She once jumped in the trunk of an SUV to ensure she would be able to be with the president for a court appearance when there weren't enough seats in the motorcade. She serves as a gatekeeper to the president, providing him with a constant flow of articles and social media posts. She has earned the title of human printer because she travels with a printer wherever the president goes to ensure he has whatever he needs at his fingertips.
It goes faster if you plug it into the generator.
And spends hours typing up his social media posts as he dictates them.
I will keep women safe.
Her loyalty surpasses politics. She says the president saved her life when she was diagnosed with bone cancer, citing 2018 legislation.
And I was watching and I heard the story of an incredible, unbelievable young woman who was battling rare bone cancer.
As I like to say, I'm not dying from cancer anymore thanks to President Trump. I'm living with cancer.
Her name is Natalie Harp, and she lit up the television screen like very few people I've ever seen do it.
It was her television presence that led to...
Gee, I wonder what that was. I like how we all see it.
Inviting her to speak at the 2020 Republican convention.
I wouldn't be alive today if it wasn't for you.
Harp then worked briefly as an anchor on the ultra-conservative One America News Network, where she amplified Trump's rhetoric on elections.
It's like, if President Trump, who's the most popular president really in history, the most loved president, if they can rig it against him, what makes you think that all of a sudden you're going to win in 2024 if you do nothing on election integrity?
And bolstered his administration's work.
Just 1 year ago, the Democrats were the anti-vaxxers because they didn't want President Trump to get the credit for the medical miracle that was Operation Warp Speed.
Before officially joining his team.
He was my first exposure to politics, and I loved it. Like, this guy, you know, he gets it.
Harp can often be seen in the background during President Trump's events, smiling at the president and nodding along as he speaks, always in his corner.
You picked us up, and you made us great again.
Kristen Holmes.
Again, I'm just, anybody seen Obsession? No. CNN,
the White House.
You know what, Natalie, I'm sorry, but I feel like we got to part ways. I found out about the locker room. No. Let's not do that, Natalie. Come on.
Andrew Wilson is an on.
Bro, this is going to be interesting. All right, Daily Beast published 2 personal letters from Trump's 35-year-old aide, Natalie Harp, written after May 2023's golf outing on his course in Scotland. This is the one. This is literally what she was talking about, how she embarrassed herself. I mean, that's pretty fucking embarrassing. Oh, God. Dear Mr. President, I'm sorry. I thought I was the only one left behind last night and had no idea Margot's car was also pulled over and sent back to the airport. Since I was alone in the van outside customs without my passport, I panicked and I should have just called Secret Service instead of you. I also am sorry if I was an embarrassment walking the course in Scotland. The first day I was told there were no carts and people walked, which is why I walked. The second day, I was specifically asked by, I forget whose name it was, but one of the main people who worked there, if I could continue walking and tell any other girls who would head out there to do the same to spare the course any more carts. If there's anything else I have done to you to cause you trouble, please forgive me. I know that some people have said that I haven't been texting them back, and there have been some international cell issues. John was having technical issues on the plane too, so so ask me to help out. I want things to always be right between us. I also know I've been distracted all week, forgetting to eat and sleep through the days, and even forgetting to sleep and only catching a couple hours at a time. I haven't been myself, dwelling on the past and the pain of losing my dad, and I started letting the remarks of people who haven't bothered me before get to me. Not because I care what other people think, but because I see myself being lowered in your eyes and good opinion. There's the fear you see because I never want to bring you anything but joy. Or that is the fear you see because I never want to bring you anything but joy. I'm sorry I lost my focus. You are all that matters to me. I don't ever want to let you down. Thank you for being my guardian and the protector in this life. That's why. That's what I wanted to use this card for when you saw me at the cash register and once again did what you didn't have to do and gifted me with the mementos of this trip of a lifetime, a coming of age. I will return a better person. I have to sign off now as the cars are leaving. See you soon with all my heart, Natalie. Jesus Christ. Dear Mr. President, now this is the note I wanted to write, but the apology needed to come first. I have learned so much about myself on this trip. I always knew coming home to my roots would be enlightening, but I had no idea how much. For the first time in I don't know how long, you forced me to unplug. We could be out on the course with no machines and even forget what time it was. I didn't have to be human printer. I could take my time to enjoy good conversation and still get all my work done at the end of the day. In fact, I even had time to take a long morning and evening walks to enjoy my sunrise and sunset though I did forget to eat and sleep. Jesus fucking Christ. Not great with cancer, by the way. With so much thinking time, I confess it did have a slightly negative effect at times that I know you picked up on, but the end result, dude, this bitch is crazy. I'm just gonna say it. This bitch is crazy. I believe will be worth it. I had no idea how rapidly I was approaching burnout and starting to envy those whose only job, quote unquote, seems to be to talk with you and look pretty. I want that job. So many times, I'm just trying to stay afloat with all that's coming in for you. I look like a hunchback who didn't have time to freshen up. At least you know what I should look like. Plus, I miss the days when you used to call during my talk show days and we talk about everything and nothing. I want to get back to that synergy. We shouldn't have to talk about work all the time. I've always felt like an in-betweener, somewhere between staff and those. She's delusional. She thinks she's literally his daughter. Between staff and those you enjoy talking to on the plane or at dinner, because that's who I used to be to you when I was a talk show host, as much as I hated that actual job. I wish I could hear every conversation, because that's when you are having a good time getting away from all of it, at least for a few moments. But after going through all this self-analysis, my conclusion, I need to reunite with my past self, with my current, into a better version who will make you proud. And please, if I fail, will you tell me? You have you have the absolute right to cuss me out if need be. Then when I deserve it, because no one knows or cares about me more. Thank you for always being there for me. I'll never forget when you made that promise to me after losing my dad, and I know how happy he is right now that I did get to go to Scotland and Ireland, as he always wanted for me. To modify a classic, I could not have parted with you to anyone less worthy. And I will add, it is I who is unworthy. Always, Natalie. P.S. My hands look worse in Scotland and Ireland because the cold turns my old scars purple. Still on the road to recovery. Okay. So those scars were probably from her cancer treatments. I'm going to assume that she was getting the injections in the hand. I do know that for certain cancers that is a thing. Wow, unworthy? Dude, notice how there was like no mention of like Melania or any of that shit too? Ew. Oh yeah, dude, this is like genuine fucking psychopathy. Like, this is fucking weird. Here, let's get some news takes on this one, because honestly, I think that we should. I just realized that I totally moved my camera over by accident. We're unworthy. Ugh.
Jim, to the point that Peter just made about HARP as a gatekeeper, here's more from Jonathan Lemire on HARP's very particular set of skills. HARP has become an Oval Office gatekeeper, a ubiquitous travel companion, and one of only a few people with the keys to the president's social media account. She's become one of the most unlikely powerful people in the administration.
Could you imagine if, like, he did actually blow things up and she just took his social media account and just started tweeting shit?
Such a fawning view of the president is their gatekeeper, and they are able to filter the information that the president of the United States sees. Should the public then wonder if the commander-in-chief is in fact seeing the full picture?
Absolutely. And the fact is, look, I ran this process in the White House. She never would have got through the front door until she had a security clearance, much less lasted a year. Because to your point, she's sitting with the president of the United States when he's meeting with world leaders, when he's talking to business people, when he's meeting with members of Congress. She's seeing everything that he's doing, and she has no security clearance. It just shows you that this White House doesn't take national security seriously. They stack up boxes in bathrooms. They allow people to travel with the president without security clearance. There's no real process. You have a gatekeeper who's absolutely unqualified. Like, none of this makes any sense in any sort of White House that I would want to be a part of. And people can look at this president and say, what are you doing?
Well, you know, since you are one of the only people we have spoken with who's actually worked through this process before, I have some questions that have been bothering me about this story. One, the fact that Natalie Harp twice declined, I believe was the word, to fill out the paperwork necessary for her security clearance. I have never heard of a White House staffer declining.
So she doesn't have security clearance. What the fuck? And Maggie Haberman's like, I think she does.
To fill out that paperwork. And two, the fact that the president of the United States, who is currently waging a war of choice with Iran, had to take time out of his daily schedule to tell his own aide, hey, you have to fill out the paperwork in order to get the security clearance necessary. Both show an administration that is simply not focused on the American people or on the agenda that they promised.
Oh, you're absolutely right. Like, where's the chief of staff? Where's the deputy chief of staff to say you're filling out this paperwork or you're not getting through the front door? Like, and why wouldn't she? Like, the question is, what is she hiding that she didn't want to fill this out for almost a year? Like, what relationships did she have? What was her concern? Because these are not hard. Like, they take some time and you got to sit down with a lawyer and go through it all. But like, what was she?
Oh my Lord! Oh my God! What in the? What? Wow, you know that he's just like, you are one toothy bitch. Wow.
Concerned about that she didn't want to fill this out.
Cow.
And why would the White House in their process allow her
She literally looks like she fucking says hee-haw when she laughs.
Anywhere near the president until she had a security clearance.
I'm not sure, Peter, if Jimacina meant that as a rhetorical question or not, but I am curious if you have reporting on where was Susie Wiles in all of this? Wasn't she supposed to be the key gatekeeper?
Well, she is, obviously, but she recognizes when Trump wants somebody to be near him, she's not going to fight him on things that she's going to lose on, right? And she recognizes, I assume, that the president wants Natalie Harp around him. He wants people around him who tell him he's great, who reinforce for him that he's right about all these issues, who help him, go after his opponents when he issues these social media, blasts. And I think that one of the secrets of Susie Wiles' success is recognizing the fights that she can win and not taking on the ones that she can't.
Vaughn, do we know why the First Lady was out of the public view for so long and why yesterday was the day she decided to make an appearance?
It's not clear why yesterday was the day. The Indy race is here on Sunday in Washington, D.C., and we are told that she is going to be...
Bandit,
At Bandit and $11. She reminds me of Helga in Hey Arnold. Embarrassed smiley face emoji.
Yeah, with the president,
definitely.
part of the pace car that does the initial lap around the track. So we know that we will be seeing her there for that. Her introduction, though, yesterday to everyone in the Rose Garden or the Rose Patio was, I think, a particularly unique moment amid this news cycle. Take a listen.
Good afternoon. I heard you missed me. Here I am.
Yeah, not sus at all.
There was a First Lady of the United States in a moment that could very well live in history documentation for a whole while, Alicia.
Pretty incredible. I heard you miss me. It is interesting to me that this comes as Trump's press secretary is leaving. And I wonder, Peter Baker, if that is incidental or if there is something to the fact that one of the people who's been in...
Come on, one blonde leaving while another one rises? Come the fuck on, dude. Caroline Leavitt, she got pregnant. Trump got bored, and he needed another blonde. And Natalie saw her fucking... That was her shot.
Charge of the president's messaging is no longer.
Well, I think that's a separate thing. I think Caroline Leavitt has her reasons for stepping down. That's a very tough job for anybody.
Shut the fuck up, you dweeb.
Under the best of circumstances, she just had her...
Jesus Christ, dude. We have eyes. We have ears. Stop it.
Second child, and she would tell you, I think, that she wants to find ways of balancing her life. That's understandable.
Shut up, dude. She's not going to fuck you. What in the actual fuck is this? Like, what is she going to do for you? Why do you have to protect her?
But yeah, I think that, again, everybody in that White House has to recognize the reality of working for a president who's not a conventional figure there. This is not a George Bush or Barack Obama kind of presidency. This is a president who has made clear that he wants certain people around him, that he wants things done a certain way. And so that's why you see his spokespeople going after John Ossoff, but also the media in a very vigorous way in the last few days. Because he wants them to be pushing back. But as our friend Jonathan wrote, it's only elevated the story. It's made the story into a much bigger thing than it might have been. And he simply let it go without much comment. People would have moved on. But instead, they have sort of forced it into the conversation. And I think it's attracted a lot of attention, especially online.
Vaughn, I want to ask you the same question, but in a different way, which is just in the past week, there's been a flurry of leaks. You have GOP sources inside the White House speaking out. Talk to me both about how unusual that is, and the fact that we're now in a window where you have other people auditioning for the job that Caroline Leavitt once held.
This is a difficult job to hold, and it's going to be a difficult job for anybody coming in that was not a part of the 2023-2024 presidential campaign. As Peter well knows, we've reported about that insulated circle around Donald Trump ever since he left Washington, D.C. post January 20th, 2021.
Yeah, so it's already like this is the beginning. This is the beginning of everything falling apart, which I'll be honest, I'm all here for.
Mar-a-Lago.
It is ironic how like the day that the Trump store announces it's closing, that everything starts really falling apart for the Trump administration.
It was a small career.
The $40 trillion fucking deficit news really fucked him.
Around him, including Natalie Harp.
People
there was a
starting to pay
small,
attention again.
loyal...
And then they're like, wait a minute, what's going on with the housing market? Wait, what's going on with bonds? Hold on. Inflation is going up again? Why are we, like, we're just ignoring the fact that we are just cratering towards another recession?
Political circle that included Susie Wiles. I think that there is a question, right? How long is Susie Wiles even committed to this? This is for the president. Of course, if he chooses to have a press secretary come in and replace, it's somebody that he has to have full faith and confidence is to not only going to go and defend the Iran war with the expectation it is continuing, but also be able to go and do what Sean Spicer and Sarah Huckabee Sanders struggled to do in their past capacities. And that was ultimately push in, the way Alyssa Farah Griffin used to be in the position at the White House, right? You have to go and commit yourself to being unyieldingly loyal to lies and to misrepresentations by the president. And he is keenly aware of what they are saying.
Lies.
And I think that there is a recognition within the White House right now that the jobs of those who remain is going to become increasingly difficult because of the expectations.
They're just so apprehensive to actually use that term.
Of those who are representing him when on camera. And it's clear where his focus is, around the White House ballroom, around the helipad, suggesting that affordability is not an actual issue, suggests that, talks with Iran don't have to exist, that we've already won the war. Those are damning and difficult misrepresentations about the current state of domestic and foreign affairs that the next press secretary is going to have to go out there and commit to at a time in which the president is doubling down in his backing of Natalie Harp, somebody who,
as I said, this is kind of funny.
His letters have now been released, and clearly what the letters do, I think it is important to know, is that it shows just the extent to which some staffers are willing to go in their concessions to the president to...
And do you know what is really funny about all this? Is the fact that, like, this was bound to happen if Melania just went missing. I don't know, during this time in politics where there's a recess and there's not a lot to focus on. AOC's freezing her eggs, but that story only tracks for so long before people just start forgetting. Then also get reminded that it's like, wait, but doing the freezing eggs is something that we actually advocate. Wait a minute.
Need his favor in one of these letters
so now this
that
is all
the White House has denied the substance of. Natalie Harp tells the president that he can...
Do you think that it all started with, like, hey, who's that blonde chick that looks a lot like Ivanka that's always there? Like, do you think it started just that way where people were like, wait, who that?
Her out when he so chooses in order to make her better, that she wants to be always a sounding board and be there for him. That is the stakes of what we're talking about in terms of who the president has around him and what the president wants.
Jim, earlier I was listening to an interview between Jim Acosta and Heather Cox Richardson, who I think has been such a clear voice in this moment where we're all concerned about the nature of our democracy. And she said, this is an important story, but don't get lost in it. Don't allow it to be a distraction, because there are lots of other big, important stories happening, whether it is the war in Iran, the president's war of choice in Iran, whether it is an economy that most Americans feel is not working for them. I would argue we can do both. We can talk about all of that. We can talk about the power outages in Indiana. We can talk about the fact that Puerto Ricans, United States citizens, many are currently without water and have been for several weeks now. But it is important to all of us, I would contend, to know where the president of the United States is getting his information from and who he is getting it from, because so much of what we hear from this White House is determined by those inputs.
Absolutely right. And it goes to Peter's point. We're sitting 74 days before the election, and they decided this was the most important thing they could do this week. They went to war to defend this woman because she's the closest person to the president. They didn't spend time talking about expenses. They didn't spend time talking about how to get out of this war. They didn't spend time talking about how to lower oil prices or gas prices. They decided to defend the person closest to the president because they understand how damning this indictment is and how it shows a White House out of control who is surrounded by lackeys who will only tell the president what he wants to hear. And yet in 74 days, the voters get to make their choice. And, if you look at the numbers, he's underwater with independent voters by 47 points. Like, we just haven't seen numbers like this before, and you can see why.
That's like a first time in polling history, bro.
Voters have started to figure out that he doesn't care about them.
That's pretty bad. I don't see him coming back from that one either in, 90 days? Finally.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Tuesday. Have an amazing show for everybody today.
By the way, guys, I just hit that like button. If you guys can do the same for me, I really appreciate that. If you haven't already subbed to the channel, please consider doing so. And stick around for the rest of the show. We got some fun lined up here. We are 3 hours in. Around the 5-hour mark, I will be going over to Twitch.
We have Crystal.
Indeed, we do. We have Kevin Hassett of the White House telling us we may have a quiet period.
in the labor market. Nothing to be distressed about. Just because of AI displacement might be a little quiet out there in terms of job creation. Also, some updates on Larry Summers, who was heavily featured in those Epstein emails that were released. He says he is now stepping back from some of his public commitments. So we will dig into what was revealed there and his response. Also, a bunch of updates with regard to ICE. First of all, Latinos who had voted in significant numbers for Trump abandoning him, also in significant numbers. And the Greg Bovino team has now moved to Charlotte, and then they're apparently planning to go to New Orleans.
I'm telling you guys, between his media, like the people in the media space, how does it make sense that it's like, yeah, there's totally like all this groundswell of support for Donald Trump to win these elections?
They'll break down what we know about those deployments and also the aftermath of what happened in Chicago. Some new indications about what we may be planning in Venezuela. We'll dig into that. Sauter has a property tax update for all of us. Excited to hear from him on that one. And really looking forward to this interview we have with a top AI safety researcher. This is a guy who had left OpenAI because of his concerns about the direction of AI. He is sounding the alarm, and he co-authored a paper called AI 2027 that's gotten a lot of attention. That is his and his co-authors' best guess of how AI is going to develop and the major
consequential, who won't ever abandon him? Oh, the thing is, he'll abandon her.
Civilizational risks.
No, dude, I'm calling it now. He's going to drop her at some point. He's going to get bored or annoyed or embarrassed. That's why he brought Melania back, and they look absolutely fucking thrilled. Because he keeps doing this thing where it's like, we got another one, and I can't have this. I can't, listen, this is... They're going to constantly try to do the Bill Clinton thing to me. I made a mistake when I went out there and started talking about his stuff, glass houses.
Entailed in this, multi-trillion-dollar project.
No, dude. She's going, likely, I'm sorry, but I think that the ending of her on this planet will likely be by her.
Oligarchs in our government, and Chinese and everybody else are throwing tons of
Trump
money
fucking
tons
marries
of effort
her and gives everything to her, because I don't see this playing out any other way.
Really looking forward to speaking with him. I've watched a bunch of his interviews and read his paper, obviously, so that should be a really good one.
Really interesting guy. I've seen a bunch of his stuff. I know some of you are familiar as well. We play clips of him here on the show. Thank you to everybody who has been signing up as a premium subscriber.
Watch, she does the obsession on Melania. She's fucking, Melania, come here. Why do you have a brick in hand?
If you can help support our work, our Epstein expert.
You'll never love him like I do.
Exposes, journalism, and more. It actually deeply
right,
helps us.
Sweetie? Trump's just sitting there. He's got shit all over his face.
Out over here. If you can't afford it, no worries.
So
Please
one time he's actually in shock.
This video or any of the videos on our YouTube channel. And if you're listening to this as a podcast, please send an episode to a friend. We've got a ton of new listeners actually coming in.
I mean, if you guys haven't seen the movie Obsession, now is the time to see it and think about this. Think about Trump's new side piece, alleged new side piece.
From the Epstein issue, which we're deeply proud to have you all here for trusting us with your news diet. So please send an episode to your friend if you're interested, or rate us 5 stars on your favorite podcast platform. It really helps us.
This is why I usually
the show. But let's go ahead and start.
Face full of ketchup, exactly.
There with the economy and
who threw ketchup at my face?
Period being described here by the White House in this AI. They're saying it's just a little cooling off. It's just a little bit of a blip of what's happening. Let's take a listen.
Last CPI report we got surprised 48 Bloomberg economists on the downside, and even had some sort of temporary bad news because there was a refinery that was shut down, if you're looking at the top line number. I think that there have been mixed signals in the job market and really, really positive signals in...
You realize that if you had a fantasy character that you met a fucking troll that looks like this guy that's always smiling, even in a D&D fantasy campaign, you'd be like, I don't trust this guy.
Output markets, as you know, we've got GDP.
I don't trust anybody that's always able to smile through being asked hey, so the economy's on the brink. What's going on? Well, you guys just have to have patience. And honestly, the fake news, it's always the fake news.
Now running close to 4%. We've got productivity running up around
4%. Yeah, that's not good.
Around 3%. And so I think that there could be a little bit of almost a quiet time in the labor market because firms are finding that AI is making their workers so productive that they don't necessarily have to hire the new kids out of college and so on. But because there's so much output growth and income growth, that's the kind of thing that, you know, a free market will work out relatively quickly as
we'll wait till
new ways to spend money emerge.
But yeah, I guess
free market's going to figure it out. Don't worry about it. Well, you know, it's one of those where I keep saying this. The Biden vibes on this are just so,
he's so happy,
out of control. Like what they keep doing is they post charts. They say the economy is historically better than ever. If it is bad, it's
which it
always
makes no
somebody
sense
else's
when they're
fault.
saying that.
And if
Who the
you know,
fuck
to the extent that it is
in today's economy is going best economy ever. Like, come on. I don't care how much you are up Trump's ass. You have to admit this is way worse than the fucking Obama economy that Trump inherited in 2016. You have to admit that. I hate when people are just so political that they can't admit things.
Somebody else's fault. We're also not going to do anything about somebody else's fault, right? So you can't. This is one of those where with AI, they just continue to basically think.
It was 1,000 times easier to find a job back in 2023, 2024. Yeah,
it's free market, creative destruction. Libertarians' favorite word whenever it comes to this, and you know,
there's a reason that I still do what I do.
That. But part of what is so distressing, we're going to talk about with the AI 2027 plan, is basically they keep saying stuff out loud like none of you are going to work in 5 years. And the government is just completely just letting it go. Just this morning, House Republicans are apparently scheming.
Finding a job in 2017 was way different.
All states from regulating AI.
Oh
so any individual state. Remember this, they previously tried to pass this gambit and there was a pushback against it. And I'm increasingly just thinking like, look, I'm sorry, like we have to have democratic check whenever it comes to our relationship with this technology when billions of us are going to use it. And you, out in your own words, if we take you seriously, it's going to cause mass layoffs. It's going to disrupt every facet of our society. It's
Brother just got laid off, not because of AI, but because of Medicaid cuts. Really?
Too important to leave it in the hands of Sam Altman.
Wait,
I don't trust him.
Is it because does he work in the healthcare industry?
I don't think anybody else should.
Or anyone. Or literally
Yeah.
anyone else. I mean, so I actually been thinking a lot about this week, and increasingly, obviously, there's a lot going on with the
for Senate. What's up, man? Good to see you.
Files. There's the big beautiful bill. There's Venezuela. There's the ICE deployments. There's a lot of shit
you on these Friday shows, man. Glad you enjoyed the show.
I'm increasingly feeling like the AI push is actually the main event.
Yeah, I can't believe it's Friday already. Fuck.
The main, not just in terms of the consequences of it, that I've already been convinced of, but that, you know, in Trump's campaign, you'll recall, you had, first of all, him flip his position on a bunch of issues, including crypto, in order to please these tech oligarchs. You had a bunch of these tech guys who previously were like more or less Democrats or voting for Democrats or supporting Democrats, flip their support to Trump.
Yeah.
You had Elon Musk himself coming in with, what, $250 million plus and taking an extremely aggressive, active role in the campaign, being influential in who Trump picked as his VP. And then what happens as soon as he comes into office? First of all, you guys will remember the images from the inauguration where he's surrounded by all of these tech barons, a striking image and a striking portrait of what was to come. In that initial batch of executive orders, you remember there was a whole slew of them, so it was somewhat lost. But immediately what he did was to roll back any of the safety guardrails that have been put in place by the Biden administration. The whole push of this administration has been to completely deregulate the tech industry. I mean,
apparently the picture of her running after the golf cart has Trump shook.
Regulation in general, but specifically the tech industry.
I'm going to believe
and
that.
Make it so that it was completely off to the races with this AI tech development with no brakes on the car. We had multiple, press conferences with these guys. You see him at dinners with these guys. This is the central piece that this Trump administration really is about. They're placing this bet that, number one, we can beat China to AGI, artificial general intelligence, and that, number two, it's going to magically solve more problems than it creates.
Fried. Nice.
When if you actually listen to the researchers, of one of whom we're going to talk to today, if you listen to even guys like Sam Altman or Mark Zuckerberg, who's one of the least responsible actors actually in all of this, you listen to Elon Musk, they'll tell you, we are planning to replace, at the very least, tens of millions of jobs with robots. Like, we are planning to make you irrelevant. This is already happening. We covered how Amazon, their plans to eliminate 500,000.
Is it storming still? Is it storming still? Oh, can you take stand up?
Million jobs were leaked. The New York Times got their hands on it. They're already implementing this. There is a warehouse down, I believe, in Shreveport, Louisiana, where it's largely robots already. So this is happening now. And the reason this clip from Kevin Hassett is so significant, I think, as far as I know, this is the first time the White House is acknowledging that labor displacement is already happening now. It's happening exactly the places you would expect, with coders and with new employees coming out of college, so that those entry-level jobs are being destroyed. People cannot get their foot on the ladder. That is where it starts, but they have much bigger goals. So when he says, oh, it's just a quiet time, and plays it down and frames it actually, Sagar, like this is some plus. Oh, they're just, you know, these companies are getting more productive. It's a good thing, actually, that we're displacing all these workers, and there's going to be a spike in unemployment, and young kids coming out of college are not going to have jobs to go to. That's how he's framing it. That's how they're thinking about it. And that's how these companies are thinking about it too, which is why they all go out and brag as much as possible about all the layoffs that they're doing.
Yeah, I mean, you know, to think it back, actually, if you even roll the tape of our inauguration coverage, what we said is, if you roll back, you know, you may think that the most significant thing that happened in the Trump administration was AI, you know, considering all those tech CEOs, which we literally said on the day he was inaugurated with that picture. AI regulation and all of that has also just been a morass. You know, you're talking about AI. So I did a few monologues about it at the time. Unfortunately, the Biden rules, in my opinion, would have basically just crystallized too big to fail with a lot of the open AI and others. At that time, there was a little bit more of a hope for an open source direction. The Trump administration has abandoned even the Biden administration's effective commitment to too big to fail and to regulation, because what they've done, look, they need the AI companies to continue to investing in our economy. If they do stop building these data centers, we are in an official recession. Now, we're going to get to some data that already shows some recessionary impact, but the issue is the stock market and GDP is entirely reliant on these AI gains. That's part of the reason they're letting them let fly, because they're like, look, without this, we're screwed. I mean, you want to talk about tariffs and all this other stuff. The discussion is totally different without a lot of these AI companies. And in general, you're actually seeing recession and inflation problems that are bubbling up everywhere. Consumers are more miserable than ever before, literally rock bottom sentiment. And of course, the same type of Biden administration stuff, trying to tell consumers that they're wrong. Like, they're not wrong. They're empirically.
I said that yesterday in one of the conservative spaces, where I was just like, yeah, this is a great way to handle this, the exact way the Biden administration did, by gaslighting people and it's saying, hey, the economy's great, isn't it?
Correct. When it comes to grocery
worked
prices,
out for him.
housing, basic cost of living, health insurance, all the stuff that we cover here on a day-to-day basis. And the administration is doing the same thing, trying to blame other people. In fact, frankly, they're just doing it in an even dumber and more low IQ way. Here was Scott Besson for his explanation on beef.
Maria, the beef market is a very specialized market. It goes in long cycles, and this is the perfect storm. Again, something we inherited, and there's also, because of the mass immigration, a disease that we've been rid of in North America, made its way up through South America. As these migrants, they brought some of their cattle with them. So.
No, it had nothing to do with the deregulation of the cattle industry. These motherfuckers, dude.
Part of the problem is we've had to shut the border to Mexican beef because of this disease called the screwworm. So we're not going to let that get into our supply chain.
So, yeah, the explanation is that some of these people have brought the cows with them, and that's the disease that is spreading.
Sure.
Well, you know, I checked. By the way, I did check on that. What he's alleging is something called bovine spongiform encephalopathy. But from what we see on the CDC website and others, it is not necessarily because people are bringing cattle over the border with them. But regardless, actually just heard from somebody yesterday, and others, like beef prices in terms of sticker shock at the grocery store are ones where people are paying a lot of attention. But I increasingly buy the housing theory of everything. And when you buy that, and
I've been noticing it at the grocery store when I go, I watch what other people are buying. People are cutting back, man.
Not only in terms of home prices and rates, but put this next one, please, up on the screen. New foreclosures have now jumped some 20% in October, a sign of more distress in the housing market.
Great.
Foreclosure starts, that's the initial phase of the process, rose 6% for the month and were 20% higher than the year before. Completed foreclosures, the final phase, are up 32% year over year. Florida, South Carolina, and Illinois leading the state.
You know who that's good though, or for though? The billionaires.
They say that
they're buy up those homes and they're
US
do the same thing they did in 2008.
Some type of foreclosure in October, such as
more
default
for private equity
and others. That's 20% higher.
Or wait, the mom and pops, as Trump calls
there's
them.
a lot of potential reasons for that. Usually, it's just that people's household balance sheet and debt, which we've also been covering here now for years, it does eventually catch up if you're unable to make those mortgage payments. Also, potentially, the government shutdown. Who knows how many of them were, government workers and others who are already behind on their bills and then just got a final
dominoes are wobbly.
Yep. So we don't know exactly what the reason is, but if you lived through 07, you don't want to be seeing headlines like this. You just don't want to see it, period, right? You want people to have enough money that they're, at the very least, they can make their kind of monthly bills. And right now, with inflation at the grocery store, with housing, with rates and others, it just feels more unattainable than ever before, especially, and it's not about feeling. You can look at credit card balances, wages flat for over the last couple of years, and you can say it's pretty obvious where things are right now.
Yeah, I just saw this from CNBC as well. It's a corollary to what you're saying about home foreclosures. Home Depot is cutting their earnings outlook as home improvement demand falls short of expectations. Apparently, they missed their
remodeling companies are going under
quarter earning estimates. That's their third straight miss. They cut their full year profit outlook. The company said slow consumer spending and a weaker housing market have made home improvement demand worse than it expected. So you can see indications of this everywhere.
Yeah, you can see it in that data. And then also,
you see what she just did right there? You see her face when she says that shit? Those are the moments that I'm talking about. That was her figuring it out.
So because AI,
they might have put off a remodel because they were just like, maybe not.
Some of these people who are, exiting their position. There was a huge one. News yesterday showed. Let's put this up here on the screen. A4. Peter Thiel's hedge fund has now dumped his entire Nvidia stock and has cut back even on the Tesla position. I mean, it's one of those where people obviously are trading and all of that all the time, but in general, when you look at the people who are exiting and now starting to call the top, let's say, on NVIDIA, you had Michael Burry, the famed big short investor. Again, it's always the caveat. He has called many since the big short, and he was incorrect, but he is
fucked Home Depot. I go to Lowe's if I can.
Position against an NVIDIA and Palantir.
Lowe's or Menards. Because you save big money at Menards.
What you see is that they sold some 537,000 shares in NVIDIA.
Where's Vampire Gracie?
That's been worth about $100
they're supposed to show up when I say that.
Obviously, the company's close price on September 30th.
That's their Joe Henry song. Like anytime that it's like, say his name and he appears. I believe in Joe Henry. That's how this should work, where Vampire Gracie should show up the second that I go, save big money at Menards.
This Thiel sell-off coupled with SoftBank's sell-off.
For anybody that doesn't get it, we have a chatter that for some reason they're from the UK and they're obsessed with the hardware store in in the Midwest called Menards.
Of its own NVIDIA
and spelled like
last
me,
week has fueled Wall Street's angst that the frenzy driving these stores may have peaked, putting at risk the trillions of dollars that are committing to AI advancement. Investors and analysts still looking to the third quarter results that were reported tomorrow to dispel worries of a bubble. At the same time, this I actually found kind of fascinating in a myriad ways. Put A5 here on the screen. So the founder of Klarna, he's the Swedish billionaire. Now, if you don't know what Klarna is, it's one of those buy now, pay later apps. A guy who became a billionaire by founding a company which has basically saddled people with hundreds of billions of dollars in buy now, pay later debt. So you could call him a debt billionaire. I think that's too fair. Now says, I'm nervous about all of this AI debt spending.
Oh, cool.
Seems to me he's an expert in debt. Just me personally. Like the guy who literally created a novel way of debt in the 2020s, which that takes skill. I wouldn't say it's moral or anything, but it takes skill certainly to try and extract more money out of the consumer economy in the 2020s. This guy says, I'm nervous about the trillions of dollars of spending on AI. He says the tech industry is committing too much money to huge computing infrastructure. He is a shareholder in OpenAI, Perplexity, xAI, Cerebras through his family office. He told the Financial Times that huge sums being poured making him nervous. I think OpenAI can be very successful at a company, but at the same time, I'm very nervous about the size of these investments in data centers. That's a particular thing that I am concerned about. He himself calls himself an AI evangelist, and he says an AI chatbot already handles 2/3 of his customers' services inquiries over at Klarna.
Just because it's so much debt in like building the data centers?
Hammering this home on the show. Like, OpenAI and Perplexity and all these places, they make money. No one's saying they don't make any money. They actually make a lot of money, but they have
this is where he's like, I made my money. Please don't fuck this up.
In terms of commitments,
that's what that sounds like to me.
OpenAI itself, its current projected loss in 2028 is $78 billion. $78 billion of losses just in 2020 and $1 trillion in spending commitments just for that one company. That doesn't even factor in xAI, Perplexity.
That pizza looks fire. It is fire. I'm very happy right now.
So if you have even a marginal crawl back to reality, that is a crash for our economy and for our GDP. That's the problem. And I mean, look, enough people are saying it at this point. I don't even really think you could call it a black swan event. It's one of the more predictable things. There are obvious business cycle is one of those things they teach you in like Econ 101, and everyone's just kind of on pins and needles waiting for it to happen. But Wall Street's irrational exuberance, also, it doesn't seem to be fading. There's still billions of dollars being poured into this. So really nobody knows. Like you could be, you know, you could either be a person who is, you know, crying wolf or something like that. Like nobody is exactly clear and nobody wants to miss out on the gains. But the richest, some of the richest fund managers in the world, they're taking profit.
I really don't want to look at this flag. Then take it down.
They're saying, hey, that's enough. We're going to take the cash for what it is. That makes me very nervous.
Well, a lot of the
do a short video where you burn, like, honestly, Trump flag burning right now is pretty popular. You'll get some views on that.
Logic of it is people don't want to be left on the sidelines.
Right,
because think of what has been advertised as the end state
it's
of
all
AI.
Yeah, it's the FOMO economy, dude.
Reach AGI,
We've been talking about this for
everything.
a few years now.
You know, the company and the founders, the CEO, the executives, whoever's in charge at that time, that are, you know, in charge of that company when they achieve AGI, not only are they going to become tremendously wealthy, they're also going to become tremendously powerful, like tremendously powerful in a way that has we've never seen before in the history of the planet type of powerful, if the promise lives up to what they're holding out. So yeah, these guys who are megalomaniacs want to make sure that they have a stake in the winning team when that all comes to pass. Now, it's possible it never does come to pass. Our guest today will say, you know, he thinks it is. He believes that they are going to get to that point, but it's possible they never do get to that point, that it stays sort of in the realm of what it is now, which is still causing a lot of havoc and displacement and a lot of significant consequences, a quiet time in the labor market, as Kevin Hassett put it. But it's possible.
But is it bad that I'd prefer that? I mean, call me crazy, but I don't want the economy to crash.
You know, that's the sort of thing like we could as a society sort of metabolize and deal with, you know, significant pain, but we could deal with over time. They don't want to be left out of the big seismic revolution that they think is possible here with AI. So that's why, even as everybody knows that this is a bubble in some sense, but why the money is going to continue to pour in is because of that dynamic. The last piece we have here is, you know, getting back to the nuts and bolts.
Oh, wait, you know what's making me nervous? A bunch of hedge funds selling NASDAQ short and walking or waiting for the bubble with a pin. Oh, yeah.
Obviously, the AI data center build-out has a huge impact on that as well. Republicans increasingly
and it's literally now you have a few people that are like, wait for me. They're like, come on. The last ship is leaving.
For poor economic conditions, we can put A6 up on the screen. And this is an area where Republicans traditionally have an advantage on the economy. Trump specifically has had a major advantage on the economy. That's been his consistent strength up until this term. And now, according to this NRCC pollster, so this is a Republican pollster, for the first time in 2 years, voters whose top priority is inflation and the economy now prefer a generic Democrat for Congress by 13 points over a Republican. And I'm not sure if it was by this pollster
You'll be back after you go to shops. Nice.
One. They pulled specifically on, okay, who do you blame for healthcare price increases? Overwhelmingly, people said the GOP. Who do you blame for electric bill increases? Overwhelmingly, people said the GOP. So
I'm likely to be on, I'm actually going to be probably going to 6 hours tonight, just so you know, on YouTube.
Why the election was so incredibly lopsided this year, and why, you know, I think Republicans are headed for yet another significant reckoning in the midterm elections. You'd be hard-pressed to find a better explanation than this one.
Yeah, no, I mean, the economy, look, people always blame the party in power. That's why Biden was blamed for 4 years. And
well, no, that's bullshit, dude. No, because MAGA is blaming the guy that was in power the last 4 fucking years. Shut the fuck up, Sagar.
Said 4 years ago, almost to the day, you have to appear as if you're doing something about it, as if you care about it, and instead, you know, you're blocked. That's why the Epstein thing is important.
So full of
you're
shit.
Blocking that while also seemingly not doing much for me.
Yeah, it's a
and
cake.
Obsessing over your own personal quest to get the Nobel Peace Prize because you've ended 90 wars.
How much I ended up doing yesterday?
Point, right?
It was like 6 hours or something like that.
Everyone is celebrating, of course, the end of potential end or whatever of that conflict. But that stuff, you know, the narcissism and all of that, people can deal with a lot as long as their economy is doing well. The classic bumper sticker of the Trump era or the Biden era was, could use some mean tweets right now, as long as the gas was $2. And just like, well, the whole point beyond that is I don't care about the personal conduct or whatever, as long as things are going well in my life. And it's like, well, if things aren't going well in your life, well, then that stuff actually all really does start to matter. That seems to be the overall endpoint for a lot of this. And look, I don't know. I mean, you know, you don't want to read too much into a single day movements, but there's just been like slow kind of movements in the S&P 500. There was one yesterday. There was a drop. Futures are down again this morning. We're not, you know, things can change literally on a dime here, but Federal Reserve doesn't look like it's going to step in and do anything drastic anytime soon, right? So things generally seem to be in stasis for now, and stasis is trending in a down direction. If you look at house balance sheet, housing, and more, nobody is planning anything radically to save you. In fact, they're probably planning something radical in the opposite direction, which I'll get to in property tax bit. Like, if anything, the people who are at the top in the status quo are doing everything they possibly can to preserve said status quo. And in a way, I think they are girding themselves for a potential crash to insulate them from any potential chaos and make it so that the younger people and the new generation will not only bear the entire brunt, but will be the ones who are totally screwed while they're completely safe.
I mean, it's when you think about the AI aspect, it's much worse than the status quo because they're actively planning and
Stan
celebrating.
is just staring at it. Give me a second.
I mean, that's what Kevin Hassett is saying. It's like, oh, it's great that they don't have to hire these kids out of college anymore. That's great. It's improved productivity. That is their goal. Like, their goal is to make it so that you are irrelevant. Your labor is irrelevant. Like, forget about cheap labor. They want no labor. They want, you know, to hand as much off to the robots as they possibly can. That's their goal. That's the stated goal of all of these tech executives. That's, you know, when you ask yourself the question, okay, these $1 trillion, you know, spend that OpenAI has planned, and these other companies, you know, somewhere similar ballpark figures as well. How are they going to make that money? It's not going to come from you and me signing up for, you know, a ChatGPT subscription. No, it's going to come from giant companies who are willing to pay large sums of money to get rid of you, to get rid of your labor. That is what they're betting on. And that's what this administration has gone whole hog behind. This is a central driving force, if not the driving force, of this administration. That's why these guys gave Trump so much money. That's why they did so much for him for his election. You know, they're also sort of directly involved in the mass amount of wealth that he's accumulated through his crypto scam. Like, this is the play. And so, you know, when Kevin Hassett comes out and is openly celebrating and justifying significant layoffs and lack of hiring because of AI development, everyone needs to pay attention to what their actual goals are and the way that they are using policy and executive orders and funding and financing and relationships to build this whole thing out. And thank you for the flag about that they're trying to do this thing again of states can't regulate AI, which is absolutely insane. And everybody needs to be screaming from the rooftops about this.
That's why I'm not exactly sold on the master plan, because I don't think it is. I genuinely think it is an absolute alliance of convenience and of stupidity. Republicans are all dumb and they like money, right? And they want job creators or whatever. Now, Elon and all the rest of these people, no question. Okay, of course, they're sucking up to Trump to try and get as much out of it. A lot of it is to try to hold off regulation and basically to convince them that they're the single driving engine of the economy. And I think that is true. It also aligns with their overall posture towards deregulation itself, because that's something like built into the Republican
MAGA's like psychosis, lead poisoning, and narcissism all rolled into one.
And what they mostly want is to be left alone. I think that's bad. I mean, especially
I just don't understand
Sam Altman
how it got
and Mark
this
Zuckerberg
bad, dude.
and Dario. I mean, Dario, he just goes on TV and he's like, none of you are going to be working in 5 years, and everyone's just supposed to accept that as if they're like, oh, okay, got it, right? I mean, they genuinely act as if they're going to face no consequences.
Here, Stan,
and so,
got a $5.
yeah, I mean, I
well,
just
to be
think,
clear, I don't think Trump gives a shit about any of it at all. Like he cares about the
You got a
stock market
donation
going
there,
up.
sir.
But you know, I think he wanted to stay out of prison and get back in the White House.
Yeah.
And these guys were willing to throw tons of cash at him. And he's checked out of this administration, handed off significant chunks of it to other aides, whether it's, you know, Stephen Miller, Marco Rubio, or whoever. And so, yeah, I'm not saying like that he's a devoted AI acolyte. I don't think he gives a shit. But I think he's turned this whole part of his administration over to these tech oligarchs and basically sold his presidency, this aspect of his presidency, to them. And they're going to get whatever they want from him. I mean, the H-1B conversation is like fits in that, right? And you flagged at the time when he went on the All In podcast during the campaign and was like, I'm going to staple the visa
to the diploma.
To the diploma. And you were like, what? How does this fit with the other things that he said? Now, listen, you guys, you know I'm pro-immigrant. I am also pro-major reform of the H-1B program, which is genuinely exploitative and does undercut native tech workers as well. So for him to come out now and be like, I want 600,000 Chinese students in our universities.
And he's still pro-H-1B.
And I'm still pro-H-1B. Ask yourself the
yeah,
question.
but the other part of that is like, how many of those students are going to end up in ICE custody for that quota?
Why are these two things so dissonant from the other things that he said on the campaign trail? And it's because it's what these tech oligarchs want. He's going to do whatever it is that they want. He sold this part of his presidency to them. To me, that's just like abundantly clear. And those answers to Laura Ingraham are just one example, one, you know, small but significant example of the way that he has outsourced this whole part of his presidency, which is unbelievably important to literally all of us, to the worst people in the world.
Yeah, I mean, well, they seem uncowed, and they definitely seem to have a lot of power, which is part of the problem. Hey, if you like that video...
Yep. Is this actually still going on? Okay. All right, so this was not the video that I wanted to watch. Hold on, we got some more news. But before I get to that, let's do an intermission. Yeah, don't forget to double tap the screen, hit the like, all that stuff. And yeah, if you haven't already subbed to the channel, please do. Every day we're hearing stories of citizens that have gotten shoved into detention centers. Oh, yeah. And the thing is, they can't quiet those ones down because, yeah, in their perfect world, they'd be able to deport those people just because. But, yeah, they're citizens, so they're coming out and they're just being like, hey, they nabbed us. Like, don't think that this can't happen to you. Over for Andrew Tate.
President Trump, Andrew and Tristan.
All right, hold on. Let's take a look at this.
That when we prayed the rosary at home, that when we went to mass and offered up Holy Communion for him, that when we pray as a family, when we pray for the Pope and we pray for our president, that he's the right guy.
Yeah, it's so weird to watch these guys that are like literal pimps and like exploit women the way they do, and they advocate for violence the way they do, how they're disingenuously using Christianity and God while also claiming to be Muslims, while also trying to like stoke fear about Muslims in our communities because of the elections. None of it makes fucking sense. So why in the fuck In the fuck do these guys make so much goddamn money and just seem untouchable like every single time? Like even this schmuck of a lawyer
in there.
They're praying to the rosary that Donald Trump releases the Tate brothers. All right, everybody, wow. The situation for Andrew and Tristan Tate just got so much worse. And I can't lie, this is reflecting very poorly on Donald Trump, his administration, and any members of his family who have been advocating for the defense of the Tate brothers over the past few years. There are new allegations being levied against the UK government, against the Tate brothers, surrounding their trip to Russia less than a year ago. They went to Moscow, they went to St. Petersburg, and they were spreading straight Russian propaganda. I mean, the video I'm playing on screen right now is of the Tate brothers in Russia. You can see Andrew on the left right here, and Tristan on the right. They are literally wearing Soviet-style uniforms with Russian flags as patches on their arms. These are the very same people trying to make an appeal to Donald Trump and the US justice system, saying that they are loyal Americans who just don't want to be targeted by the system. Well, guess what? They don't seem to be loyal Americans. They don't seem to be loyal to anything other than their own wealth, narcissism, and craving to abuse women who are helpless. I mean, these men are currently being charged for human trafficking, sex trafficking, rape, and child sexual abuse materials. They have admitted on camera to their strategies of taking women who are in very bad situations, either isolated from their family, or in a bad financial situation, or in a bad mental health situation, and the Tate brothers would manipulate them into doing webcam business for them, and then skim off 90% of the profits while paying these women nothing. It's not only immoral, it's like sex trafficking. It is incredibly, incredibly awful to do this to other human beings, and now the walls are closing in. So the video right now shows the Tate brothers dressed in camouflage and Soviet-style body armor as they ride a T-80BV battle tank in Russia, and they try to essentially spread propaganda for the Russian military. This is despicable anti-American propaganda, and to be honest, it's not even the worst thing they've done on camera. There's a whole slew of charges.
Okay, so what in the fuck are... Is it actually fucking over, or did you fucking clickbait again, you fucking prick? Like, dude, this is the thing, man. I'm over it. And if I'm over it, you are all over the fucking clickbait bullshit. Like, Jesus Christ, dude. Like, at least have some fucking self-respect to at least, like, do a little bit of a, you know, less clickbaity thing. Like, just be like, is it? You know, at least ask. Fuck. That's why I won't watch Maya's Touch. Honestly, you know what? I just canceled the Mockler debate tonight. We're not gonna watch that Mockler debate. I'm fucking done with his stupid ass. And honestly, he's eager beaver fucking content brain. Dude, whatever. He's exactly what I don't want to ever become. Like that shit. And it's just constant, too. Like, where it's just like, you get that little dopamine hit, and you're like, oh, that little dose of success, and then you got to move on to the next thing. Like, notice how he's not just okay having his channel, how he had to build Mockler Media, he had to get subsidiaries, he had to do all that stuff. Asking for integrity seems like an easy get. Yeah, well, it's not. Unfortunately. Unfortunately, most of these people would rather just do this shit with fucking clickbait. Hero goes off on data center.
Thank you. Darth Vader.
Here we go.
The Emperor is a fan of Flock, and we must continue utilizing Flock technologies so that we can follow and surveil the rebel scum as they move from playground to playground, from playground to pool, from pool to gymnasium, because we all know that the Flock cameras are not only following the license plate readers, they are following children. They are following children in parks and gymnasiums, and we need this. I need this so I can stalk my ex-girlfriend. Also, It should be known that the people of this town, the
I
poors
need
that
this
want
so
their
I
storm
can
drains
stalk my
cleared,
ex-girlfriend.
They should not have their storm drains cleared. Because in order to do that, we will have to raise taxes. And how will the people trust this city council when this city council continues to vote for surveillance technology that imprisons them? Miss Campbell, you must work on your Jedi mind tricks. Do it like this. And when you do it, make sure that when you're double speaking them into telling them that police services have become more humanitarian, make sure that you don't emphasize the detail that you put a ban on camping. You put a ban. You made criminalizing homelessness illegal, and that is why there is no such thing as humanitarian policing for the homeless, because we have effectively criminalized homelessness, which is good. Now we can staff, now we can fill our jails with free prison labor, especially like that of the Otay Mason Detention Center, where they are making $1 a day for working for 12 hours. And there have been multiple cases of tuberculosis. Yes, and this is good. This is what the Emperor needs. This technology will help us find the rebel scum and their hidden base on Hoth. This technology will help us find Luke Skywalker.
He just went for the bit. I love this guy.
Traverses the universe.
His commitment rules.
This technology is a necessary force.
Thank you.
I have to.
All right, that was wonderful. All right, we got the Candace update on Andrew. Let's do this, and then we'll get to some other stuff.
Assume that you're doing it out of fear. That's the most charitable read on why you're lying in this way, is out of fear. Because if you truly do believe that Israel had something to do with Charlie's assassination, then you would probably recognize that they would have no trouble assassinating you too. All right, you guys, today on the Beavis and Butthead show, so fitting for Andrew Colvett and Blake Neff. They were joined by Andrew Wilson. That is not their horse. I know what you're thinking. It really seems like Turning Point USA has something to do with this guy. Nope, they made it very clear they don't. He just went in there and came out and suddenly really wanted to go hard at Candace Owens. Anyway, it starts, obviously, the conversation with just an exceptional coping session. What I love about Andrew Colvett, just saying something nice about him, is he is completely unaware of himself in a way that is, I don't know, you have to envy it. He's so unaware of himself. He thinks that he can just say words, and he's also a very bad liar. He's going to establish all of that in this conversation. He can't remember things that he said last week. Obviously, he doesn't have a timeline. He should have a timeline because then he wouldn't make these sorts of mistakes. But let's just start with Andrew's cope of him basically trying to suggest that I won the argument, but not really, because it's going to age in the future, and then I'm going to lose the argument maybe. This is what he had to say.
I predicted that this debate, that you were going to win it because the truth is on your side, right? And as somebody who's lived this firsthand, I know all the garbage when they continually drone on about this stuff, and how many lies are continually laced in.
This will be interesting to see. I haven't seen any of this.
Repeated ad nauseum, so that the internet begins to believe them. So I knew that, but I knew also that she has a bigger following, bigger followers on YouTube, whatever. So I knew that immediately there was going to be this rush to say who won, who won. But I predicted this. I said, this will age really well, because what I was watching is that she conceded the whole debate very early on, multiple times at every different point and juncture. She kept conceding the point, walking things back. And that as the commentariat kind of comes in that has, an IQ above room temperature, and pointed that out for people, that it was going to then be this kind of finishing effect after the debate. Is that what you have seen?
Andrew, it is not wine, okay? Debates don't age. You don't keep them in a cellar at a consistent temperature and tell people to open it up in a few years and it'll sound better. He just lost. And that's okay, by the way. That is actually totally fine. That happens sometimes. It could happen to me in the future. And what's really funny about hearing this sort of a cope is that, as you guys know, Charlie trained me in debating. And one of the things that he always said was, if you lose a debate, own it. Yeah. Own it. The internet will forget if you have a bad moment. They will not forget if you try to gaslight them and pretend it didn't happen.
Yes.
And so you're...
That is also why I would argue that Andrew is 1000% fucking up here.
You're supposed to just come right out and be like, look, wasn't my best day.
Trying to gaslight everybody into being like,
definitely
no,
realized that I could
totally
have delivered this better or that better. And like, you know, I actually, somebody who did this and the internet kind of a little bit forgot about it was when Ben Shapiro did BBC and he got completely crushed in a debate, kind of got bratty and said, I'm famous or something, and wanted to end the conversation. He did end the conversation, so he sort of stormed off and it went completely viral. But he went onto his platform and he said, yep, I own that. I was not prepared. Here's what I did wrong. And that is so much more preferable to audiences because they're not being gaslit. It's like, obviously he was terrible. Just own it. And people will forgive and forget, but obviously they are not carrying on the torch for Charlie whatsoever. Anyway, I want you to hear how Andrew Wilson responded.
Oh, 100%. So essentially what happened here was really interesting. The Baron Colemans of the world and the sort of LawTube picked all of this up and just started tearing her position to pieces immediately. And the commentators in the debate sphere they're making a mockery of her. They think that she's a lunatic, has no idea what she's talking about. And then on the flip side to that, too, you even have Main Street coverage. And even on the Main Street coverage, it's the same thing. They're like, well, where's any of the evidence for any of these supposed claims? And we never got to any. So not only will it age well, but what I thought that it would do more than anything else, to be as candid as possible, I thought that it would up the pressure of people questioning the questioners. And I've seen a lot of that now moving on social media of people saying, hey, wait a second, where is the actual evidence? I got hundreds of DMs, for instance, from people who didn't know that the steakhouse receipt was a complete phony fraud, that the whole thing is a fraud.
Well, can
they
I just
had
say
no
something?
idea that was the case.
Can I just say something? So we
Sure.
have Andrea Burkhart. She's going to join us on the show tomorrow. She is apolitical as it comes. Like, she is not like on a side at all. And I asked her, I said, if they had exculpatory evidence, whether it's the parents that actually, you know, think he's innocent, or they have some steakhouse receipt, would they not present that at the preliminary hearing? And she was like, absolutely they would.
No duh.
No lawyer, if they have exculpatory evidence that proves the timeline's wrong, that proves the parents don't actually think it, would not use that evidence, because those lawyers are then basically binding their client over for 3 years in prison for something that he didn't actually do. They absolutely would have presented that evidence at preliminary hearing, okay?
I still do not understand why they keep trying to imagine that this Penguin Steakhouse Cowboy Steakhouse thing is fake and is a fraud. It's just not. I don't know how many times I can say this. I guess I'm going to basically say to them what I said to Andrew face to face is, you can keep saying this. You're going to eventually embarrass yourself. As I said, they got in touch with the FBI. The FBI is aware of this. The FBI took a statement from the owner. I spoke to who is doing the fraud, I guess, is the question. Who's doing the fraud?
Weird part is, I remember like hearing about that even through like the official
I know that this completely blows up everything.
Investigation.
And that's why
Holy
you guys
shit.
are trying to convince the public that this didn't happen. But I spoke to the owner. The server has been
She didn't beat anything though. She had zero receipts.
There is a receipt. If you're trying to wonder why they didn't present this exculpatory evidence, maybe you should try paying attention to the hearings, because back during the one in April, they kept saying that they did not get granted discovery, that they had so many things that they needed to go through, and that they wanted to take that time to. The reason why they were asking for an extension on that preliminary hearing was because they had so many things to go through, and they were not receiving their discovery requests, which could have potentially included exculpatory evidence. This was found, this Panguitch thing was actually found by podcasters. Podcasters who were investigating stumbled upon this. And like I said, the FBI was contacted. There is a report made. It happened. I'm so sorry, you guys, but it happened. Now, is it possible if they weren't being absurd, they would just say, okay, yeah, I hear you. But Candace, is it possible that the server just misidentified him? And then I'd say, yeah, of course, there's always a possibility that people truly believe that they see someone a la Mitch Snow. When we did the Fort Huachuca thing, we can verify that this person was at the restaurant. We can verify that they called the FBI. We can verify that the owner pulled the receipt. We can verify what the person ate, that there is a receipt and that it was paid for on a debit card. asking me to go to the Visa merchant is absurd and insane. But it happened. I don't know what else to say to you. Like, okay, we're just going to keep following that. But that receipt is going to become critical, and it could, in fact, prove to be exculpatory. So stay tuned. The next bit of what takes place on this show is a whole fake bit of transparency where essentially Andrew Colvett pretends that he's going to allow Andrew Wilson to ask them anything. All right, you guys, do you feel like you're working harder than ever but still falling behind every month? Between grocery prices, bills, and credit card debt growing, it can feel impossible to get ahead. Minimum payments aren't designed to do what Candace wouldn't do.
Well, I mean, it's almost like the Trump administration said they were going to do something about that. I don't know. You supported it.
You can just ask us anything. Okay, so we're hoping that he's going to start asking him relevant things about the case, the many holes, the way that they're behaving, some of the evidence that I've presented on the show, some of the videos that I have presented, asking him about potentially other players. No, all this means is please give me an opportunity to trash Candace. And he does this amazing thing. Andrew Colvett, right out the gate, tries to smear me as a Hitler lover. And it's so offensively dishonest that it's even too much for Andrew Wilson. He actually fact checks. First, you got Blake, you're going to see him laugh. She loves Hitler. And then just watch Blake's face transform as he realizes that Andrew Wilson's not going to let them get away with that. And he's like, I feel like you're kind of taking that way out of context. Take a listen. It's brilliant.
Then she had that event where she basically said Hitler was great if he just would have stayed, in
Blake
Germany. Stayed in Germany, which, there's a lot of problems.
Now, to be fair and charitable here, right? Just to be as unbiased as possible. I did go back and review that clip, as that seemed like it was the turning point for Turning Point, was that actual clip.
Sure.
It seemed to me that she wasn't actually trying to make any sort of apologetics for Hitler, but rather she was trying to make a comparison to nationalism and saying that as a nationalist, she thought he did a good job. And that was,
did they just get busted taking something out of context, trying to fucking clip chimp?
And she basically just kind of misspoke and buried herself with that particular lead. But obviously, it became a massive PR nightmare for Turning Point, right? That's how that ended up playing out.
Well, I think it's one of those statements where you can defend it and then, in isolation, and then events afterwards, I think, lend greater clarity to it.
Yeah, it was part of a whole.
Yeah, like the defense you could make is, she just meant, he wanted Germany's economy to grow. He wanted to undo Versailles. She didn't mean the weird, kill all the Jews. Except then, 2023, 2024, she actually becomes obsessed with the Jews all the time.
Yeah, I would say it was part of a whole, though, to your point. Yeah, you could, if that was a one-off, you probably could have defended it. But then we had a bunch of chapters that were really up in arms about it. And then you had this, I think it was the Christchurch shooter in New Zealand that said she was, this guy was inspired by Candace. It was like a whole bunch of stuff.
Just absolutely mortifying that Andrew Wilson actually watched the clip. We weren't talking about Jews at all, and we were talking about the topic of nationalism. And I was asked a question specifically, like, Candace, when you say that you're a nationalist, some people might attribute that to Adolf Hitler. And I said, well, it's not attributable to Adolf Hitler, because Adolf Hitler, if he had just wanted to stay in Germany and make Germany great, we wouldn't have an issue with that. No one would have an issue in that. But he didn't just want to do that. He had ambitions outside of Germany. That's what I said. And they took that, and Blake, it is just little sneering.
Trying to fuck it.
We're going to try to lie, to try to make it seem as though I supported Adolf Hitler. That is why Turning Point USA is trash. They are trash for that.
Well, I mean, they're also trash for still capitalizing on Charlie's name to be completely real. Like, change the name of the fucking show, dude.
There was no confusion. It was just an attempt to smear me.
It's gone from like, oh, we're honoring his legacy to like, no, we're grifting off his name, plain and simple.
Then they obviously move on.
We know how many of y'all would fucking dump off or jump off the second that we changed
it. First off, he's talking about a gap of 2018 when I was speaking about nationalism on stage with Charlie, by the way. They're leaving that part out as well. I was with Charlie, and journalists were in the room, and nobody had a problem with it at all. And then BuzzFeed pulls the clip months later, and then he fast forwards and says, oh, but, in 2024, later on, there was an issue where Candace said, genocide is always wrong, and that's when things are she's obsessed with not killing children. in Israel. That's what he really means. So then they move on and they try to reassert this idea that Charlie and I were not friends. And this is always my favorite one because Andrew is so accidentally stupid that he doesn't realize that he debunks himself in just like one sweeping statement. He's going to try to make fun and then he's going to debunk it. So listen to what Blake says and what Andrew says, and I'm going to then allow you to listen to what Charlie said. Take a listen.
And so I'd like to start by going all the way back, and maybe you can tell us actually what the relationship was between Candace Owens and Charlie Kirk. What actually was it?
Yeah, I'd like to go first there, even though you have far more to say, Andrew, because I can just speak from my perspective as someone who arrived late 22, moved out here in 23, that I have never met Candace Owens and don't know her.
Thank you.
Maybe I saw her in person once at a distance.
Probably
maybe
not.
I shook her hand. I've never had a conversation with her to my knowledge. And I think that speaks to something because I was with Charlie for close to 3 years. And I feel like I met most of the people Charlie was super close with. I met donors. I met his family members. I met his team. I met a lot. And I don't know Candace. So I like to use...
To be fair, I think that Candace had like after Charlie died, she did kind of... I don't want to say lie because that's not fair, but she definitely embellished her relationship with him because it did kind of seem that they like by that point they had gone two totally separate ways. She was doing, numbers with this fucking project in it, but it did already seem like, okay, yeah, like you guys had no projects together past any of this. Like, it's exaggerated for sure.
That as a preface, but you have more that you can say about that.
Yeah, and Blake, you have that great video.
It's also genuinely weird how she did try to insert herself in like to the love of his life position. It's not like, honestly, it's gross. It's something that, no, her husband should be fucking bothered by it. Erica should have attacked that. She should have been like, what is this pick-me bitch doing? Like, if she wanted to be with Charlie, why wasn't she with Charlie? I mean, realistically, it seems like if they were into each other, it seems like they had plenty of opportunities to hook up and actually be together. Weird.
Everybody plays.
It's weird.
You reacting to Candace, you're
oh yeah, where I'm kind of like raising my eyebrow.
It's fair to say Blake was early on the being suspicious.
Except the people that read fucking romance novels or some shit.
Yeah, if you go back far enough, I mean, that's why. I mean, I put out that tweet basically saying, Candace, your central foundational lie is that you and Charlie were friends. You were not friends, right? Show me something from recent, the end of Charlie's life, the last 12 months or whatever. I think she and then I said 18 months, 24 months. I think she showed something at 22 months, and so I got community noted, right? Okay, whatever. What I can tell you is that I think Charlie and Candace were friends back in 2018, part of 2019. That did not end well at all, actually.
I'll be honest, I do believe that from his side. Because it seems like she did just disappear from his life.
So weird, because if it didn't end well at all, it's a question because why were Charlie and Erica at my wedding at the end of 2019? And what's funny is he mentions this clip of Blake at the beginning of it. But that clip that he's referring to is Charlie discussing our friendship in November of 2023. So he's trying to say we haven't been friends since 2018, but he references this clip of Charlie and Blake looking unhappy about it because...
What, he died in 2025? Like, okay, even a 2-year gap like that. The way that, no, I kind of, like, this is where I got to turn this one on Candace. No. You tried to fucking make yourself very self-important in this. You tried to make yourself a main character in this one to the point where, no, you're going to have to take the criticism. And honestly, it is kind of weird how I went from being hypercritical about Erica's, the bullshit that she's been doing. But realistically, Candy, it don't look good for you either.
Blake didn't know Charlie. Blake didn't know who Charlie's friends were. As he admits, he's like, I didn't meet Candace because I got married and had children and lived on the other side of the country.
I don't think that Charlie wanted her. I don't think that he was attracted to her.
That's just how it works. My best friends I see about once or twice a year because we've moved. Friends that live in Florida, people that live in Connecticut. That's just the way life works when you get married and start having kids. The donors are not his friends, Blake.
Not
I know
really.
you guys love money,
Not
but when he
entirely.
says, I've met his friends, like, I mean, I know the donors, you're just a
that's actual bullshit. Like, hold on, guys. Like, I have phone conversations with people that, like, just randomly, where if I haven't heard from a friend for a long time, I will just text them or call them and just be like, hey, what up?
So you see him every day at work. You don't know Charlie. You guys are not his friends. And this clip is what he is referring
That's genuinely fucked up that she just said that.
to.
No, Candy, I'm sorry that he did keep these two knuckleheads around for a long time. There was a degree of trust, and there can be a fucking professional and, you know, like a personal relationship as far as, you know, work. That is a thing.
As he then moves on and says that we weren't friends until and since 2018, he keeps going backwards. It's like he keeps going a year back. Listen to Charlie and his.
Oh, dude, this is where Candace starts to like really come across as like, shit. How? And this is also more embarrassing for Andrew. It's like, how'd you lose to this?
Own words in November of 2023.
I mean,
they likely bonked once in the back of Kirk's tour bus.
She's on our.
That's the vibe I got.
Team. She's the best, right? I mean, we're on Team Candace, and I'm also, you know, I'm on Team Freedom Center too. But you know, I got a text message from some lunatic. Charlie, why do you have her still speaking at AmFest? I said, lose my number. Wow. I said, you obviously haven't been through the Tyler remembers the Charlie Candace thing. I mean, from the.
Everyone thought you were married. They thought you were married. Remember, Charlie? They were like, "Are they married?" Remember?
Oh, it was like. By the way, it was this that one got me. Very unsubstantiated internet rumor.
Yeah, that's not true, but
it's not true. Okay,
I'm remembering some choice memes that I definitely don't have saved on my backup hard drives.
I disagree with Jack. Can I take a moment to thought crime Jack right now? I disagree with Jack. She's not higher than him on the graphic because her name's shorter. She's higher than him on the graphic because he's a white male.
Wow. Racism. Racism at Turning Point
we have
confirmed.
To.
You know what? Maybe Tyler is all right.
Blake did that. Blake was the one.
Tyler is all right after all.
So they want you to think that Charlie just is lying there. He's reminiscing and he's lying, and that actually we're Team Candace. Lose my number, he says, to someone who wasn't his friend. I mean, it's just such an absurdity that they have to do this. And I have presented evidence every year from 2018. They keep sticking to the 2018 timeline because after Charlie passed, I showed people text messages of Charlie predicting his own death in 2018, because that is relevant, that in 2018, Charlie foresaw that he was going to die young and that I was going to carry on the torch, saying, be my David. I don't think I'm going to live this thing through. When I signed on a dotted line with Turning Point USA, from the moment that I signed on a line with Turning Point USA, he started having visions of his own death. That is the reason that they started this ridiculous narrative that I didn't speak to Charlie since 2018. It's such a nonsense, and it's so easily debunked. We've debunked it so many times on this show, and yet they still are trying to push it because they have nothing left. They cannot respond to anything, and they are trying to rewrite Charlie's history. Charlie and I were very close. We were like brother and sister. And yes, we spent so much time together when we were obviously both single. And once you become a parent and get married, your relationship has to change. Your priority, and also you have to have respect for his wife, which I did. He was married, and he has to respect for my husband. George became close to Charlie. The whole year of our engagement, we traveled around with Charlie, and we have so many memories. He has so many messages with Charlie. And so I don't know, it just makes me laugh that they think that they could do this. It's just not going to be possible.
I don't know. It is a little weird that you're relitigating something where technically it does seem like they can prove that you were not in contact with him for quite some time.
We just spent such great time together. And whenever we think about it, you see it on me as well.
And now the fact that you're making your whole career based on his death.
I just reflect on it with just so much happiness. And I'm happy that I've gotten back to that, where that anger that I felt and the grief that I felt is now moving into acceptance. Like I keep telling you, where I'm able to just revisit everything and just be so grateful for the time that I had with Charlie and how staunchly we always defended each other whenever we were going through anything. And then, of course, in the very next breath, which I'm not going to show you, he then says, oh, he totally had her back when she got fired from the Daily Wire. Yeah, Andrew, that's now your timeline is pushed up to 2024. I was fired in March of 2024. So how long are you trying to say that we weren't friends for? It's just such a nonsense. Truly, let it go. Blake, nobody knows who you are. Neither did Charlie. Okay, you started working for him in 2023. You're not laughing because you don't know anything. Tyler's laughing because he does. And it is, like I said, it was like a coming of age together and a real relationship was forged. And you just don't have the power to wipe that away. I'm sorry, Andrew. You can't even put your timeline together. Get a timeline. My timeline is so good. Anyway, this part was the most incredible to me of like when he asks him, doesn't say positive evidence, but he asks him for an example.
The positive evidence,
you know, why I left Turning Point USA, and he says I was difficult to work with. And here's what Andrew Colvett explains happened one time.
Could you give more details there? Even I would like to hear that. Like, what caused her to depart, if we can say?
Well, I mean, there's two things, really. And part of it is you got to give credit where it's due. She was a rising star. She was growing really fast. You know, Charlie famously sort of offered her a job. What did you... sorry if I missed something that you said, Andrew. Oh, okay.
No, you're good.
Yeah, so she was, you know, Charlie offered her a job basically right on meeting her. Kind of saw that she was... somebody that could help Turning Point, help the movement, in his opinion. And then they, you know, she explodes onto the scene. You know, Kanye had that tweet where it's like, I like the way Candace Owens thinks. And it was kind of like a rocket ship, right? And then they had, but she became more and more difficult to work with, more and more issues with the team. And then she had that moment
when you say difficult to work with, what do you mean?
I think, you know, she was very aware of her rising star power. And so she started exerting more demands on timing, on where she could be deployed, what schools. So
she was becoming like a prima donna?
You could use that word.
That's what I've heard. I've definitely heard complaints from people who have worked with her.
Yeah, and that continued on after when we started working with her later on. Just, you know, I think she canceled an event with us, and our event team still tells this story, you know, like the day before, and we had to scramble to get it replaced because she ended up in like France with Kanye or something the next day.
I just want to address that because again, he's such a slime ball. That is the only time that I canceled an event with Turning Point USA. So he's telling the truth. By the way, that's 2022, late 2022. I thought me and Charlie were not supposed to be friends. Everyone remembers the moment that I went to France and I wore the White Lives Matter t-shirt. Obviously, it was not a planned trip whatsoever. I had no idea that Kanye was going to call me and he was going to invite me. And because of our friendship, Charlie knew how much Kanye meant to me. And this moment, the fact that we had built Turning Point USA,
this entire fucking circle of fucking idiots is just...
machine. I had just also released a documentary on Black Lives Matter. I had stumped so many college campuses for Turning Point USA, raising money with this vision of waking Black people up to the Democratic Party and some of the lies, like this constantly being sold as a victim. So Charlie was there for that entire journey. Like Charlie and me, Kanye, obviously, like he says, is the reason that Turning Point USA was put on the map. I love the way Candace Owens thinks. And then it was an absolute rocket ship for both of us, for me and for Charlie. And so when I called Charlie and I was like, I just got invited, and he knew how much Kanye meant to me and my life and my growth and giving me the strength, his music, I would constantly run to it. Charlie was running to it every single day. And he knew that I had a moment to make all of this come together and go to France. I called him and I said, Charlie, like it was the only thing on my calendar. I had Turning Point USA.
Wasn't that after like he did the whole divorce thing and he was going really weird?
Of course you have to go. It was actually a demonstration of our unique friendship. Of course you have to go. Please just get me a substitute for who can speak for you. I then called Michael Knowles and asked him if he would sub for me. And I was unbelievably apologetic to the team. I had never, ever, ever in our entire working relationship had I ever canceled an event. And Andrew brings this up as if this proves that I was a diva. No, it proved that Charlie really knew how much something meant to me, and we made it work, and it was atypical, and it was one time, and it was in late 2022. So I just wanted to answer for that because I couldn't believe he tried to repackage that as if like I was some diva and was like, peace to the team. I'm just going to France to go shop, and not that I had asked Charlie for permission to do that, and he was just so gracious and amazing and supportive, as he always was. And yeah, so if the event team is still talking about that, tell him to get over it. I mean, it's just so ridiculous. This is still the worst thing I've ever lived through. Like, calm down. Anyway, I do also want to show you this clip, which they're trying to push, which is Candace told me she was going to burn Turning Point USA to the ground. All right, Andrew, let us hear what you have to say.
But I remember one conversation, it was probably like 5 or 6 days after. And I remember I had flown to DC. We had JD Vance hosted Charlie's show on that Monday after. So Charlie was killed on a Wednesday, and then JD hosted the show on the Monday. So I remember I flew back, landed in the airport, and I believe I was talking to Candace, and she said something that I've not publicly communicated yet, but basically it was that if the wrong people take over the organization, and she said this, I'll never forget it. She says, "I will burn down that organization. I swear to God."
And you mean Turning Point?
Turning Point. If the wrong people, and I just assumed because she was very obviously
there were
anti-Jewish.
rumors at this time, like it was
This is
chatter
5 days,
online.
6 days after, whatever it was. She said, "I'm going to burn down that organization. I swear to God." And I just thought she meant if the Jews take over or something
Ben
like
Shapiro.
this.
Let's just say the name.
Ben
People were
Shapiro,
throwing
yeah.
out because Ben Shapiro had appeared on the show.
And
Some people ran with like, Ben Shapiro has now taken over Turning
Well, he
Point
hadn't
USA.
appeared. I don't know if he had appeared on that. I think he was actually going to show up the next day on the Tuesday. Because
Even Andrew's like, oh.
Yeah, Blake, you have no idea what you're talking about. Actually, if you go back and watch my show, I said early on, and now I have a different opinion. I said, I think people that all think that Ben Shapiro, because he said pick up the bloody mic, wants to take over Turning Point USA, I said, I think that that's just wrong. I'm on record saying that. So you can't just make stuff up, Blake, and pretend that I was taking the bait about Ben Shapiro. What I was actually taking the bait on was the conversations that I was having with Andrew Colvett on the phone. I was speaking to Andrew Colvett on the phone every single day, and it was Andrew Colvett who was telling me, and we were speaking about a potential foreign angle in Charlie's assassination, okay? I can show you text messages to that effect. I can actually show you this call log if you can pull it up. He's talking about literally on August 14th, after he and I had been speaking. It was just, you have the exact date, Andrew, in case you want to make a timeline. September 14, 2025 was when you and I spoke for 17 minutes. On the 13th, on the 12th, you were the one that was telling me about the Bill Ackman summit. You were the one that was telling me about Bibi Netanyahu's letter, and telling me that Mikey McCoy had this letter on Charlie's laptop. And you told me basically that Charlie in this letter said that he was kind of pulling away from the Israel cause. We talked about that extensively. You were the one that told me about the text messages. Notice I'm saying plural text messages to Dan Flood and to yourself the night before, that Charlie thought that he was going to be killed. And you never, ever, ever once said, and when I spoke to other people who confirmed this, that it was the left. In fact, I specifically asked you, who is they? And you said, I don't know. You were the one who told me about that chat, that Charlie saying, I'm abandoning the pro-Israel cause. So don't make it seem like it's weird that I was thinking about Israel in those days. And then Bibi Netanyahu goes on and
the thing is, you were, though.
Says, I didn't kill him. As you are feeding me this information.
This is as simple as you were still buying into that, like, Israel's tied to, like, you know, the Christian Bible kind of thing, and like how technically you going in on the Israel trip was technically, like, this is so weird to say, but this is how it was in like my school, for instance. So in my school, we thought that we were just as important as, you know, your average Jewish person. So in certain ways, they would try to get like grants for students to go on the Israel trip, because they were just like, well, technically it's our holy land too, you know, but semantics. Now, the issue, again, being, well, just how much superiority are we going to allow these evangelicals to hold over us? Because like, I'm not sure if, like, Benjamin Netanyahu gets it, that once he accomplishes what he wants, that technically the white evangelicals are the ones that are going to come and take over Israel. And that would be, I guess, us, the USA.
That I would not have had otherwise, about how Charlie declined to have Bibi Netanyahu on his show, and he was growing increasingly more agitated with Israeli involvement and willing to walk away from this. And I can even show a text message that I sent to you, and then we talked on the phone because You're a PR agent, so whenever I would text, you would call. Smart way to do this. But where I
that's a professional way to do it.
even said to you after Bibi went on and held up the letter, I messaged you because you were the one that told me about the letter and said this. This was our conversation. I can't sleep, just destroyed September 11th. This is also September 11th, but you were on a plane, so it was coming in weird. You wrote same, in and out of sleep, and I'm up again. I said, who did this? This was a government hit. We need answers. And then you can see on September 11th, you and I had a conversation, and I said, Bibi's lying about the contents of a letter that Charlie wrote him. He's making it seem like it was just him writing a love letter about how much he loves Israel. I know that's not true, and it's making me sick. I knew it wasn't true because Andrew Colbert was the one who told me about the letter. So it's just incredible. Like, he is reintroducing this as if Candace was like, she's going to burn. Like, I was basically saying that if this is true and there is foreign involvement, like, we will burn this place to the ground. If they're staging this to try to take over his company, meaning we, because I'm talking to you and this is Charlie's organization and we don't know who killed him yet. We don't know what the motive was. And he was totally supportive and giving me more information. And now he's pretending like, oh, I don't know why she said that. I don't know why. I was so scared. And actually what he said to me on the 14th was, no, on that front, we're good. We don't have to worry about that because the board has already voted and Erica, don't say this yet, we're not announcing it publicly, but Erica is taking over the company. And what I said to him was, thank God. So he left that out. He left out the context.
Yeah, that seems pretty, like, that's a big text to leave out.
Really, Candace became a bull.
Yeah.
And as I was telling her information about how Charlie was pulling away from Israel as a possible motive.
As I said, I love being an objective observer here where I'm like, I don't give a shit about either of these assholes, but I'll try and call balls and strikes, you know, like a good umpire.
Happened as we had no answers. I mean, this is 4 days after Charlie's assassination. We didn't know anything. We didn't know if there were foreign ties. We knew nothing. And he is giving me this Israeli narrative. Now he's like, oh, I think she just thought it was the Jews. I don't know why. Well, you do know why, Andrew, that I thought Israel was involved in this and why I still believe that there is an Israeli angle. And to try to wrench yourself out of that as the person who was my #1 source on all of this information is complete lunacy. And I think I have a message where I even said, give Erica my number. Was that on there where I was like, give Erica my new number? Like, 14th, after we're talking about this, I'm angry now. I'm at a stage of real anger. Also, please send Erica my new number. She only has my old one. Your whole narrative that you're trying to sell now as if I was.
You know what, Rebecca? Don't let them bully you. Subway's fine. The meat's not the greatest quality, but goddamn, I don't know another sub place that has the fresh veggies that they do.
Happy that Erica was taking over the organization. And when I was fearful that
I have my favorite sub from Subway, don't worry.
There could have been some sort of outside foreign involvement and motive with Israel, who wanted his organization for reasons that were not yet clear. But we all knew Bibi's behavior was very strange afterward, and you agreed with that. So try to tell the truth, Andrew. Try to put things in their proper context. Tell the truth about France and what was going on.
Chipotle sauce in my veins.
Why Charlie agreed to it. Tell the truth about why Israel was on my mind. What you said about Bill Ackman staging an intervention.
Although,
what you said
hold on.
about
Okay, so Italian urban cheese. I like to do the turkey subs. Got to get some provolone, then lettuce, tomato, mayo. Lettuce, tomato, spinach, red onion, then add mayo and ranch, and then some of the spices, and you got me a good old sandwich.
Charlie declined to have Bibi on his show, which you also admitted that you even expressed that concern to Joe Kent, which you now...
I can't afford it, but Jersey Mike's is fucking amazing. Yeah, I only go to Jersey Mike's when they have like a sale.
Seem like he's an enemy,
Same
but
thing.
You were the one who put the Israel narrative in everyone's mind. Andrew, it was you. And by the way, I think for the first time ever, you were telling the truth. You were telling the truth. And then you suddenly pulled it all back and started lying and have been attacking us since, the people who are trying to get to the bottom of this. And I have to, I don't know, assume that you're doing it out of fear. That's the most charitable read on why you're lying in this way, is out of fear. Because if you truly do believe that Israel had something to do with Charlie's assassination, then you would probably recognize that they would have no trouble assassinating you too. Again, that is my most charitable read, but I wanted to put things in their proper context because this is all they have left. Of course, they spent no time going over any of the explosive evidence or answering any of the questions that we actually want to know from Turning Point USA, because they're not going to do that.
Gotta stop there. All right, let's see.
The data just keep coming.
Let's see. We're kind of doing a little roulette because, yeah, I ended up canceling 2 of the video segments that I wanted to do.
And that Donald Trump's worst electoral nightmare is rapidly materializing in real time. Not only are election forecasters continuing to shift.
Oh, wait. I do have this. Hold on. I have Harry Anton. Where's Harry Anton? Harry Anton. Fuck are the polls? Yeah, fucking just play it.
Key crucial Senate races leftwards in favor of the Democratic Party, but we also have continuing fallout and rebellion from within the Republican Party over recent decisions made by Trump. Not just his recent announcement regarding the importing of price-controlled foreign beef.
Yeah, dude, that pissed off a lot of people
since we last talked about this. Of Republican lawmakers speaking out about this, but also key Republican donors who are furious with Trump over his endorsement of the wildly corrupt Ken Paxton in Texas, which may cost the Republicans control of the Texas Senate seat. The whole thing is a total disaster, and we have to talk about it. But before we do, if you end up liking this video and you want to support the channel, please be sure to hit the like, subscribe, and notification bells before you go. Okay, folks, so there's a lot to talk about here, and it's all coming in together. Okay, let's start with this. So first things first, Cook Political Report finds Democrats, quote, have multiple paths to take the Senate. The Cook Political Report updated its rankings for the upcoming midterms, predicting that Democrats now have, quote, multiple paths to take back the Senate majority, especially with Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton dragging down Republicans. So let's take a look. Let's see. Actually, let's go to Adam Carlson here. Here are the average ratings for U.S. Senate races as of today, based on ratings from the Cook Political Report, Inside Elections.
Again, dude, we're so far removed from the actual election, but let's see.
Botto's Crystal Ball, Split Ticket, Vote Hub, and 51 plus or 50 plus 1. At the moment, Alaska is the tipping point race for a Democratic majority. Not the only race, but like there are so many now hanging in the balance that if Alaska falls, then it's almost guaranteed to have a Democratic Senate majority, according to the aggregators here. So let's take a look here. Jessica Taylor with Cook Political Report shared 4 key races where they had shifted their ratings, all in the Democrats' favor. Texas Senate went from lean Republican to toss-up. Iowa Senate went from lean Republican to toss-up. Texas governor went from solidly red to likely red. Again, that's a leftward shift. And Iowa governor went from toss-up to lean Democrat. Fox News updated its power rankings earlier this week, moving the Texas Senate race from lean R to toss-up. Nate Silver was even more optimistic for Tallarico, granting a lean Democratic rating. And Tallarico, of course, is probably the most, I would say, famous of the election forecasters. So let's take a look here at some of these clips, and we're going to dive into some other information as well.
Just 75 days to go until the midterm elections. And as we turn from a bruising primary season toward the general election, the battle for control of the Senate could be changing. 9 states will likely determine if Republicans can hold on to their Senate majority or if Democrats can win back the upper chamber as they look to capitalize on President Trump's deep unpopularity. Now we have brand new analysis from the Cook Political Report on the state of play. And here's a hint. Democrats may have a new path to the Senate majority. Cook Political Report's Jessica Taylor joins me now. Jessica, thank you for being here. Tell us about your new ratings.
We are shifting Texas from lean Republican into the toss-up column. We're also shifting Iowa from lean Republican into the toss-up column. We're also making 2 shifts in the governor's races in both of those states. The Texas governor's race moves from solid
Republican
to likely Republican.
fun half. We're 4 minutes late.
And becoming more competitive. And then the Iowa governor's race moves from toss-up to lean Democrat, giving Democrats a slight advantage there. But what this means is that there are multiple paths now for Democrats to a Senate majority, even if they lose, if they don't win Maine or if they lose Michigan. Now, it's still a very narrow path, but we see the Senate now as a toss-up, but one that still might slightly favor Republicans, but it is an increasingly competitive opportunity for Democrats.
Okay, so you talked
That sounds crazy. Yep.
about different paths. Let's sort of drill down on that and look at the map. So let's just say Texas, according to this, there is a possibility. Let's say it goes Democrat. Texas goes D. Iowa, let's say that now that it's a toss-up from your reporting and analysis, Iowa goes D. What does that mean in terms of what else Democrats would have to do, and on the flip side of that, what else Republicans would have to do?
Well, North Carolina still remains the best opportunity for Democrats. We rate that one as lean Democrat.
Okay, so let's do this a D.
Then Democrats,
for Dems.
then Democrats would just need one more seat. Now they still have to defend Michigan, and that's an increasingly daunting task. We have some We have some new polling out of there from the AARP, from a bipartisan polling firm, that shows that is very much a toss-up, but there are some vulnerabilities that Abdul Al-Sayed has, particularly with older voters.
So let's say worst case
racist
scenario for Democrats.
God, can they just fucking ship off already?
Democrats, best case for Republicans in Michigan. Michigan goes R.
Right.
Then what happens?
Then Democrats would still need, they would need 5 total. They would need to flip 5 seats. So that means a Maine, an Ohio, an Alaska.
You'd save your lungs. You're actually wrong on that one entirely.
So it just means that Democrats have increasingly expanded the competitive battlefield and are putting Republicans on the defensive in more states, in double-digit Trump states that really should not be competitive, but are. I think that what we're looking at right now is the economy and the war in Iran. Even if this resolves, even if the Strait of Hormuz opens back up, where the economy is baked into voter psyches right now.
So this is an absolute disaster, because understand, this map is supposed to on paper
started teetering a little bit after the 3K, but still made it.
The Republicans, and favor Trump. Democrats should not be competitive in this race. There are more reliable red states than blue states. Democrats have
it's funny. I did that in front of a doctor, and they were just like, "Oh, wow, you have really good lung capacity." I'm like, "Yes, I do."
Colossal disadvantage on paper in virtually every Senate contest.
Gee, wonder where that practice came from.
Because Trump is so uniquely terrible as president, Democrats are competitive. Thank God. Now, I also mentioned again that we're starting to see, it's not just the electoral consequences of this, but
Mitchell, you also got Seth Rollins.
Also the backlash from within the party. Republicans revolt over Trump's beef tariff relief will, quote, further harm MAGA. We did a video about some of this earlier, but more reactions have poured in, and it's not good. Trump has created an affordability crisis, and with his disastrous tariffs and his war in Iran, and with the midterms approaching, after delaying and actively making things worse, instead he said, okay, well, you know what? I'll lift my tariffs. I'll allow the import of foreign beef only on the condition that the foreign beef is sold to American consumers 25% lower than
you can hold your breath underwater for a long period of
American
time.
Beef.
Yeah, I can go about a minute, like no problem.
Okay, so let's take a look here. Senator Deb Fischer, MAGA, Deb Fischer. I'm extremely disappointed by this decision from the White House. We all want lower grocery prices, but as I've said for months, we can't do it at the expense of American producers. Flooding the market with foreign beef hurts our livestock industry and undermines the long-term solution of growing U.S. cattle herd to meet demand. Senator Pete Ricketts says, I appreciate the administration's work to lower grocery prices. Short-term policy shifts do not equal long-term solutions. Flooding the market with lower quality beef compromises Nebraska farmers and ranchers.
I mean, no matter what, this is, now you got farmers pissed off. Hey, that's cool. All right, now we got some more fun stuff we can get to. Let's refute the the Andrew Wilson shit.
Online political commentator known for debating. Andrew Wilson is an online political commentator known for debating cultural, political, and social issues. He's risen in prominence in conservative circles over the last few years, and it can't be denied that this is in large part due to his aggressive debate style and fearless confrontational attitude. Andrew has taken part in dozens of debates with the likes of leftists, secular humanists, atheists, Muslims, feminists, as well as fellow conservatives and fellow Christians. and he most assuredly views himself as unstoppable in the arena of verbal combat. But for those paying close enough attention, it's apparent that Andrew's notoriety is built on nothing more than bluster and sophistry. Andrew Wilson is not the next intellectual giant of our generation. He's a petulant, belligerent, and rationally impotent interlocutor who just happens to employ a few effective and intimidating debate tactics that successfully conceal his web of contradictory, vacuous, and ungrounded beliefs.
Yeah, once you understand the tactics, then you understand exactly how to shut him down. That's where I got to give Candace some credit. She knew exactly where to shut him down. Like, when he was trying to do the time, the time thing where it's just like, come on. She's like, I have all day. Stop.
Beliefs.
She's like, there is no time limit.
I'm going to walk you very carefully through
So many
Andrew's
goddamn cups on
dishonest
that
and
table.
deceitful debate tactics that create the illusion of his supposed rational superiority. Despite what many believe, Andrew's commonly employed method of debate is fallacious, and we can demonstrate that objectively. And on top of this, we'll survey how the standards of intellectual discourse that Andrew requires of his interlocutors are violated by him at every turn. Andrew Wilson is, on top of being a deceptive debater, also a hypocrite and a charlatan. All right, let's get into the substance.
He's not wrong. Gotta dig the channel, man. You know what?
Let's begin with Andrew's dishonest and fallacious debate tactics. After watching hours upon hours of Andrew's interactions and debates, which is a form of torture I wouldn't wish upon my worst enemy, I began to notice a pattern in how he approaches most of his debates and how
I remember when I had to do some prep for it. I was just like, wait, so this is the guy? Oh no. I watched his debate with Destiny. I was just like, oh, this is not going to be great.
Maneuvering and positioning himself dialectically so as to gain and uphold the upper hand in his debates. Let's examine a specific debate of Andrew so that we can dissect and illuminate the tactic in real time. A little over a year ago, Andrew debated atheist Mark Reed on the topic of which is better for society, Christianity or secular humanism. Mark took the position that secular humanism is better for society, and Andrew, of course, affirmed the position that Christianity is better for society. Let it be noted that both parties have a burden of proof here. Both Andrew and Mark have an obligation to justify their position and demonstrate its truth. But to anyone who had the patience to sit through this 7-hour debate, yes, 7 hours, they might have noticed that Andrew had a very peculiar strategy throughout the debate. See, very early on in the debate, Andrew told Mark to just assume, for the sake of argument, that Andrew's position was false. That is, Andrew supposedly conceded his position to Mark by tentatively constructing a dialectical facade that Christianity was false and that Andrew's position was ultimately subjective in his grounding of ethics.
But you still won't tell me where your morals come from. You're just saying, hey, I go to myself, which I know is not the case because that would not make you a Christian.
To Andrew. I don't understand. I can argue Christianity being good for society and not even be a Christian, Mark. Did you know that? I could. And so the thing is, it's like none of that. And where I draw my morality from, I was even
Weird part was I kind of made a similar argument.
willing in the best faith to cede that Christians are delusional and still the outcomes for society by following Christian ethics are better. And then I gave you an example, which you still haven't answered to.
Now, upon first glance, this might not appear to be a major problem. Andrew is merely making a rhetorical point, right? Well, no. What Andrew's doing is actually deceptive and fallacious. See, by erecting a fake position and supposedly conceding to Mark that his position is illusory, Andrew is, number one, avoiding his obligation to prove his own claims, and two, makes it impossible for his interlocutor, Mark, to perform an internal critique.
Yeah, he did apply that to me. That's why I kept doing that orthodox argument.
Performing internal critiques is Andrew's MO. I'll admit that he's quite skilled at it, but Andrew's dishonest debate tactic is to perform internal critiques of his opponent's position while making it impossible for his opponent to perform one on his position.
Yeah.
See, by supposedly conceding his position to his opponent from the get-go, and failing to uphold the proposition he's actually there to defend, Andrew's interlocutor is unable to perform an internal critique of his position. That is, Andrew is attempting to tie both of his opponent's hands behind their back through deceptive means. Now again, you might wonder, well, what's the problem with this? That's just a debate strategy, and
Same
Andrew's
thing you
pretty
tried
good
with
at it.
Candace. Yeah, but she shut him down like
It
right
should be
away.
Andrew's opponent's job to weed through the rhetoric and attack Andrew's position. Well, first, how can Andrew's opponent actually attack Andrew's position if he's deceptively taking on a position that he doesn't actually hold? And second, and more importantly, Andrew is engaging in a fallacy. He's shifting the burden of proof. By adopting a fake position that he doesn't hold to and supposedly conceding to his interlocutor, Andrew never has to shoulder his burden of proof. He can just shrug off all attempts to defend his position by claiming, "I already conceded my position to my opponent," and fallaciously place the burden back on his opponent. Again, this is not an astute and
Not coming from a place of good faith and debating isn't going to win anything. Well, the thing is, it's perceived wins. Like the way that the online debate spaces work is like, how did the audience perceive it in that moment? And then they'll just be like, "W. Andrew," like, and it's usually that way because it's framed from a right-wing perspective. Like for instance, Speakeasy, he does his verbal Mortal Kombat or whatever the fuck. Like he's got that going on right now as we speak. But it's the same shit. Like it's when you have a right-wing audience and like you're already coming at it from like a disadvantage. This is why I don't like online debate spaces in general, is because it's not about actually debating. It's about it's about clip farming.
innovative debate strategy. No, it's fallacy, plain and simple. And what makes it
It's
worse
annoying.
is that Andrew never lets up with this fallacious practice. He just plays this deceptive card the entire debate so that he never has to defend his position.
Yeah. So here's the thing. The argument here is very simple. Whether or not Mark can demonstrate how secular humanism is actually better for society than Christian ethics. It's very simple. Here's what Mark has determined for you, right? Andrew's delusional because he believes in this fictitious God character. Sure, I'll even see that the possibility of that is true. I'll just cede it for the purpose of the debate, which I've done multiple times. He keeps on asking me where I get the odd, but without God, just get it from me, just like he does. He says, okay.
You got it. This one
Can you
comes.
show me it's subjectively wrong?
What's that, Mark?
Can you show me it's subjectively wrong?
Mark, I would never. Me is the ultimate arbiter of morality. Everything I say is what's objectively wrong or right. I think it's
Okay, so you're
objectively
just going
wrong
to
that you
dodge the
exist.
question by misrepresenting your own position. Interesting.
Mark, I've been representing my whole position the entire time. I have taken the
Really?
role of the delusion. I've accepted. I've seen the light that I'm delusional. But how, even if I'm delusional, if I want all of my policies enforced on society, you never did demonstrate why that would be wrong, Mark.
Oh,
Never
it's because
once.
people under delusion, false
Now,
witness.
Mark,
Oh, so you're
can you answer
telling
my
the truth,
question
or
now?
you're just lying
I
completely?
just answered your question. I adopted a position for the purposes of a debate.
It's
That's
nice
how you
that
do
James
logical
actually
debate.
Which you're now
stopped using that
breaking.
fucking green
Now,
screen.
You're now breaking.
I never broke
you have
anything.
multiple times during
I
this.
literally
yes.
never broke anything. I adopted the
Yeah.
position that I'm willing to accept for the position of the debate that I was a delusional Christian, just so you could show me how Christianity is bad for society.
the
And you
reason why-
couldn't. You couldn't, Mark.
The reason why Wilson adopts this position is because
because
he
you can't
cannot
falsify
actually
it.
defend his own. So unable to.
Mark articulated
Wait,
the issue right at the end
Oh,
of
so
that
this
last clip.
was made one day ago.
He said, the reason why Wilson adopts this position is because he cannot actually defend his own. This is precisely correct.
He's got that voice that can scam people. Yeah.
Again, Andrew adopts a fake position so that he never
My wife does not have a high opinion of his voice.
has to shoulder his burden of proof, and he can fallaciously shift this burden
When
to
she
his
comes on the
opponent.
show, I'll let her give
And
her
despite
opinions on
Andrew's
Andrew.
fallacious and deceptive dialectical tap dance, he
You're
had the
special.
audacity to say this during the debate.
On videos like that one. with Andrew.
James, can I say something real quick?
Yeah.
Imagine being so good faith that you're actually willing, if your opponent says your position is completely false, to literally grant that to them. To literally grant to them, you're right, my position is totally false. Now to the meat of the thing we're talking about, can you show me your social prescriptions being better Now that I've granted my entire worldview is false, and they still can't fucking do it, and they say that you are the one who's being bad. Can you even imagine the cognitive dissonance of a moron who does that?
I don't think I've ever witnessed such a mixture of arrogance and sophistry on display. Andrew Wilson's rhetorical grandstanding even makes Jay Dyer appear to be benign. The fact of the matter is that Andrew is in no way engaging in good faith dialogue. He adopts a false position so that he can avoid his burden of proof and so that he can shift that burden to his opponent, thereby rendering them unable to perform an internal critique of Andrew's position, because Andrew has no position to perform an internal critique of.
You're going to get stoned and watch some cricket? Hell yeah, Rebecca. Well, take care. Have fun. Come join us on Twitch in a little bit. Going to be going there soonish.
If there's one word to describe
about an
this
hour or
tactic,
so.
it's dishonest. And if there's another, it's fallacious. Now, please don't assume what I've illuminated in this debate of Andrew's is an isolated incident that has been cherry-picked. No, Andrew utilizes this deceptive tactic ubiquitously. He's the poster boy for fallaciously shifting the burden of proof. Take Andrew's debate with secular humanist Craig McNeil.
Yeah, I watched this
The debate was,
one.
again, regarding which is better for society, Christianity or secular humanism. In Andrew's opening, instead of defending his position that Christianity is
invited
better
to go
for
to this
society, Andrew, again, adopted a position that wasn't his own.
Yeah.
The
They're like,
tenets
"Can you go
of
to New
secular
Jersey?" I'm like,
humanism
"No."
are laid out in a humanist manifesto. So Andrew
like it,
wrote
not.
his own version of the humanist manifesto and required that Craig refute it.
Let's launch into my new and improved humanist manifesto. Craig will be unable to refute any of my prescriptions based on his manifesto if he only uses his manifesto. Instead, he will require a normative framework to supplement that manifesto. He has to do this because without using the manifesto, what are we even arguing about? Craig will not be able to refute a single prescriptive claim I've made by using his manifesto. All of my prescriptive claims are humanist claims. And this is why humanism is the flat earth of ethical systems, and that's what Craig is. You're a moral flat earther.
Yeah, he
again,
debate
Andrew
flat
is
earthers,
assuming
yeah.
a humanist position during this debate and not his actual position of Christian nationalism. And during the debate, Craig somewhat understood Andrew's tactic and attempted to pin him down on his actual position and not the facade he had constructed. But Andrew wiggled free, as he normally does, and fallaciously placed the burden back on Craig.
Great time to ask the question.
What I'm going to ask you, Andrew, is
Fergie,
because
Craig.
you failed to do that in your opening, could you explain to us why Christianity is better for society?
Yeah.
Instead of just
Yeah,
attacking
here.
your own views.
Yeah.
of
So
society.
let's make this really simple, right? So Craig says here, he says, well, that's your interpretation of the Humanist Manifesto. Do you see the problem?
Yeah,
Everybody's
that
going
wasn't
to
the
have an
question.
interpretation of the Humanist Manifesto. Thus, if everybody has an interpretation of the Humanist Manifesto, including me, we can make prescriptions based on it, Craig. So now I'm making prescriptions based
These
on the
debate
Humanist
cons are
Manifesto
essentially
for
just
what?
like for fucking
Society.
Andrew fans.
Okay, you are asking about Christianity. I told you that Christian ethics are better for society because I can refute the prescriptions made in the Humanist Manifesto that I just made in the Humanist Manifesto. You, Craig, cannot refute a single prescription I made off a single tenet in the Humanist Manifesto using your own manifesto. Do you understand that?
Excuse me.
Yes, Andrew,
The fact that individuals in the audience were applauding Andrew here without realizing that he, one, never answered Craig's question, and
Yeah.
two, fallaciously shifted the burden of proof demonstrates
It's all about,
that,
yeah, it's the bravado
unfortunately,
bullshit.
Tribalism trumps
Yeah.
rationality.
Yeah. Yep. That's what I was
And
saying.
again, there's countless more examples of Andrew employing his deceit, and some examples that are even more egregious. Andrew assumed the same deceptive practice in his debate with Matt Dillahunty, and we'll cover Andrew's petulant debate with
I'll watch this one
Dillahunty
as
in
well.
more depth later on in this video. In Andrew's debate
Watch
with
a few of
influencer
these.
Naima on the Whatever podcast, the only podcast platform
Why are
that
there so many
guarantees
goddamn cops?
aneurysms upon viewing, they spent an entire 3 hours discussing the grounding of rights. And any time Naima attempted to ascertain Andrew's position on the matter and have him defend said position, Andrew would fail to answer any questions and would shift the burden of proof. Credit to Naima, as she was clever enough to decipher Andrew's weaselly debate tactic. Watch this montage of clips of Naima pressing Andrew to satisfy his burden and defend his position, only for Andrew to sidestep and dodge every time.
Guilt him in for the rights collectively.
Okay, so do you believe that anybody has like inherent rights? That there are any inherent human rights regardless of
Unless
strength?
you can ground him in God, I don't believe that you can ground rights in anything. And if you can, go ahead and do so.
Okay, so then based on your religion, what are the inherent rights that humans
Well,
have?
first, I need you to understand what the criticism is. So when I say to you, I don't believe that you can ground rights absent religion, do you agree that that's true or false?
Are you going to keep asking me, or are you
Yes.
going to actually like make an opinion? This is what you do, Andrew. You
Yes, it
ask
is.
questions and questions and questions so
So
that you don't actually have to
That's-
form an
that's-
opinion
that's
and
great.
defend it.
That's great. So
Stop
what do you
using
ground-
descriptive arguments.
what do you ground
Make an
morality-
opinion.
what do you ground
Do you
morality in?
believe that humans have
What do you
inherent
ground
value?
morality
Do
in?
you believe that humans have inherent
We
value?
can't go anywhere with the debate unless you can tell me what you ground morals in.
Dude, come on.
But why don't you give an opinion on your actual belief?
Because right now, I'm just trying to figure out what the terms are for rights themselves so we don't equivocate.
Do you not know what rights are?
I don't
The
know what you
opposite of
think they
left.
are. What are
Like,
they?
Can I just
Go ahead.
You're
Go ahead,
arguing
and then
on
Andrew,
a
you respond.
definition because you don't want to actually have to defend your opinion. So Andrew, how do you define morality? Like, how do you define morality? If you don't want to keep dealing with my stupid opinions on the basic definitions of words that you know we both understand, how do
We
you
don't
define
both understand them.
Okay, then give me your definition.
Oh,
How do you
Why
that's
does my
very
definition
honest,
help your definition?
take
because
from you there.
refuse to agree to my definition.
I'm not going to until you give me a coherent
You
one.
don't want to give an opinion. You are so afraid of sharing.
We're
an
going to
opinion.
start first with something that's
How do
coherent.
you define morality?
It does-
Andrew, all you want to do is have a descriptive argument. I want to actually hear your
Listen, the
opinion.
semantics are important to the debate.
Dude.
I'm glad that she
Yes,
calls him
dude.
on that.
Ryan, what time is it?
4:15.
I'll sit
Okay,
here all day
so
and
we've
do
been
this.
arguing
I'm
for
telling you right
semantics.
now, we're not moving past this until
No,
you
Andrew,
can
but what
give
is
me
the
the grounded
point of this?
claim.
It's pointless.
It's the most pointed.
No, it is. Like, if you're just going to constantly ask a question every time that she asks a question, honestly, what are you even doing?
You want to
And it's just a bully tactic, where it's just like, okay, so this is going to be your framing no matter what. That's not how debate works, bro.
Just trying to evade.
because you are afraid of voicing
Then
your
God,
all
and
you
he always
have
gets so whiny.
to do is
having
tell
to
me
He's
how
trying
you
to
ground rights.
So now, what is your definition
Then
of morality?
ground it.
Do you believe there's inherent morality? Answer
what-
a question,
Why would it
Andrew.
matter?
Answer.
I applaud Naima for her patience in dealing with Andrew's sophistry because
Yeah, no
clearly
shit.
debating Andrew Wilson is like nailing Jello to a wall. Just when you attempt to pin him down on a position he signed up to defend, he evades the questions and fallaciously shifts the burden back to his interlocutor. In fact, Andrew just displayed this deceptive practice in his recent debate with Candace
He does. Well, I
Owens.
mean, he does this in every
Towards
debate.
the end of the debate, Candace very explicitly
This is
asked
why I don't like
Andrew
debates. It's too
which
tribal.
charges
No,
he
it is.
believed
It is.
Tyler Robinson was guilty of.
I do
It
not
soon
blame
became
anybody that
apparent
doesn't like
Andrew
debates.
couldn't
Let's put it
answer this
that way.
question because he didn't know any of the 7 charges to which Robinson was being charged. And like a moth to flame, Andrew then pivoted and placed the burden back on Candace and relentlessly required that she list the charges out, despite the fact that she was the one who was originally prompting Andrew to answer specific questions.
If I may ask a question, is that permitted?
Go ahead.
Just so I also have clarity, since your basis has been evidentiary, you keep saying that you have evidence or like you are following evidence. Which one of the charges against, or
dude,
all of them,
This clip is going to haunt him for a while.
do you think Tyler Robinson is guilty of?
The specific charge?
Yeah.
Yeah, so what I think is that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, but of the 7 charges that he's being charged.
Yeah, can we list them real quick? I'll tell you exactly which ones. We'll pull them up.
Well, do you know any of the charges that he's up for right now?
Yeah,
He was,
but I want to make
How
sure
did
that
he
we have
not
them
know that
listed.
this was going to
but
happen?
like can you name one? Because my general perspective is that you don't actually care about this case. You're not following
Is that
the
it?
case.
That's the
Yeah.
question. You're
Yeah,
just
but-
not
but
following it
seems,
enough.
It seems pretty like if you're going to engage and you're going to say the evidence is overwhelming that Tyler Robinson is guilty. I just think that you should. Like,
All right.
Can you tell me one?
Then let's do the
charge
counter.
That he's,
You can really, hang on. This is a great gotcha.
No. You just got to ask me, play
Yeah.
clips out of context,
Yeah,
put me
yeah.
in the hot seat. So please just answer the
This
question.
is fair.
Can
Name
you
all
name-
7
can
since
you-
you've been following the case.
Okay, sure.
Go ahead.
You name one.
Yeah, you named all 7.
I'm happy to do that, but can you name one?
I think he's been charged with murder.
That's actually incorrect.
Okay, great. Now name all 7.
Okay,
He doesn't even. This is like.
Name all 7.
And I.
Can you name
think
all 7?
I can't.
Then do it.
Yep.
Candace would indeed go on to name all 7 charges and make
when
Andrew
you didn't
look
do a reading
quite foolish.
homework and wing it.
So kudos to Candace for being prepared for this portion of the debate because she held her ground even
go,
in the
boo.
face of Andrew's dialectical bullshit. Now then, what we've seen so far is that Andrew relies on debate tactics that exemplify dishonesty and fallacious practices. However, what's even more telling is the way in which Andrew displays his own hypocrisy when speaking out of both sides of his mouth. Recall from earlier in the video that one way in which Andrew evades his burden of proof is to adopt a position that he doesn't actually hold so that his opponents have no access to his internal framework from which to provide a critique. But considering this, listen to the things Andrew articulates that betray his own debate practices.
That's not my question. That's not my question. Answer my question. Don't be bad faith. Do you want
that can be morality through a social contract.
I'm not interested in all
that can be morality through creating an egalitarian society
not
that is
interested
functioning.
at all in possibilities. I'm interested in the one that you have.
These
So
aren't
what-
possible. I
can
mean,
you tell me
any
what
and
you-
all of them.
I just want to know what you ground rights in. So anyway, back to this though. I was trying to give you the example so I could clarify the position. I want to try to have a good faith debate. I
Yes,
don't know why
Andrew.
you refuse to clarify your positions for me.
I just clarified my position.
Okay,
for you. So now clarify
so
yours
is
for me.
it
First of all, hearing Andrew Wilson claim that he wants to have a good faith debate is downright laughable given his well-documented petulant demeanor. Anyone with any modicum of rational awareness knows that Andrew doesn't walk into debates with the intention of discussing
Man, I like how
things
Tim
in
even
good
doesn't like him.
faith.
That was kind of funny.
He's a blood sport debater who only wants to win. Second, and back to the main point, Andrew bemoans the fact that he can't ascertain his interlocutor's position despite constant requests from him to do so. That sounds familiar, doesn't it? Gee, Andrew, I wonder why it's important to clearly and unambiguously understand your opponent's position. Also, in one of those clips with Naima, Andrew explicitly claims that he's not interested in different possibilities of grounding rights, but is instead only interested in Naima's actual position, despite the fact that in that debate she was upfront and cooperative in defining her terms and articulating her position.
Imagine Andrew at a spelling bee.
The point is that Andrew wasn't interested in hypothetical beliefs and positions. Rather, he was specifically interested in his interlocutor's
I'm not gonna
actual
overthink
position
that one.
they came to defend. Hypocrisy, thy name is Andrew Wilson. These are the exact claims that one could and should level against Andrew when he bobs and weaves when it comes to affirming his actual worldview. Andrew likes to take on positions that aren't indicative of his own in a debate so that he doesn't have to clarify his own beliefs and bear a burden of proof. But when he's attempting to argue against his opponent's worldview, he requires that they be upfront with their position, clarifying their terms to his satisfaction, and not entertain possibilities different from their actual position.
Can you pronounce it? Use it in a
This
sentence.
is
What do
simply
you think?
not the way that intellectual discourse works.
I mean, dude.
You don't get to hold your interlocutors to
The fact that we're
standards
so
you
used to his
can't
tactics,
and don't.
it is very refreshing to actually see him get called out like so much in the last week since this debate.
Abide by.
Everybody's
But
calling
this is
him out on
Andrew's
the right
MO.
and the left.
From the get-go of
They're
any
just like,
debate,
"See?"
he attempts to seize
And then people on the
control
right are just like,
immediately.
"It's not that
In fact,
good."
you'll notice that as soon as the open discussion portion of a debate begins, Andrew is usually the one to take hold of the questioning, and he's relentless at that endeavor. He does this primarily so that he can control the discussion.
Excuse me.
And why does Andrew want to control the discussion? Well, that's obvious, so that he can avoid his own burden of proof while simultaneously requiring that his opponents satisfy theirs. And if you attempt to interfere with Andrew's dishonest and deceptive debate strategy, he calls you bad faith and requires that you clarify your position to his satisfaction by answering his questions. And yet, considering all this, this isn't even the extent of Andrew's hypocrisy. Take a listen to what Andrew said recently on the Joe Rogan podcast.
I don't think I've ever seen a full debate of Andrews. The Candace one was probably the only one.
Who's that?
Well, I did Matt Dillahunty. I've done several secular humanist debates. Matt Dillahunty was the funniest thing in the world. He rage quit in the first few minutes of the debate in my opening statement because I brought up this glaring contradiction in his worldview. I said, why should, so he was dating a he's dating a trans person, but he says he's not gay, right? He said, I'm not gay, but I'm dating a trans person. So I brought this up and I said, the way that we can assess truth claims,
but that's not okay.
I could just point an easy one out of how we can assess that maybe this isn't a good way to evaluate truth claims.
Right.
Because he says he's in a non-homosexual relationship with a trans woman and reconciles that by saying, no, that's a real woman. And I'm like, if we can't even distinguish what's real and what's true, how could you even have
rage quit off that?
Oh, he was so angry. He called me a bunch of names, got up and rage quit for me pointing out this glaring contradiction in his ideology. And
So, Andrew highlights the fact that during his debate with atheist Matt Dillahunty, Dillahunty quit the debate after Andrew's opening remarks regarding the supposed depravity of trans individuals. Dillahunty calmly articulated that he was not going to engage in a debate where the interlocutor was bad faith and had deceptive intentions, and Dillahunty subsequently walked off the stage. Given Andrew's remarks to Joe Rogan, Andrew seems to highlight Dillahunty's response as unhinged and non-exemplary, since Andrew was supposedly just stating facts and making logical arguments. But here's where Andrew's hypocrisy is made apparent. In Andrew's infamous debate with social influencer Charlie, she began to state facts about Andrew's personal life and his wife. Here's how it went.
So Andrew, can I sell you on my worldview?
Yes.
Your wife has 3 baby daddies and has been married twice before.
And you you lick sniz.
Under your religion.
You lick sniz.
What does that
You're
mean?
a fucking dyke. Don't talk shit about my wife, you stupid bitch. Shut your fucking mouth. Shut your stupid bitch mouth.
Your wife with the 3 baby
What did I
daddies?
just say?
Your
Dyke?
wife with the 3
Sorry,
baby
I'm sorry,
daddies?
Dyke. Is she morally inconsequential in comparison to your ditch licking?
Do the men that you try to
Do the women that you try
show
to
your hatred against?
Do the women
they,
that
like,
you try
convince them
to
that they shouldn't?
You know,
like,
Charlie, did I
stop being such a I would just literally just be like, dude, stop being such a fucking child.
Do women, do they know
Charlie,
that
did
your
I bring
wife
your
is 5
family?
years
Release that
older?
Did I
mighty
bring
pet bladder.
any of
I
your
couldn't hold it
family
in.
into anything?
I was just like,
Did I say
all right,
anything
this is gonna
about your
be
family being
problematic
stupid,
if I
Charlie?
could.
It's
You could
because
go
I'm
for it.
better than you, Charlie.
No.
This is Andrew Wilson for you folks. This is the great blood sport debater who also supposedly desires good faith dialogue. Now notice that Charlie here was merely stating facts in order to lead up to a question she never got to ask. And after Andrew threw a tantrum, he subsequently asks if he ever brought Charlie's family into the debate, insinuating that doing so is impermissible or beneath him. Yet this is the very thing Andrew brags to Rogan about regarding his debate with Matt Dillahunty. Andrew made things personal in his debate with Matt Dillahunty, despite the fact that Andrew claims he was merely stating facts, just as Charlie was. So, either Andrew was well within the bounds of good faith intellectual discourse by bringing up facts that hit close to home for Matt Dillahunty, in which case so was Charlie, which makes Andrew's petulant tantrum a display in hypocrisy. Or Andrew knew that his statements in his debate with Matt Dillahunty were deceitful and bad faith, in which case he's still a hypocrite. There's so much more that could be said here. I originally planned on extending this video and going through Andrew's beliefs regarding ethics, logic, and Christianity itself with a fine-tooth comb in order to demonstrate that once one is able to actually ascertain Andrew's real beliefs, it's not difficult to find inconsistencies and refute them. And of course, there's even more to be said regarding the fact that Andrew is a self-identifying Christian, despite the fact that his actions prove that he's anything but. For as Jesus said, you shall know them by their fruits.
Yep.
But maybe we'll leave that for a future video, because I, for one, have had enough of Andrew Wilson.
Face.
Andrew is not some great orator or the next intellectual giant on the far right. He's a petulant weasel and a pretentious grandstander. He's also, quite frankly, a piece of shit human being.
Thank you.
Who doesn't
Oh my God.
engage
All right.
charitably
Way to wrap that up,
with
dude.
those he disagrees with.
He's also, frankly,
He
a
doesn't value
piece of shit human
rationality.
being.
He values winning, plain and simple.
I dig.
He wants to win. because that's what his self-worth is tied up in. And he'll do whatever he needs to do to win, whether that's deceptively assuming a position he doesn't hold, failing to open his actual worldview to internal critique, fallaciously shifting the burden of proof to his interlocutor, or even attacking those same interlocutors personally. Dishonesty and sophistry is not beneath Andrew Wilson. It's who he is. But no need to worry. If Andrew views himself as some sort of dialectical Superman, we know his kryptonite. The pickle jar.
Sure.
It's all fucking
it's just
slick
for-
now.
it's a little-
See, it is.
I gotta grip it.
Uh-oh, Andrew. If you can't open it either, if you're so
You
strong,
gotta
you
grip
should
it
open
and
it.
you gotta I gotta be able to grip it.
Okay, we'll grip it. Let's
It's
go.
literally slippery.
Uh-oh.
All right. Yeah, I made sure to like and subscribe to him. Skeptical Agnostic here. Smaller channel. I can appreciate that. So, I share the link to you, fine folks. All right. Where do we go from here? You know what? Let's do this.
It was just like weird. It was just all like, what's this guy doing here? And like the Secret Service really wasn't like being that secret. Like, you know what I mean? Like they weren't really like, they were watching him, but like they weren't really watching him, if that makes sense.
So you could just go, if you really wanted to
There
talk
were a few times where he was just chilling in the hallway by himself.
Yo, that's a crazy thing to even think of.
And I'm just like, dude, you're ready for it, but he's just sitting there just like looking at the pictures on the walls and stuff. He was like weird all week. He like faked a phone call during.
Oh,
shit. It was just like weird. It was just all like.
Really? No.
Crazy
okay.
thing to even think of. And I'm just like, dude, you're ready for it, but he's just sitting there just
Yeah,
like.
so they're talking about Trump on SNL.
Looking at the pictures on the walls and stuff. He was like weird all week. He like faked a phone call during the table read.
Former Saturday Night Live cast member Pete Davidson spilled the tea when Donald
Cool
Trump was in the building.
Whoa, hold on. What do you mean?
In the
That's
middle of the
Sneeko?
table
No, it's Pete Davidson.
read, he has a flip phone, and he just, and right as we started, he was like, oh, hello. He goes, oh, fantastic. Okay, great. And then he hung up and he goes, hey, everybody, my book just went #1. Yeah, and I swear by life, and we were all like, yo, that phone didn't ring. And like, also, like, how did he have time to say that? Because you answered and went, yup, oh my God. That's he didn't even go, hello.
Oh my God, that's crazy.
Oh, wow, that's awesome, man. Like that, he was just like, hello? Oh, that's great. Oh, great. My book went #1, everybody. And we were like, ugh.
Should we be surprised by this as it pertains to the president? Absolutely not. In 2015, Trump hosted SNL. Davidson, then a cast member, would reflect through various interviews.
What happened with the Trump story?
Okay, so he's like, he doesn't really know how to
Jim.
read. For real.
Man, this is when he used to just show up to the this show because he was a big fan of Opie and Anthony and little Jimmy Norton. So he would just show up.
Yeah, and he loves to improv.
Yeah.
So during like the table read, he like before like we were gonna before he had to read each line, and he's the host, so he's at everything.
Yeah.
He would go, I'm not gonna say this. I think I'm gonna say it the way I want to say it. Is that okay? Is that okay, Lauren? Is that everything? And everybody's like, what? And then this is my favorite part is there was a sketch that we wrote where he's at Disneyland with his daughter, and the line is, all right, let's get out of here. Turkey legs? Like, let's go get turkey legs? And he doesn't know how to read. So he went, all right, let's get out of here, turkey legs. He called his daughter turkey legs.
Maybe that was his improv.
Oh, no, it wasn't. And then he looked up, like, he doesn't get it. Like, he thinks if everybody's laughing with him, but we're all laughing at him. And it was, like, crazy. He would be like, I did a good job, right? And we're like, yeah.
Did he need reassurance, a lot of reassurance, or was he pretty confident?
He constantly kept saying how amazing the ratings were going to be.
And they were.
He's like, this is going to be #1.
He was right.
Then there were stories of what
Jesus,
went
Jim.
down behind the scenes at 30 Rock. Take Tim Robinson, creator of the
Are you sure?
hilarious show I Think You Should Leave. He was a former writer,
All
at
right,
Saturday
who
Night
did it?
Live. Shout out to Detroiters, too. Cannot leave it out. When Trump
Dude,
did
the hot
host
dog.
in the year 2015, just months after launching his bid for the presidency, Robinson was, to put it mildly, furious with the decision. He was not alone, of course, but the following
No,
quote
man.
is eye-opening. Susan
You know how annoying
Morrison
that's
wrote
gotta be?
the book Lorne, the man who invented Saturday Night Live, and uncovered Tim Robinson's saying of Lorne Michaels platforming Trump that the SNL creator had, his words, lost his effing mind by platforming the leader of MAGA. To be clear, this was a quote that was given to Morrison by a source who recalled Tim Robinson hearing it. Robinson did not tell Morrison this. It came from a source with knowledge. Lorne will be quoted as saying, "It's the hardest thing for me to explain to this generation that the show is nonpartisan. We have our biases. We have our people who we like better than others, but you can't be Samantha Bee." There would be more with Lorne Michaels. The show's writers weren't convinced that Michaels hadn't been open to helping Donald Trump, a sentiment that was only bolstered among staff who recalled to Morrison that Michaels had wanted to tone down a harsh Trump sketch, interesting, and allow him to show, quote, some charm. The piece would go on to print. Staffers said Trump spent his week at the show alienating cast members, rudely taking calls during rehearsals, and stumbling over basic words and punctuations during read-throughs, much like Pete Davidson outlined moments before. This
Let's get out of here, turkey legs.
is also quite telling. Michaels is also recalled to have stated that he viewed Trump's presidential candidacy as what he would call a big joke at that stage. He had not seriously considered the potential for him, as in Trump, to win office. After that episode of SNL aired,
Sounds like our
staffers would
president.
continue to
doesn't
feel
it?
they were responsible for the national disaster of Donald Trump's election win. There were so many people, so
Don't
many
get mad.
staffers, so many writers,
Hi.
even stars of the show like Aide Bryant, who felt this guilt. And there's a few things to pick apart here. The first is Tim Robinson, I knew I loved you. I knew it. I think you should leave. Like, between that and Sunny are things that the wife and I will put on when it's getting late. We
choices.
just want to wind down and watch something
Lay
funny
down, buddy.
for 20 minutes, 30 minutes, and then go to sleep.
Yeah.
But I love him. The second is seeing how Lorne Michaels really tried to whitewash Trump's reputation. We knew who he was. We knew what he had done.
Yeah.
We knew how he carried himself. We knew how he viewed the world. But because he has friends in high places like Lorne Michaels at Saturday Night Live, it's all a wash. Doesn't matter. Lorne Michaels doesn't care. Also, like, I'm just going to be objective here, all right? Saying that Saturday Night Live is bipartisan is utter crap. I don't agree with that. Yeah, they will make fun of Dems, but it's very clearly, very, very clearly going ham on Republicans because they're effing evil.
Yeah.
Dems can be evil. Like, I think opposing Medicare for all, even though it is a 80% winning issue, is demonic. But that's one small slice. Republicans are the whole pie. And a lot of the jokes, whether it is Common Jost, Michael Che, anybody, mainly is about Republicans. So I don't agree with that. But what just really kills me here is that Lorne Michaels doesn't get it. And I say that respectfully as someone who watched SNL for decades. He has helped propel Trump while also, in my view, crushing the show. Like I have said before, I think it's time to pass it on. And
It
have
is.
some
It's
different
far
voices.
beyond time.
I don't think that'll ever change.
No.
But It's quite telling. A lot of this is.
Because if it was true what they were saying and they were going to give it to Seth Meyers and invite Stephen Colbert in, it was like, then that was a brilliant move. But
and in closing, we know Trump can barely
likely anymore.
It's just funny to hear from someone who was in the room taking it in. Hey, I appreciate you watching.
All right. Here we go. Got the CoffeeZilla bit.
I can finally talk about it. My behind-the-scenes work with the Mansell family, bricks and minifigs, the settlement that finally
Oh, wow. So he actually had he was hands-on the entire time.
happened. Although
Holy
the story
shit,
is
Coffee.
not over. I'm going to
Hell
give
yeah,
you the
dude.
behind-the-scenes look to show you how
This guy's
self-inflicted this
fucking awesome.
wound for bricks and minifigs really was. It's unbelievable. As bad as you think it is, it's so much worse. I literally, behind the scenes, nobody knew until now, was secretly trying to talk myself out of an 8 million viewed video, guys, that I did 2 months ago. The saga is still going on. Thousands of YouTubers are paying their rent every month with the Lego drama checks, and we tried to stop it early on. I mean, we tried to put an end to this thing. It was obvious what the solution always was. And I want to show you some of that behind the scenes work. It wasn't just me, by the way, and ultimately I wasn't successful, okay? You know, obviously lawyers had to get involved. It got super expensive. Months went on where the obvious thing didn't happen. But my point is, this got so dragged out. This is a story that should have lasted exactly 6 seconds, that seemingly has been going on for months now and will probably take, you know, over a year longer. I mean, we have still litigation ongoing. So I want to break all of that down for you today. I've been holding on to this.
Oh, damn. Yeah.
Knowing that eventually I really wanted
This
to
was the video I think we were all waiting for.
talk about it. I didn't sooner because I didn't want to torch the chance of any deal. Obviously, we now saw one come to light. And so that's why I feel
You
comfortable
make money, but then you have to pay lawyers just to keep any of it.
talking about it
Yeah.
now. And I'm only going to show just a few of the messages to prove the point, which is that everyone knew the solution literally months ago. And rather than doing that, the hard way has been chosen every step of the way. Like the worst possible decision has been chosen repeatedly to the point you start to wonder if this is some sadistic need to be dunked on by the internet. We have to learn from what might be one of the greatest corporate fiascos of all time. Otherwise, what was it really worth, guys? I mean, yes, finally, the Mansells are being paid, and I am happy about that. Here's the official story. The Mansells confirmed they've been compensated by BAM for the losses associated with their consignment arrangement. We don't get an exact dollar figure, but it's probably somewhere in the realm of what would make the Mansell family feel good.
Happy, yeah.
But bear in
Well,
mind,
yeah,
this is
I mean,
all under the
they wouldn't
context of
settle
they were also
otherwise.
sort
They've kind of established that.
being sued in a like RICO lawsuit during that time. So it does feel a bit under duress. Again, I want to discuss this in more detail, but before I do, I want to take you back to when all of this started for me personally. Now, this is an email exchange with Reckless Ben, who of course is the guy who started the whole saga and, you know, basically caused the Mansells to get kind of compensated in the first place because he's the one who applied the pressure to Bricks and Minifigs. He contacted me on May 26th, 2026 to just kind of, you know, pitch the idea of me covering this story. Immediately, I kind of looked into it and I decided not to do it. I did not want to get involved early on. It's not that it wasn't important. It's just that I felt like all I would really be doing is rehashing what other people said. And I just wasn't interested in that type of thing. I said, I'm not sure how much I could add to what's already been said. And given that you and the wider community seem to be handling it well, I'm inclined to watch it from the sidelines. That's May 26th. So honestly, I wasn't even going to get involved in the first place. You would have never heard the word CoffeeZilla Lego scandal had it not been for what happened the very next day.
Jesus.
So on May 27th,
There's so much lore in such a short period of time.
2026, this gets filed. A massive lawsuit against Reckless Ben that in total was like over $1 million. Bricks and Minifigs puts the gloves on and decides rather than, you know, just pay people back, they're going to fully go to war with the YouTuber who started it all. And by
Which
the way,
is
they're still
that's the wildest part, is that they went after Reckless Ben like the hardest.
still going to war with him. They still are trying to bankrupt him, in my view.
Of course.
And they're still trying to
Okay,
destroy
so
him
it's
for
not
what he did to their
over.
brand. They feel like he wronged them and whatever.
Ay,
and that's why I say, despite the Mancells now being, paid back for this whole thing, it actually doesn't fully end the saga
so it
because we
doesn't end the
still
saga,
have
yeah.
Bricks and Minifigs trying to basically destroy Reckless Ben's life. And it's in that same lawsuit, by the way, with Ben, that we also have
Reckless
Ryan
Ben's gonna
Mansell
have, like,
personally being listed
countersuit.
as one of the defendants. So he himself was being sued in this giant lawsuit as well, which just struck me as so deeply wrong. And so you just saw, I said, I'm not going to get involved with this. My initial thought said, okay, May 28th, this is the next day. I've seen a bit more of this play out, and I'm starting to have some stronger feelings about this, particularly given the legal threats against yourself and others. What's a good number to reach out, etc. So this is when I first get involved. Now, what I'm telling you is I was never going to investigate this. I had other stuff going on, other investigations happening, and I see this extreme overreaction from Bricks and Minifigs Corporate to basically try to destroy the life of a YouTuber who frankly brought an injustice to light. Now, I start investigating, and it's at this point that I begin to speak to everyone. At first, it's just to do the investigation part, but while I get access to everyone, I start realizing, man, I kind of hope I can broker a deal here. Like, it seems obvious.
He's like, wait a minute,
so
I can actually be a
obvious to
middleman
everyone
here.
involved that the Mancells
That's
need to
kinda
be
crazy.
paid, and he shouldn't have ever been part of this ridiculous $1 million
there we
plus
go.
lawsuit that would definitely inflict more pain on him, and he's the victim in this. Why is this happening? So it was obvious to me he was going to have to be made right, and also like he'd have to be dropped from the lawsuit. So I start to engage in what is basically like a non-lawyer, hey, let me just kind of back channel hopefully a resolution. It was pretty obvious to me. Lawyers are just going to complicate this. It's a very simple answer. You just have to pay this guy and walk away. And then honestly, what is the story after that? Like, guy gets paid what he was owed. Like, initially he was wrong, but then the corporate makes it right. Like, it seems like although they wouldn't have made it right in time, this is late May, early June. I mean, the story had kind of gotten some traction, but not nearly as big as it was going to go. It was just starting to go national, and I'm like, just like pay the guy, drop him from this ridiculous lawsuit, and you're done. Because it doesn't even make financial
Yeah, they could have saved so much face had they just done that.
sense at this point. Because even at the biggest headline number, we're only talking about $200,000 in Legos, and that's even what the Gormans originally said. It was actually worth less than that. So it's not that much money compared to the millions of dollars of damages that are happening to the Bricks and Minifigs brand. This is a multi-million dollar corporation.
This was a horrible
They're torching
miscalculation on their
goodwill
part.
with the public, and I'm just pointing out the obvious. Like, this doesn't make sense at all. I'm a third party. I'm unsolicited advice here, guys.
Yeah,
but
he's literally
you should
he's
probably
watching them just
stop the nonsense,
crash into this wall.
and
Like,
so,
hey, you might
I
not
tell
want to
them,
do.
and this is just
crap.
my own text, okay? I say, I'm trying to back channel a solution that I think is probably inevitable anyways. Brian has to be made whole and dropped from the suit. The sooner that happens, the better.
Right.
Call when you can. This happens on June 4th, okay? This is almost a week before my video. I'm trying to prevent all this from happening, or at least substantially make the story less interesting. I'm like, let's just get this guy paid and move on with our lives, right? By the way, the text under that is, I know it feels impossible, but consider dropping the lawsuits against everyone in this story, yes, including Ben. I don't think this escalation ladder of lawsuits of $1.3 million over what amounts to about $100,000 in actual missing Legos makes sense, is going to resolve this, or helps your brand, okay? So
Yeah.
I'm
He tried
really
to save
giving,
him. Dude, wow,
honestly,
he really tried to save them
what
from
now
themselves.
in hindsight looks like incredible advice, to be honest.
That is,
which is just like, hey, this is all going to
incredible
snowball.
advice. Very
This is a
charitable
disaster.
too.
Just drop it.
Like,
Be done.
that was totally like they didn't deserve that. Actually, leave a like for that.
There's an easy solution here,
Yeah.
which, by the way, half of which we've already seen come true. Literally, we saw it just now, August 19th. They dragged it out in the media for 2 months, letting their brand be tarnished, by their own actions, frankly, because they knew early on that they could have gotten this done earlier. And basically, by the way, just so you know, a lot of the breakdown ended up being that
how many times did they have to be told that?
They disagreed on dropping the RICO lawsuit. Like, would they drop the RICO lawsuit before mediation, after mediation?
Fact that
There's a big
put
disagreement about
this
that.
much
and that's kind of
into
where my part fell apart.
That's freaking nuts.
I can't help you guys. Basically, there was no bridging that gap because one party's saying, like, you have to drop the RICO lawsuit before we can settle these missing Legos. And the other side's like, well, come to the table and we'll talk. It's like, ultimately, there was just too big of a lack of trust, and the lawyers continued to get more and more involved, and ultimately, got it done after months of work, and I'm sure they all took their piece. That's kind of what's sad about this whole thing is, like, I think the real winners here are, sadly, the lawyers. The biggest losers are Bricks and Minifigs out of all of this because they have stretched what should have been basically $100,000 to $200,000 problem into a multi-million-dollar loss for themselves. And I know they probably think to themselves, like, in their head, the big villain is Ben, and that's why they refuse to drop the lawsuit against them. Ironically, it's their wanting to punish Ben that I think is preventing them from realizing that they are just hurting their own store franchisees. Yep. At this point, they're the reason this is all still in the media. And if they could see that and look past their sort of hatred of Ben, trying to destroy Ben, it would help them a lot. And I say that as someone, by the way, who doesn't want to see Bricks and Minifigs and all their franchisees fail. Like, I feel bad for a lot of the people who have been affected by this. I'm also not a person who blamed them for all of the problems, right? If you see my original video, there were a lot of people who actually shared some of the blame in how all of this got lost, right? Like, you had the Gormans.
Reckless Ben came out of as a winner in all this kind of
accounting issues.
It depends.
You had some missing.
It really does depend on if he gets any of his legal costs back.
Legos at the store. You had some side deal stuff. So you had a lot of different elements that made up these missing Legos. I not only fully acknowledge that, we are the ones who brought that.
The problem is Reckless Ben now is synonymous with, like, the Bricks and Minifigs thing. No matter what, his like, yeah, he saw, like, some short-term gain from this, but I don't know, man. I could see him quickly falling off because it's just like people won't be as interested. But
to light, and yet I'm telling you,
seems like a decent content creator.
From
so
behind the scenes,
I hope I'm
the
wrong about
reason
that.
this story has had legs for so long is all of these escalations and unwillingness to drop all of this legal stuff. The irony, of course, is that they think Ben is the monster who's destroying their company, when in actuality, I think if you look at the facts of the case, it's them. It's their decisions that have caused people like myself and the entire world to get interested in this story. So while I think it's fair for them to criticize some of Ben's methods, and I think that some of them were a little bit extreme, at the end of the day, the larger picture is that he got somebody who was wronged paid back money. It's obvious to everyone that Bricks and Minifigs would not have made this settlement without Ben being involved. So you can't, on the one hand, excuse Brian Mansell from this lawsuit, pay him money, literally apologize, saying, quote, BAM has issued an unqualified apology to the Mansell family for the losses and pain suffered, and yet keep up the lawsuit against the guy who brought it to light in the first place. The lack of self-awareness, the lack of the ability to say, hey, unequivocally, we were wrong.
BRB?
We are not hedging with lawyers. We're not, we're not suing people. We are just fully apologizing and making things right. That was always the answer. It still is the answer, and they can still choose that path if they want to.
Yeah, it seems like it's almost too late, though.
But given our current history, I won't hold my breath. I expect a long, drawn-out legal campaign that makes no one but the lawyers rich. Anyways, that's basically it. Just wanted to talk about my personal experience behind the scenes.
I mean, dude, the fact that he finally gets to, that does kind of show you, like, all right, well, I actually might win this. Oh, man. Let's discuss. Let's hang. We're going to be heading over to Twitch pretty soon. It seems they might be under the same mental fog as Trump Store Lady. I mean, I just got another update from her Facebook page saying, I don't know if I'm closing after all. I just said that I was done yesterday, and how it's like she had a family emergency. It's like, what? The fuck are you talking about? Personally, what I think is happening is that her lease is up on on September 1st, and this is her way of being like, well, feel bad for me. Come follow me. Come buy my stuff. Well. But let's also put it this way. If she does not close, hey, I'm fine with that too. I'll be honest, when she announced that she was closing, I was like, oh, well, that's the end of that chapter. Damn. What is Twitch Fridays? Twitch Fridays are essentially where we go hang out, watch some stuff that I can't necessarily watch over on YouTube. Watch some Dragon Ball Abridged. We've done that. We do some music videos. Yeah, we do all sorts of fun stuff. Comedy. Actually, I think that's what I mostly have tonight is like music videos and comedy, but yeah, we also just hang. The nice part is I get to like smoke and not have to worry about it, so it's just like, cool. Oh yeah, Jubilee. That's where I watch all the Jubilee. That's what we did last week. Yeah, man. Like, oh, Twitch is cool like that? Yeah. Yeah, dude. I mean, I just saw Cosmopolitics. I saw that she was streaming movies. It was just like, damn, dude. Streaming movies? Like, damn. Which that I haven't done yet, and I'm not sure if I will. I don't know how that one works, but yeah, either way. Not rushing over there though. Still hanging out for a little bit here. We got another 45 minutes? Yeah, about 45 minutes left on YouTube. So, Mitch, we're not abandoning you. That's how this goes. I feel bad. Kick definitely lets that go. I got a category to watch movies all together. Nice. Well, I don't know, guys. Like, if I'm gonna do any other platform right now, it's gonna be X. Because apparently the whole algorithm on X is like, I don't know. It's apparently very generous to political content like mine, surprisingly. But I don't know. I don't fucking know. I feel like that one is, the Kick is toxic. Well, yeah, so is fucking Twitter. Let's be real. I hate Twitter. I really do. I've said this so many times. I can't stand Twitter. Have my VODs off. Yeah. Well, my VOD, actually, I've been okay without having the VODs off, but Pep Chicago food scene, where is it? I mean, it's all over, but Rogers Park is, you got Rogers Park, you got Logan Square. Those are the two that I'd say have like the nice culmination of everything that you kind of need. But yeah, I mean, you can, anything off State Street, like State Street is a pretty decent, if I was like telling tourists like to go hit some stuff during like a Chicago trip, that's what I would say. Try and just hit State. They got an Al's Beef there, but then yeah, try to make your way over to Orleans. Go to Mr. Beef because number one, if you like the bear, it's literally based on that place. Looks very similar. It's cool. They did a really good job on that show. It's just when they literally tore Mr. Beef down and then turned it into a fine dining restaurant, that was when it was just like, okay, that's not the thing. Even YouTube is getting a bit tired of full of rage bait and some goonerish type content. Yeah, dude, it's getting bad. No, it is. It is. Like, I don't know. I had a conversation today that made me hopeful for my situation. Like, I essentially got the pat on the back and told to keep going because I guess I'm built for this, according to some people. So, I feel it. Just gets a little annoying sometimes. Not gonna lie. Like, Because like you're saying, I have to play these games where it's like rage bait, and then I got to do these rage bait titles, and then I mean, dude, just yesterday, I had some guy come in and he was just out the gate, and he was talking, and I realized that it was because he read the title of the stream and he got all bent out of shape, and I was like, oh right. And I kind of thought about it. I was like, man, I wish I didn't have to do that. May just be the algorithm. There's still a lot of positive content creators. Oh yeah, no. I mean, there's plenty. I mean, AG, like again, no. Listen, I'm happy that AG's back. So if you guys got a dip and go over to AG, I'm totally okay with that. Like, my man worked hard to build what he got, and I'm happy to see that he's back. I just hope that he comes back and does some this space stuff. But I don't know, man. It's hard to do content, have a full-time gig, have a family, and then do some side shit. Like, that's a lot. I was literally shocked that I didn't know before that Sam Cedar was Hugo on Bob's Burgers. Oh, no shit. You didn't know that? Yeah, it was funny. We were listening to the Casual Friday intro, and my wife was like, "That voice sounds familiar." It was like Bob's Burgers. She's like, she doesn't watch Bob's Burgers. But then I just realized, I'm like, this guy's done voice acting for so much shit that it's like trust me, you've heard him before. I love Bob's Burgers though. That fucking show is so funny. Hello, Twitch. Hey, Rebecca, you're back. And also, hello, Twitch. We're not going to Twitch quite yet. We got about a half hour. I'm going to be completely real with y'all. We're going to cover something. Maybe. Anybody want to, like, get in an argument about something so we can spike this? So we can get some juice here. Let's get some people coming in here so that they can see me yelling. Come on, Sylvie. You know what time it is. Time to say something that makes me mad. Sylvie's like my trigger for like my Hulk. It's just like, okay, what can I say to make Pep fucking snap tonight? I'm kidding. A little bit. Not that interview, no, but I never watched Majority Report until like less than a year ago. Oh no, shit. Argument subject Trump 2028. I don't know. That's a I don't like that prompt. That prompt's dumb. Maybe it'll be me tonight. Uh-oh, Ravy feeling spicy. Oh, I could do it easy. All right, I like your confidence. Jesus. Oh, I could do that easy. She's just sitting there just like, here, let's see. Just gonna write it down on a card and just kind of like shuffle them. Fucking, all right, what do we got tonight? No. I don't want to fight. Honestly, I'm not in the mood. That's what sucks, is like I do want to get to Twitch, but I also, yeah. Trying to hit a certain goal over on the YouTube tonight. Yeah. So that means a little bit more content. Say that though, now because now you're ready. Well, not the bitch of it is like the fact that I'm like sitting here just like, yeah, let's go. And that's where it's just like, wait a minute. I'm good. I don't have many disagreements right now. I think that we can agree to disagree. All right, let's see. I don't want to really do any more political content. That's the bitch of this, dude. Like, I'm kind of. Oh, wait. All right. Pretty sure that.
You voted for the Great White Hope.
Who's that? Who Trump?
Yes. You know who the Great White Hope is.
I love Trump because he's done things that no one else could do.
Yeah.
He did.
Absolutely.
And you know what it is?
What's that?
You got Joe Biden elected.
See that?
Damn.
No one else could have done that.
Fucking Chong laid it down.
That's right.
Joe Biden.
Fucking Jesse Lee Peterson is like, yeah. I'm not sure if I agree with him or not.
Couldn't do it.
Fucking dude.
And so you voted for
I still
him?
can't believe that this guy got famous. Like this shit. This is wild.
You go to vote for him?
For Trump?
Yeah.
No.
No?
No.
I thought you loved him because of what he's done.
It's a joke.
Right. So at 86, you don't recognize the strength of Donald Trump.
I recognize the devil.
The what?
The devil.
In Joe Biden or Trump?
No, Trump.
1 year ago, this banger went down on the Fallen State, Jesse Lee Peterson's YouTube channel, where he could not pick up on what Tommy Chong was saying. He would try this as well.
Yo, is this just a jacked video
Men
from...
should play in women's sports.
Holy shit, dude.
Men should
Comedian destroys 71K? This is a stolen video. I mean, yeah, he did hashtag TYT. All right, well, I guess he did. But is there any transformation
The
here?
Jews, right?
Does he actually add anything to this, or is this just the...
I'm a out of heaven.
Gotcha. To you was about policy. Yeah. Listen, for those of you who wanted me to continue to engage.
Now, if you can, please do become...
Holy shit, no. He just watched a TYT sports video, and then... That's dirty. I don't like that at all. As a matter of fact, I'm taking that fucking view back. I don't like doing that at all. Because I mean, I've had it happen to me. It's not great, but... out of principle alone, I cannot allow that. Not okay. Don't. That's what that channel does. That's not okay. That's insane. I would actually. I hope that they would strike that. That's crazy. That's fucking crazy. Dude, this is where I start like losing my shit with just like the content sphere, where it's just like, oh, so that 71K, just fucking stealing content. Cool. There's a bunch of those channels. Yeah, I know. Like I said, Hassan kind of started it by allowing people to do his not just react. Like, that's what really drives me nuts, is the fact that nobody has to put any effort in. They just use his content. Which, not great. It's not creating a great atmosphere. Wait, Trump got heckled? You know what? Let's see. Is it
Donald Trump just wrapped up a
disastrous what? Oh, a rally? Let's see. Is it rally?
Disastrous speech in South
never mind.
South Carolina before a very tiny crowd. He was heckled throughout.
Dude, I just love how like he has to add these little just like in front of a tiny crowd.
Throughout the speech, someone in the audience was giving him the middle finger. Watch what happened as Donald Trump got heckled in South Carolina. Let's play this clip.
Those middle fingers weren't at Trump. That was at the guy wearing the shirt. So this is what I don't like, is when they purposefully misappropriate shit like that, where it's like, dude, I got eyes. I do like to see him get shook by it, though.
That's all right. That person's going home to mom.
Now you can see what a tiny crowd it was on these photos over here. He was there with Senator Darlene Graham, Lindsey Graham's sister, who doesn't know what Taiwan is, but that's the, I guess, purported reason he was giving this rally. But while he was there, he was whining about being impeached. Here, play this clip.
I'm going to be impeached. They're going to impeach me. They have no idea.
Then he continued to say, I'm going to lose everything in the midterms. I will lose everything. Here, play this clip.
Yeah. It's a disgusting thing. So you're going to lose everything. I'm going to have to go through impeachment. These are lunatics. These are people that are vicious, violent, that weaponize the justice system, the Justice Department, and they want to destroy our country. They want to see that our country fail. They want our country to fail, and we can't let that happen. You have to get out and vote in the midterms.
I'll show you one more angle of Donald Trump getting heckled.
Fearmonger much?
Let's play
Yeah,
this
right.
clip.
Oh, I see. You're going to impeach him. Why?
Yeah, I saw Hassan shut down those channels live on stream. The ones he didn't give permission. Good.
Well, I don't know. I don't know.
I don't know. The Hassan Pirate Radio one has been really annoying me lately, where it's just like, dude, again, like this, it kind of makes you like I was saying this earlier. It makes you rethink like what I'm doing here, where I'm like, okay, if I could actually make like just pure monetization and just hit those numbers just because it's a fucking pirate stream, that's insane. And the way that I had somebody explain it to me was, yeah, but it's an easier, like, smaller community and easier to like build a chat around. It's like that. Okay. It's like that's a ridiculous way to just be very okay with like content theft, and also just in general, where it's like, oh, well, like I said, how does that incentivize like people like me continuing what the fuck I'm doing? When I could just 1000% turn this into a fucking like Hassan restream. Okay, that's a BS excuse. Oh, what? For the, we just want a smaller, like, chat community. No, it is. Yeah, I saw that his pirate video his pirate radio stream had fucking, like, 1.7K live viewers. I was just like, get the fuck out of here, man. Yeah, if they wanted a small community, they could start a Discord server or watch parties. Yeah. A Twitter space. No, it's literally it's a piss poor excuse to just be like, no, I don't want to actually be a content creator, but I want to make money from being a content creator. It's literal fucking theft. It is in that case, it's 1000% theft.
That's all right. That person's going home to mom, going to get scolded.
And then Donald Trump continued to whine about, I'm going to be impeached. They're going to impeach me. Play this clip.
This one infamous gamer streamer had his YouTube restreamed by so many channels.
I'm going to be impeached. They're going to impeach me. They have no idea.
Donald Trump went on.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, Mycelis, you guys got to stop playing into that. Because, like, that, again, he is going to gain popularity based on the idea that they're going to try and impeach him, which realistically, it's not going to work out. Win with your fucking agendas, guys. Like, goddamn.
On to say that he believes he is a very clean person, loves to wash his hands, he says, and I don't like paper on the ground. That's an important point he wanted.
I know those Hassan. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. The pirate radio one is 1000% monetized. I saw them accepting super chats.
Tell the people of South Carolina after getting heckled.
Nah.
Play this clip.
All becomes.
Nah, it made like this is the only reason I'm being real about it is because I was feeling a little bit, bitchy about it.
I'm a very clean
I was
person.
just like, bro, what? Like, it's so fucking. Do you want? It's almost soul crushing where you're just like, God damn it. Like right here. I've put fucking almost 6 hours of work into this stream to get fucked in the algorithm and just sit here, remaining stagnant when, again, you're telling me that if I was just re-streaming Hassan,
I like to clean
how
my
many times
hands
I got to
as
say
much
it, but
as
it's
possible and all this.
fucking
I don't
maddening.
like paper in the ground. I like everything nice and clean like we did with Washington.
Well, thank you for your service. Well, duh.
They're saying that he's a clean person, which we know, by the way, he isn't. He's as freaking dirty and disgusting as you get. He then says, I got another message for the people of South Carolina. Melania does not like when I dance to the gay national anthem, but I like the gay national anthem, he says. Here, play this clip.
And she hates when I dance to the gay national anthem. That's what it is. It's called the gay national anthem. You know, I got the highest gay vote in the history of politics for a Republican, and
he did.
And I played the gay national anthem. So, you know, what can I tell you?
This is the reason people like him, though. Like, but you got Ben Meiselas and the Midas Touch crew really don't understand this right here. This is the shit that ingratiates him to people. This is the humanized side of him, where people love him. He's funny.
Take it. We're gonna take it. We got the highest of everything.
Look at all those smiles
Then
behind
Donald
him,
Trump
man.
goes on to say that I now view the Strait of Hormuz as American territory. Right here, right now, the Strait of Hormuz is part of the United States. I mean, this guy's an absolute sicko. Here, play this clip.
Oh, you're saying that to a chatter?
We went
Oh, okay.
down and we stopped them. They'll never have a nuclear weapon. They want to make a deal so badly. We don't even
So
know.
I've been screamed at by 6 conservative live people because I was anti-war. I'm a vet of 2 branches, 11 years, and I got told to fuck your service by a Republican. Really regretting that vote.
We what? Because I view the Strait of Hormuz as an American territory right now. It's an American territory.
Wait, they like him because he's gay? That's a new one.
Then Donald Trump says, right now, right here, this is the best economy the United States has ever had. Everybody's rich. We're in the golden age. Things are amazing. Here, play this clip.
Numbers are great. No, they have such fake polls. So we have the greatest economy in our history. Now, some people haven't seen it yet, but they will, because the job numbers are so good. They will. But we have the greatest poll numbers that I've ever had. We have the
No, you just objectively don't from anywhere.
greatest economy that I've ever had. We had
What? All right, man.
one of the
I like the people in the back stopped smiling for this one, and even her eyes kind of went.
greatest economies in history in my first term. This is blowing it away. But then I'll see a poll, and they'll say Trump is at 44% on the economy. How can it be at 44? We have more
You're actually at way less.
people working now than ever before, and I'm at 44%. No, I'm at 30 points. Maybe I should be at 100% on the economy.
Then Donald Trump says, you want me to read the snake poem? Everybody want to hear the poem that I did? It's called The Snake. Donald Trump's like, we got plenty of time, right? Or y'all want me to bomb Iran again? Ha ha ha. LOL, you think it's funny? I'm going to bomb Iran. I'll do war crime jokes in South Carolina. Y'all like this? Here, play this clip.
I have all this time. Do you want to hear the snake? Got it. Read. Look, it's a Friday night. We have plenty of time, right? What the hell do I have to do? Go back, bomb Iran a little bit more? What the hell?
Then Donald Trump says, when it comes to inflation, problem solved. I've solved inflation.
Honestly, this video did not need to be made. I'm just gonna say it. Like, this is doing more favors for Trump, because this one is actually making me kind of go like, all right, Meiselas, it's time to go to your weekend and do your thing, because this idea, like the fact that you really do live by like the like they are what a Republican thinks a liberal is, where it's just like, oh, that's TDS. It kind of is on their part. Like, think about it, dude. They have to fucking fill so much time. And they have to do how many fucking videos on him? So everything that guy does, they have to be outraged at. And at some point, there's a delusional aspect, which does muddy the waters for any time that there is actual outrage to be had. Like I was saying about the clickbait stuff today, man. I think that's part of it. Like, you want my fucking conspiracy theory? Tinfoil hat time. But you know what it is? It's to desensitize us. Because are you guys feeling a little desensitized to it? I have been. That's not good. And that's almost like the Midas Touch is fucking playing it. Like, now whether or not they know it or care, that's a whole different story. But did you see Adam Freeland interview Ann Coulter? No, I didn't, and I don't know. Maybe I'll have some interest in that later. What is this shit? No. Talking politics and shit. I'm actually pissing on the Midas Touch right now. It's kind of fun. Midas Touch has been grasping for a couple of years now. I mean, the thing is, they don't need to. Like, realistically, Trump gives you plenty to be angry at. Legitimately, too. The problem is, when you do this clickbait bullshit and then you lose objectivity. Like, again, I gotta admit, yeah, that was not what people made it out to be. So what? He got heckled by one person in the crowd. Okay. They're trying to make it out like, oh, he got heckled in Deep Red, South Carolina by one guy. Who fucking... Yeah, okay, so you're trying... Like, that's grasping at fucking straws right there. Oh, my God. You're telling me, like, that's going to be your barometer, how you go into the election season? See? And even in South Carolina, he's unpopular. Fuck off. He had plenty of people there. They were fucking laughing and smiling. Dude, like, seriously. You desensitized people, unsubscribed for your last few comments. Okay, bye, Aloha Kitty. I'm sorry that you don't like the fact that I'm calling out a bunch of fucking clickbait bullshit. Bye. But thank you for letting me know. I appreciate that. Let's see. Did you even like me to begin with? Channel activity. Oh. Yeah, no, it seems like you're just anti-Trump, but yeah, okay. Yeah, aloha, Felicia. Goodbye. That's fun, though. Really? So me shitting on my... This is where I actually was talking about this a little bit earlier. If you are one of those people that you can't stand criticism of one of your favorite content creators from another content creator that is on the same side politically, I don't know. Maybe it's time to get you... Like, maybe it's time to check out. Like, aloha. Exactly. Aloha. Have fun... you know, being with Midas Touch and never being talked to by another streamer. Because I'll be honest, that's another thing. I actually, like, go out of my way to communicate with my audience. Have fun being ignored. And spend some money on it while you're at it. Why don't you? No, seriously, go spend another, like, $20 super chat with Midas Touch. Go ahead. Please. Act like you're really doing something. Been traveling all day today. Glad to see I didn't miss your stream. Hey, Robin. Appreciate you being here. I'm gonna do this. There we go. I'm going to ban you. There. All right. Did they say specifically what comment it was? No. But you know what I'm doing? I'm banning them. So now they can't come back. I don't give a shit. That's where I'm at tonight. Ooh, I just pulled a letter hack move. You don't want to piss off a guy that's fucking been way too nice and also, like, way to also hang out here 6 hours or so. Yeah. Did they say specifically which one of those comments made them mad? Was it you humanizing Trump or was the shitting on Midas Touch? I don't care. Because again, if they can't fucking get over it, then fuck them. Where was I wrong? Where was I wrong about the fact that they were humanizing Trump? The fact that, honestly, the more that they fucking have their stupid outrage parties every fucking day, that they desensitize us. I don't know. But yeah, if you see Aloha Kitty, just remember, they suck. Fuck you. I'd rather ban a fucking right winger any day, but man, yeah, the fact that they didn't even specify too, like, yeah. I'm catty today. I am. I don't care. Trump's on the run as it falls apart. Justice finally catches up with him. Well, yeah, that ain't gonna happen. They just put out 6 or so videos daily that will make any channel stale as fuck. Oh, yeah, dude. Yeah. And it's all, like, again, it's all this, like, breaking news, but then it's all this, it's conjecture, dude. Like, half the time they're not even really breaking news. But, whatever. Did they specify which one of those comments made them mad or... Oh, wait. What the fuck? I just doubled up again. Sorry. Oh, Rebecca, that's because you're over there now. Yeah, cheers, by the way. Don't let them get in your head. They ain't paying no rent, so evict their ass. Oh, that's what I'm doing. No, I've actually, like, kind of come to terms with... I will do away with, like, people that are toxic as shit like that, because right there, like, the I'm unsubscribing, blah. It's that whole, like, you know how they got that Facebook group where it's just like, oh, you're going to announce your departure? Well, okay. It's like, here, give me the microphone. Let me do it for you. Because honestly, yeah, this is why people hate libs like you. I can do this. Like, for every time that they talk about DSA and, like, how, like, and then I fall into talking about the far left. No, today we get to do this. This is why people hate milquetoast libby bitches like you. Is because you can't open up your eyes that you fall into the clickbait shit. If you were, literally rah-rah Kamala, you got played. Like, fuck you. So tired of you people. Acting like you're somehow better. You're just as bad as any of the people on the far left that you criticize, thinking that they're better than you. You ever realize that? Both sides. All right, well, I got both sides on this argument. How about that? What up, Bob? How's it going? I told Algorithm not to show me that Keith guy anymore. Yeah, me too. Sports team politics. That person probably doesn't even vote. I really don't care. As I said, I made sure that they don't even have the option to come back to the stream. That's where I'm going with it too, because like I've had a few people where like they'll play some shit like that, but then they'll come back, and I've been a little too charitable on that one. I've also seen other people fucking talking shit. I've seen fucking, I've seen it all now, and you know what? I ain't playing these games. Just chilling, long ass week. Saw 4 bands in 3 days. Nice. Unless they quickly make a sock account and come back. They probably won't. Oh, no. They already unsubbed and I'm pretty sure left the stream at that point. It is just like, don't let the door hit you out, you know. Don't let the door hit you in the ass. What's up? Oh. You got the smoky smile is what I call it. You want this or a bong? All right. Either way, you know what's going to be fun? We're about to go to Twitch. At the top of the hour, what's going to happen is I'm going to be ending the show on YouTube, and we're going to head over to Twitch. We're going to hang out there, going to have some fun. Alexis Wilson, Mrs. FBI Director, lost her lawsuit of right-wing influencers in Utah court that said she was Mossad. Oh, really? Wait, So I'm assuming it was a defamation lawsuit. Both suck. One is straight fucked. Other has honest people at least trying. I award intention. That's the thing. I award intention too, but I also will exclude people like that. Again, man. Like I remember having early, like in my streaming day. Back in the day when I first started streaming, I had this mother-daughter like combo. I remember like they said that they were like from Cali, and you want to talk about some toxic ass people, like in like the way that they were trying to like treat like this parasocial relationship, dude. And I fell for it, man. Like because I was so into this, like I like getting an audience, and I was like, yeah, man. And I genuinely love like hanging with you guys, and like, but the way that because like she emailed me at one point, because if you guys don't know, I have my email on my channel, and she just starts like berating me, telling me like how essentially my mother would be ashamed of me for using the language I have, and I need to change this, and this for her to stay on my channel. And it was like literally like a point for point. And I was just like, no. That's like very, very much big no. That ain't ever happening. And I know I've said this many times on this show, but if you guys need a reminder, I ain't doing this for audience capture. I know I bitch about it a little bit, but it's mostly because, hey, I want to do this for a fucking career. How many more people are just outright honest with what their intentions are in these spaces? You know, again, if that turns you off, then go get lied to by all means. Like, just go fall for the lies. You're refreshing to listen to, and I am a blue blood at the edge of the high dive board. Stay free and easy. Thanks, man. Appreciate that. First they said, get off my lawn. Now they say, touch grass, make up your mind. Yeah, exactly. The double standard will always be there. Our side is way more ethical than their side. The GOP just straight lie with no... Oh, yeah, dude. Yeah. Oh, wow. Fuck that woman. Pep, just no. You keep being you, bro. Oh, yeah. Yeah, and then her daughter was just like, hey, I'm sorry about my mom, but then she even tried to, like, play into the, well, you know, you could earn my mom back in your audience this way. And then I had another one where she was literally mad that I wasn't curating my content to try and be more like Midas Touch, or, like, I remember saying something about how I didn't want to work with a certain level of centrist. Specifically just in my professional career. And she was just like, well, that's short-sighted. I was like, no, like, because again, she was misunderstanding and misappropriating my argument. It's like she wanted to misunderstand. And yeah, same thing, where it's just like, no, I have this like weird like love-hate thing where it's just, I love seeing the subscriber count go up. I love seeing the like, you know, button and all that stuff. But realistically, at the end of the day, I just also love doing this content, so it doesn't matter, you know. And if I'm gonna sacrifice my happiness or my like, I don't know, like like any part of my personality to placate to somebody I don't even fucking know. Damn, that sounds like a psyop chatter. I think she took it personally. Good. Some things are personal. I'm just going to say it. The thing is, when she said that my mom would not be proud of me for that, I took that person. That's the thing, man. This is what I really don't like, is because, and like I've had somebody say it, Sylvie, it might have even been you. Like I remember when we were going back and forth and you said at one point, I have like the power dynamic because I have the camera. Well, you kind of sign up for that contract when you join this chat. That's how this works. I'm sorry. Like, when you watch a YouTuber or you watch any streamer, that's how this goes. The fact that I'm not trying to be a dick, but the fact that I do engage with you is already something that a lot of people, even smaller streamers, don't do. And for reasons I will add, you know, like, but realistically, guys, like, this is why they do the thing where you got a super chat. You know, or yeah, I could go to that method where it's just like number 1, subscriber only chat, and then number 2, where you know, any highlighted chat or any chat you want me to see would only be read through super chats. You know, but that's also me being delusional because that ain't gonna fucking make me. That ain't gonna build this career. Climate activists like Sandy are doomer pilled that we're all gonna die on a dead Earth. I believe that mankind will survive in a futuristic. Wait, Sandy? Oh, well, I mean, whatever. She's a horticulturist type of person. Like, honestly, I get it. Like, if you understand what's happening with our soil. It is so, like, anybody that understands plants understands that our food supply is, like, we're at that breaking point, and we're not talking about it. That's a problem, and our water sources are also dwindling. I happen to live on Lake Michigan, so I don't have to worry about that. Hence one of the reasons I ain't looking to leave. I have a feeling that property in, like, the Chicagoland area is about to skyrocket. Because all those idiots that left, too, are going to be like, oh, what do you mean they have the water? A realization more than anything, because I had originally not recognized that... Oh, wait. Would you... I think that that conversation was about the topic being a little too complex for this dynamic. A realization that anything, because I had originally not recognized that it would not be easy to discuss. Well, yeah, and that's fair. No, you weren't, like, just straight up bitching and being like, the power like, yeah, okay, maybe I misappropriated that, my bad. But yeah. I do also, like, I get it, like, listen, some people, they feel it a lot more. Like, I look at Jeff in Good Morning Comrade, that guy... man, he does all this fucking union organizing just to hear us doomer, like, and go, and the problem is he kind of sees it on the ground. So I love how he essentially reserves his optimism for his job, and then he just, you know, he'll come and give in to the pessimism with us occasionally, but at the end, he will just remind us, hey, you know, like, we're trying to get unions to be, you know, everywhere, essentially. And that, I don't know, man. That is hard work. And I'm glad that he's doing it. I don't think I could. You want to talk about things that I couldn't do? That shit is the amount of denial, or not denial, like the amount of rejection, there we go, that you have to get used to when you're, like, trying to, you know, even pitch a union somewhere. Like, I don't know, man. That has to suck. But at the same time, the reward has to also be, you know, pretty awesome. Where it's like when somebody actually joins, like, that's got to feel really good. All right. Oh. Way over time now. All right. Okay. Bob had heard. Oh, there we go. Sorry, guys. My chat was backed up. Freak, no doubt. It said, I have a few friends that are still Trumpers, but we either have honest conversations or agree to disagree. Don't want to call them ignorant as friends, but if the shoe fits. Oh, I'll call them ignorant. If they want to leave butthurt, fine. The thing is, sometimes friendships will run their course naturally, like, if that's the case. And you don't have to do that thing like, what did I do? Like, come on, do you really value their friendship that much if they're going to do that? That's how I usually look at it. It's like, listen, if some orange idiot can fucking divide you just because you were, you know, rightfully critical and calling them ignorant, Pep logic is solid. Thank you. I appreciate that. Sometimes it's not, so it's nice to actually be reminded where I'm like, oh, hey, look. actually made sense there. You're optimistic about the future, but mankind is going to go through its childbirth pains first. You're going to see some shit? I guess. I don't know. You know what's nice? I know I ain't got to worry about it. I got maybe, 30, 40 years on this fucking rock. So, and that's if I'm lucky. I don't really bother myself with it. As far as Sandy's doomerism, I don't doomer about the climate stuff as much, where, like, most people should kind of doomer about it, because, like, if you broke it in terms of, like, hey, you're not going to be able to get insurance in 4 years, they might listen, but I don't know. I think that there's a reason that that's not necessarily broken that way. Because I think that, yeah, the planet's just going to shake us off like some bad fleas, man. Like, the planet's going to be fine. I've never been one of those, like, but the Earth. It's like, okay, some ugly smog, cut down trees, sure. But again, I've seen the resilience of this fucking place. I've seen Mother Nature do its thing. Trust me, I think it's okay. I think it's okay. The problem is whether or not we can have a cohabitation on it. That's the thing. But that's kind of part of it. If we're so dumb that we make our planet uninhabitable, do we really actually deserve to exist as a species? I'm just asking the questions. Don't seem that great if we can't think ourselves out of that pickle. You know? Are we really that great if we let the most greedy fucks, like, literally tank our planet, and we're somehow, like, dude, we have billions of people, and we somehow let fucking, 17 dudes make every one of these decisions, and it's like, we just sit here going, okay. Dude. I don't know. We should be World War Z in that motherfucker. I can't fuck. I'm back from watching Golden Girls. Nice. Hope you didn't miss too much. Nah. There are good individuals that make the world a better place. I'm going to be on their side. I don't think we need to be taken out by Mother Nature just because other people suck. It's not about no. Unfortunately, this is where the good people, like, this is where it was like, nah, we needed to fucking at some point realize that we were going to just essentially kindness our way out of existence. Like, I'm sorry, man. We allowed kindness and empathy to be seen as weakness, and then we, like, somehow also allowed these bully-ass motherfuckers to do exactly that, to make it weakness, to not just make it perceived weakness, to actually make it weakness. Because they just beat us down. And the thing is, they also make you disappear if you're just, too good at what you do. That's the real fucking kicker. Trump admin and MAGA suck the reflecting pool. Yeah. Yeah, empathy is being used as a tool. Yeah, no, it is. And the thing that I don't like is when, like, haven't you guys noticed that my biggest pushback is when some asshole tries to weaponize my empathy against somebody? No. Nuh-uh. That's not how that works. What really chaps the ass of climate doomers is the fact that it's the richest who will outlive us first. Oh, yeah. But they say, no, we'll all do it. No. And they're just they're raising another fucking generation of people that are just going to continue to do the same shit. Realistically. Like, my biggest thing is that at some point, like, the rich people on their islands and their bunkers, like, they can't outrun hurricanes and climate change that they have fucking, like, okay, so your bunker's out in the middle of the ocean. Great. Well, I hope a typhoon doesn't fucking hit. Like, fucking dumbasses. That's the thing. Like, their hubris will always be their undoing. And it's been the same. Like, dude, you don't even need to go to the Roman times, but look at it that way. Like, look at how the elites fell then. Look at the way that, like, the Greek, like, this has been a cycle through history. where you have these elitist assholes think that they know better. You have a lot of people just go, yeah, I think they know better, which, you know, I don't know. We're in 26. I thought that we'd be past that experiment where we're just like, yeah, we need people to think for us. Ugh. I do get, like, trust me, I understand it. Like, I understand this is how, like, numbers work, but why is it always people, like, how are we so bad at this? Like, this, and not, like, getting in front of that absolute power, like, corrupting absolutely type shit. You know what I mean? Like, fuck. They'll hunker down and, yeah, inbreed in the fallout shelters. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Absolutely, dude. That's why Elon Musk wants, like, all these kids from, like, separate mothers and shit, too. Like, dude, no, for real. Like, there's this weird thing where they just, that's the legacy. And honestly, guys, I'm okay with I'm honestly okay with the planet shaking us off like fleas if that's the legacy of humanity. I don't want to sound pessimistic, and I don't want to, again, I'm not trying to doom her, but that's just what it is. That's why I tell my dad to sell his Florida property, only escape from my mother, again, it depends. Like, how old's your dad? Like, is he at that point where he's just like, yeah, but in 5 years, I might not even be here anyway? Not trying to be mean. I'm just asking, because that might be it. My dad's kind of got that attitude where he's just like, all right, so, because my dad, like, he moved to Tennessee to escape, like, you know, Chicago cold, and then he moved to Florida, and then he was like, too hot, so he moved to Tennessee. And then now he's getting hit by fucking weekly storms and these heat domes, and he's just like, you know, fuck. I'm just like, Dad, weather happens. I don't understand why you don't understand that. Where it's like, no matter where you go, you're gonna be miserable at points. He's like, yeah, but these are long term. Because he said the heat dome really that fucked him up this summer. He was just like, nah. He's like, he likes to go on his little, like, he's got one of them trikes. Like, he loves that thing. But yeah, he's got his little Harley trike. And he was just like, man, kiddo, I almost had a heat stroke out of my my motorcycle ride. I'm like, your trike ride? He's just like, yeah, well, it's still a motorcycle. I'm like, barely. I try not to be too mean to him. He really loves that thing. Roll on the floor. Yeah, Tennessee. Yeah, Goldilocks syndrome. I feel it. I want perfect weather too. Yeah, no, that's my pops, dude. Like, my pops was like, he was trying so hard. He's like, if there's one thing I can do in retirement, can I just retire comfortably? Like, as far as like weather? He was just like, I will sacrifice and live in a smaller place, which he wanted to do anyway. Like, my dad, you know, he retired pretty well off. He did things right, like, you know, as far as boomers are concerned. It's not like he didn't have it easy. He did. But yeah. Wait, was your dad in Christ Brothers Motorcycle Club? I don't know. I don't know, man. He's had a few trikes. Like that. That's how I knew the one that we watched in that flood where he just like, he tried to make it through and then he started lamenting how he just was $80,000 in the hole. Yeah, that was a Honda Goldwyn. That was a brand new Honda Goldwyn. My dad used to have one of those, and then he got on the Harley train and never looked back. Brother, I'll give you the best spot I found where my parents in the Americas. Wait, they're in Mexico right now. He's owned it for 10 years. His buddies didn't help in the hurricane 6 to 7 years ago. Mexico is so much better. Well, I guess. I don't know. Like, in the summer, I've done Puerto Vallarta in the summer, like in our summer. That was a little brutal. It was too close. Now, Australia, I would go do that, where it's like they got winter going on and their winter's 50 degrees. I'll still stand out there in a t-shirt while they're all hunkered down. I want a location where I don't have to mow or shovel snow. Oh, dude, yeah, speaking of mowing, God. I have to do that. I don't even have an HOA. I just got, you know, adult peer pressure. Like anytime that my neighbors mow their lawn, I'm just like, damn it. Now I gotta do mine. Fuck. I got lucky. Like all three of us, like we got this little like, set of houses where we all went 2 weeks, so it was cool, but they both mowed their lawns yesterday and today, and I was just like, fuck. Nice ghost. This can be something. Mitchell, I meant to ask you, why can't you do Twitch? What's going on with that? Like, I feel that's the only reason I haven't actually gone over there right now is because I don't want to end this conversation with everybody because I'm having a good time. But realistically, I want to go smoke and hang out and shit. So, but yeah, why can't you hang out on Twitch? Do you just not like it? Could you not figure out the chat? Because, like, there's not much you have to do. Like, you just have to, like, gotta have an email. I'm sure you got one of those. And then if you got to sign up just to, like, chat, then do that. I don't know why I'm getting mad about this. Mitch, the thunderstorm never hit. Rolling, Yeah, apparently we got hit pretty decent. Knocked over some shit in my yard. I gotta go, clear up tomorrow. That's gonna suck.